The arts. Lift our spirits. Celebrate our stories. Ignite passion. Heal communities. Tear down walls. Evoke joy. Let us dream. And help us see tomorrow. We believe in arts.
I'm here and I'm Brandon.
What? What's good today? LA, world. Where you guys at? You guys out in the hot sun? I got Zulu Gremlin right back there in the pool, dipping out, coolly chill style. It's about 100 and something, I think. Anyway, I hope you're cooling out no matter where you are today. Maybe you're with your family in front of the TV screen, the computer. Maybe you're in front of your iPhone. However you're watching this, man, we appreciate being here with you guys so much on this glorious Sunday, man. Thank the Lord for this day. This is the day he made. I'm happy to be here in front of you guys. I'm Asia One. I'm your host for Bboy Summit 2020. Definitely got to give a big shout out to our presenting partner, Grand Park. Thank you for helping support us and making this happen this year. Well, man, I don't know if you caught yesterday, but we got some great feedback yesterday, yo. If you were here with us yesterday, you got to really listen to and hear about and learn a lot about the story of the summit, coming from Denver, San Diego, San Francisco, and then landing right here back in LA for you guys. So that being said, today we got all LA content for you, the home of the Bboy Summit, Los Angeles. And also we got these cool shirts too. I just want to kind of show you our shirts. They look like this. They're pretty dope. Grams, can you see your shirt? There he goes. See? We got these are the limited edition Public Enemy Bboy Summit 2020 shirts. So if you want to cop one, we'll have that information up soon. But you can just basically cash app us at No Easy Props, or you can PayPal, do the paypal.me/No Easy Props, and we'll send you one. They're $25. They are for donation sale for our nonprofit. They help us offer our programmings and live events like the Bboy Summit for you. Man, we also got our masks right here because we're still masked up, right? I don't know. I mean, we're over here in LA. I know things have relaxed in other places, but most places in general, we still got to wear these masks. So if you want to be cutty fresh like this with the Bboy Summit mask, we got different ones. We got the white with the pink. We have black with yellow, and we have black with white. So those are $5. You can PayPal us too, and we'll go ahead and ship you a mask. Limited edition, of course. All right. We're going to kick it right off, man, into our class. We're going to offer you a special taste of our class today. Actually, you get the full class. So if you didn't get your exercise yet for today, this is your chance. I am actually teaching this class. This is from our Hip Hop 101 series. And this is, again, the first project that we shot during the COVID season. We started this out in March, and we filmed an entire tutorial series called Hip Hop 101 that we are going to be offering online on the noeasyprops.org website. And these are full-length 60-minute classes taught from a cultural perspective. So we're teaching breaking, and we are incorporating stretching. We're incorporating warm-ups, and of course, history and understanding. So we really fully understand the dance, and we feel like the more you can really understand why you're doing what you're doing, of course, the better you'll do it, right? So sit back, enjoy the class. Again, we shot the whole thing during this COVID season. There's no bells and whistles. We're not in a studio. We're outside doing everything safely as per city ordinance and all of that good stuff. So that being said, we're going to jump right into this class for the next 60 minutes. I hope you get it. I'm going to be teaching some CCs. I'm going to be teaching some crossover steps, stuff like that. So get your class on right now, and I'll catch you guys on the other side of that, all right? Check you out soon. Peace. In this lesson today, we're going to go over what we like to call moves. So in our B-Boy B-Girl dance, there are actual moves that you can learn that are teachable, and you can learn them distinctly as they are and as they've been historically taught through many generations, right? So we thought that it would be useful for you as a B-Boy and a B-Girl within every series that we do to go over at least 2 moves in each series that will give you an idea of things that you're going to come across in our dance style that you're going to see a lot of people doing, that again, like I said before, that are like naturally sort of a part of this dance form, that are teachable and have a certain pattern and a way that they look that you're not going to diverge from very much. Like this, they're really they're something that is taught throughout the world. No matter what country you go to, you're going to see these particular moves. So again, today we're going to go over 2, and one is the CCs and the other one is the crossover. And they actually go together really well, so we thought that this would be great to teach in just one lesson, right? So when you think about moves, you're going to think about that every B-Boy and B-Girl, they've got obviously the foundational elements of the dance, right? They've got top rocks, they've got go downs, they've got footwork, and they have freezes. But there's also things that go within that are actual moves, so to speak, that really sell it more. That that they use in battles, that they use in when they're really trying to impress someone, or video shoots, movies, what have you. You're going to see moves, so to speak, because the foundational aspect of our dance is dope as it is, but the moves actually create like a larger expression of the dance, right? They're things that every B-Boy and B-Girl actually work on individually, and that usually, like, my moves will be different than your moves, that'll be different from his moves and her moves, right? Some of them will have that are similar, like the CCs that we're going to teach, and some of us will have things like swipes and windmills and head spins and things that we practice on over and over, just that particular move, so we can get it really well and put it within our footwork and put it within our go down and what have you. So this idea of moves is really important, and you can also kind of think about it yourself too. When you watch some of your favorite B-Boys and B-Girls, you're going to think, wow, what are some like quintessential moves that they do that really make them who they are, that really give them they've either gained a reputation because of this particular move that they do, or they were inventive and creative and they actually created a move that they do that's really known to them. So if you see someone else do it, you kind of realize that this person is biting this person because this person actually created this move. It is known for it and historically documented as the person that created this move, right? So that will always be a little bit of controversy in our scene. That's just natural, as far as it creates like drama and intrigue, and it's just a natural part of our scene. So, certain aspects of biting and biting someone else's moves is considered really controversial, and it gives our scene a lot of drama and a lot of intrigue, and it kind of helps actually create what we understand as our B-Boy B-Girl cultural like identity, because we stand for our skills, we stand for historical knowledge, and when we bring those things together, we have kind of an unbeatable package, right? So if you're someone who doesn't have those same skills and that same knowledge, and you're just taking something and you're just like, oh, he does this, so I'm going to do it too, not realizing, hey, that's his move, or he invented this move, what have you, then it could be a problem for you, right? But I wouldn't worry too much about that right now for you guys, the level you're at. I would just focus on practicing and repeating what you're learning so you can actually master it, right? And then it can be part of what you do. And when you get further in your B-Boy B-Girl journey, you'll be able to have the solid background of the dance, the knowledge of the dance, the history of it, and you'll be a more proficient practitioner. So you yourself will probably start making up some moves on your own that you'll maybe one day be known for. So that's really exciting. And again, we just welcome you to our community, to our culture, and to our scene, and just understand that our scene is a scene of respect. It's a scene where we pay respect and homage to people that came before us and that created things that we are actually doing, right? So it's really important for you on your journey to learn the history
of this dance, to understand it at the highest level that you can, so you as a practitioner can be well equipped, so to speak, because your knowledge is part of your tools that you put in your arsenal of what you have, right? That makes you a better b-boy and a b-girl. So we're pretty excited about this lesson today about moves, and we'll get right into the CC, and we'll also get right into the crossovers. I'm Asia One, you're watching Hip Hop 101.
What's up, everybody? My name is Asia One, and you're here watching Hip Hop 101, and we're gonna start our stretching series, all right? These are gonna be some basic beginner stretches for our dance, which is b-boying or b-girling, we call breaking. Let's start it off. First, we're just gonna really ease our body out. Just really stretch your body all the way up, lifting as high as you can. Lifting all through your spine, all through your shoulders. Taking a big breath and then coming all the way over, bending over your toes, leaning back into your heels. Breathing to the backs of your legs. All those tight parts. Try to get to the point you can touch your fingers on the ground. Again, this will help. You can rock back and forth a little bit, just focusing on leaning into the back of your heels to really get the maximum stretch for your waist. Then we're going to bend our knees slightly. We're going to bring it all the way up. Breathing. We're going to spread our legs a little bit wider, and we're going to just casually lean back. Nice. Coming again over. A little faster now, bring it up. We're going to grab our left arm with our right hand, and we're going to take our right foot to meet our left foot, and we're going to push our waist towards our left side while we lean to the right. Make sure you're always breathing. Switch that up, other side. Right arm comes up, left hand grabs that right wrist, and we lean left. Push towards our right. Oh, feels good, guys. Okay, we're going to take our arms and we're going to sweep our right arm across our chest, and we're going to just open up that wrist, getting us ready for our footwork. Just going to roll that wrist around, open those fingers, make sure that you're pulling so you're getting a good stretch across your shoulder. Other side, left arm. Again, we're going to roll that wrist. Nice and warmed up, stretching that shoulder. Now we're going to take our right arm up. It's going to touch our left shoulder. We're going to grab that right elbow, and then we're going to push it down, getting a deep stretch all the way through our arm. If it helps too, if you want to lean a little bit to your left side. Breathing and opening, that's what you want to do with your stretches. Left side, left arm comes over, touches on right shoulder. Just continue your breath. Nice. We're going to do some simple knee bounces just to get our knees warmed up. Just maybe want to do about 20 of these. And again, keep your feet flat on the ground, and you're just bouncing your knees. You're actually warming up your knees, warming up your quads. And then you're going to open it up to the dancer position. Warming up those quads. And again, you want to do about 20, 25 of these. I'm going to stretch a little bit wider stance. We're really going to now get a little bit deeper into some deeper squats. While we're doing this, we can also warm up our wrists by pulling our hand back towards our chest. Other side. Really making sure our fingers are nice and warmed up, our wrists are nice and warmed up. We're going to lean over towards, on our left leg, we're going to go into our simple runner's lunge. And with this, we're not going to cave in like this. We're going to use our strength. We're trying to build muscle strength while we're doing this. So use our strength, focusing on keeping this leg a nice right angle. Breathing into it. Switching sides. Just breathing while you're doing it. bending a little deeper. Okay, we're almost ready, guys. All right, we just squeeze our leg in. Right leg squeezing in. It's a good balance exercise. Just focus your eyes on something about 6 feet away from you. Roll those heels. And we're finishing up. And I think we're ready to go. All right, let's get into it.
Let's warm up our bodies, getting ready for our lesson today, y'all. We're gonna groove it out right now. Remember, this is a warm up. You really just wanna be breathing throughout this, using that circular breathing through your nose. Really like breathing into all of your different limbs, activating everything without actually doing real steps, right? We're just grooving. We're gonna groove it out here for a little while just to get you warmed up. Let's go, just follow along, have fun, move with the music. Let's hit it. stage. You ready to hit those little staccato beats and the pumps. You ready to crisscross those legs back and forth. Your body's feeling ready. You're feeling warmed up and ready to go and do this, man. I can't wait to get right into it, man. I'm Asia One. You're watching Hip Hop 101, No Easy Props. What's up, everybody? So right now we just did the kickouts, we did the rap, and now we're moving on to the CCs. So this movement is a little bit more challenging. Again, this is going to be something you're going to be rewinding a lot. We really just want to go over form. It's just really about form. This movement is hard to get to look good, so the form is going to be important. So the first thing is called CCs. You're going to notice that our legs are going to be making a little C crunch, a C crunched in C on each side. So again, we're going to start with this basic. This is our stance, right? Again, feet kind of hips width distance apart. We're on the balls of our feet again. Catcher's position, we like to call this. This is really like the static position within most footwork. Let's get into it, guys. So we're gonna start with the single hand, single arm style. So again, what we're gonna be doing is in slow motion, my hand comes down. This foot is going to change places with this foot, and this foot's going to kick in the air. Okay, it's going to kind of swing. This joint, you're going to be using your knee joint, and it's kind of weird. You wouldn't really think your leg could swing like that, but it actually can. So actually, we're going to use both hands. So I'm going to take this right hand over while my left foot changes places with my right. That's when my right hand comes over. Okay, boom. So you see my right leg is in kind of like a bent position. It looks like, for the sake of a letter, it will look like a C. Now we just come back, and again, this foot comes here, this foot comes here, but it happens at the same time. So we're here, back to here, right? Those feet drop. Now we're gonna move over, other side of the body. When right leg takes place of left leg, that's when the left hand comes over. Okay? So there's a little bounce involved. That's why you'll notice it's kind of like jump roping, where you get that little bounce, 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 bounce. So you're gonna feel this happening here, right? So again, it's gonna be bounce, 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 bounce. All right, there's a little bit of a bounce feeling happening. Now we're gonna switch it over, and we're gonna do single arm. Single arm, I think maybe is a little easier, possibly. One arm comes down and just the feet change. This hand goes up and down like it's waving at you. Wave, boom, wave, boom, wave, boom, wave, boom. Double, single, so just always make sure you're in your stance. Try not to drop back here because it just compromises the movement. So slow it down, kind of reset yourself every time you feel yourself dropping back, and get that bounce, get that feeling like, okay, I'm gonna bounce it. And that's really when you start. Again, think about it like a picture. It's basically the form of it. If you notice that you're having trouble again with your balance, just make sure that your stance is hip width distance apart. You're in a squat, like a basic squat. Make sure that your hands, again, for the single arm, that you're doing this wave motion. With the double arm, you're coming across the body. One drops, then the other drops. And again, your feet are just really switching places with each other. That's the basic body mechanics of this movement, all right? You just learned the CC step. I'm Asia One. Well, now that you learned that CC move, we're ready to do it to the music, y'all. So this is exciting because we're actually going to make it a whole little vignette, a short little piece of choreography of everything you've learned so far in this first series, right? So we're going to do our basic top rock. You're going to do your drop. You're going to do your kickouts to your CC move, and then we're going to end it with the W freeze. So you've got a nice little piece to work with here, right? So let's just go over the counts and the feel and the pace of this and how it's going to work, right? So we're going to start off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 again. So we're pretty much up on 4, ready to take a little 4 count breather and then start it again. You guys with me? I hope you are. I think you got this, like little things to key in case you don't remember, or you're like, oh, that was so long ago. Let's just key into each one of the steps again. You got your basic top rock. Remember this one is your stylized top rock where you really want to like mug it out for the camera, right? So you use a lot of feeling with that one. So, since it doesn't have a bounce or anything, you got to sell it even harder, right? So after you do that, when you're stepping into your drop, remember it's a step, a real casual, clean step, that kick, and we're just kind of holding it for a second, almost like rocking our body as we get down. And you got to put your hand down, and then we go right into our kickouts, right? Side kick, front kick, right? Right into the CCs. Now those side kicks, all those kicks, kickouts are on half counts, and then we use full counts for our move, which is the CCs. Boom, hit, right? And then after that, we're gonna go right into our W freeze. We cross over and we get a little bit higher, right? We're lifting our backs out off the ground. Boom, to our W, okay? Back to here, back to up, and then we're crossing it for our pose. So it's a nice move. For speed's sake, you don't really want to put your knees on the ground for the W because then it takes longer to get back up out of it, right? So remember that when you're actually doing it, that you can put your knees down, but if you want to get up out of it afterwards, it's going to take you a little longer. All right, well, I think we're ready. Let's just hit it with the music.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Again.
Oh yeah.
Second.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, man, give it up, give it up. Congratulations, great job on that lesson, the moves, on that whole series, man. I'm Asia One with Hip Hop 101. Peace. All right, it's time to speed up that break a little bit more real time, a little bit faster action with this one. Don't forget what we're doing. Everything's the same. Let's go over it again. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 5, 6, 7, 8. Think you guys got it? Let's try it a couple times together with the music. Go. 6, 7, 8. Five, 6, ready, go. All right, y'all, that looked pretty dope. Let's take a breather for a minute and let's try it twice. And then we're gonna take a little 8 count full rest. And then we'll be right back at it again, maybe 3 times. And then take that same rest. Woo, it takes a lot of energy, man, especially to get right into that W freeze. But we gotta do it, so let's do it. Well, that was dope, man. You did it 3 times in a row. It's not easy, but I bet it's becoming easier for you each time you try it, right? So, with that being said, take a deep breath. All right, y'all. We're gonna rock out the rest of this little session all full out. So let's just go give it everything you got. Let's do it. You rock that hard, man. Those CCs ain't no joke, right? Well, props to you guys. I'm an Asia 1 with no easy props. Hip Hop 101. You're about to learn the second move in these first series. And the move that you're going to be learning is called the crossover step, right? So this is a really cool move. I like to use this one a lot. I'm going to really teach it to you the best I can, but I will let you know a couple things, and that is that if you are not as flexible like we talked about, it might be a little bit challenging for you. So you might have to alter it a little bit. It's still the move, but it might just look, it's going to look different on you, but it might even feel a little different, and your leg might not be all the way over. That being said, let's get into the mechanics of really how this is going down. All right, so we said that we are getting into it from those wraps, right? So we do wrap on one side, boom, we go wrap on the other side, and then so we're going to get into it right from here. So you can think about, even if you do this move without going into it from the wrap, you're going to be doing it starting from that neutral position we talk about, that I like to call the catcher's position, right? So I'm going to keep this left hand down, or this hand down, and then I'm crossing over my opposite leg, bam, okay? So that's going to be the most challenging part of that. As long as you can do that, you can do this move. So really, it's a crossover like this, and then I leave that foot on the ground, and then I simply lift my hips up so I can straighten that back leg. Bring it back, take that leg back in, and do the other side. Boom. Cross it over, kick, boom, boom. So you're going to notice it has a cool little way that it kind of kicks out and kicks back in, almost kind of like a CC, except like straight leg to the front, right? That being said, you're going to want to flex that foot to get that angle again. Cross it over, kick, boom, bam. Other side, cross it over, kick, boom, bam. And it's a little challenging to take that leg off to get back into this neutral position. So you're going to have to play with that a little bit. If you have to put both of your hands down, you can do that. It's just going to alter it a little bit. You can though. If that helps you, one hand, cross it over, put the other hand down. You can. There's nothing wrong with that. It's basically like the CC, right? That other move we showed. It's either you do it with two hands or you do it with one hand. Some little tricks to remember, that you're going to have to speed up this part. Bam. Right? So you're going to have to speed it up to get here. And then when you switch that hand, that's going to take another movement to get that leg crossed over to the other side. Boom. Okay? And don't just like take this leg and like and pull it in. You literally have to lift this leg up over it again. So it's actually like, it happens twice. It happens when you take it over and when you uncross it too, right? So again, like the CCs, you're leaning on one side of your body, back to center, other side of body, back to center, back to this nice neutral position. And you're gonna have to get comfortable with this, because just like the CCs, you always land back in this neutral position before you do the next one, right? So where are my hands? Well, again, my hands are at the side of my body. What are my hands? What's the position? I'm on my full fingers, right? With the palm of my hand lifted up. That's where my hands are. And my other arm, the opposite arm, is coming over my head and doing like a wave, or it can come out to the side like this, right? So one more time. Bam, 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 bam. That's what it is. One more time. Flex the foot. Flex the foot. Back to center. All right? I think you guys got it. It's gonna give you more to work with. Again, we're calling this the crossover. Your leg is crossing over. The other side is crossing over. All right, one last time. Cross over, foot is flexed. bring it back, lift it back up to center, other side, cross over, flex it, lift it, bring it back. One side may be a little easier than the other. That's usually how our bodies are. So the great thing is you're learning it on both sides. We're trying to help you and show you how to be more ambidextrous using both sides of your body, but you will have a naturally stronger side. So just use that to bounce you into your opposite side, okay? You guys are doing a great job. I hope you enjoyed this lesson entitled The Move, right? So again, my name is Asia One, and you're watching Hip Hop 101. No easy props. Now that you learned that second move in this series, which is the crossovers, right, on both sides, we are going to put it together into a short piece of choreography using everything you've learned from this series, from everything in the second column, which is that second top rock, that second go down, the second footwork, the second freeze, all that good stuff, right? So you've got your double bounce top rock, you've got your step back, you've got your your wrap, and then we go straight from the wrap to the crossover freeze. That's going to be your movement to get into it. And then we end with the chair freeze, right? So let's go over it again, what it all looks like in case you've forgotten those moves. Hopefully not. Double bounce top rock, we're starting with the double bounce. Small bounces to that top rock, step out. Small bounces, step out. Step back, go down. Step forward, bring it center. Right hand down, kick outs. Other hand down, kick outs. Leave that hand down, cross that leg over. Cross over, other side, cross over, and get ready for your freeze. You put your left hand down, you distribute your weight, and chair freeze, right? And just lift those hips up a little bit, right? Boom. Finish it up, stand together. Okay? You think you guys got it? Well, there's nothing to it, really, but to do it. And on that note, let's try to the music, guys. We got this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
5, 6, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Step, bounce, bounce, step back, center, kick out, wrap,
Oh yeah.
wrap, cross over, get
Oh
ready,
yeah.
freeze. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh yeah.
How did that feel, you guys? Remember, there's a little pause after you step back before you bring that foot in. Then you start with your wraps. So just to be on beat, you're gonna notice there's a little pause right there. And then after that, you gotta just go because you're on those half counts, right? I think you got it. Well, let's try it again 2 times, take a pause, and then we're gonna rock it out the rest of the song. What do you say? Let's do it. Here we go. job, you guys. You rocked it. You did a great job. You did that whole little second set of that first series, and you used that really dope crossover move out of those raps. Man, give it up to you guys. I'm Asia One with no easy props, Hip Hop 101. Good job with the slower music. Of course, you know we got to speed up that break a little bit, right? We got to do it in real time, y'all. So put the pedal to the metal. You're going to have to speed it up a little bit. Same moves, right? So let's go over them again. Got that double bounce top rock. Bounce, bounce, step. Keep those bounces small. Bounce, bounce, step. Step back, hand. Step forward together. Right hand, kick out. Left hand, kick out. Cross over. One side. Cross over. Other side. To left hand. Distribute your weight. Bam. All right? That's all you're doing to a get up. There's nothing to it but to do it. Let's hit it. Five, six, seven, eight. How did that feel, y'all? Woo, you're doing a good job. You're rocking it, man. It's not easy. A lot of little steps in there. Hope you guys are getting it. Take a deep breath. I think you got this, man. Let's try to do it 2 times in a row and then take a little 8 count of a breather. Let's rock it. How did that feel, y'all? You guys are doing a great job. I say you got it. Let's just go and rock it for the rest of this song. Let's do it. did it, man. That wasn't easy, it was faster. You stayed on time. That's what's up. I'm Asia 1. No easy props, y'all. Well, you guys rocked it really hard, and I know that was probably one of your most challenging lessons to date. So I just want to give you some props because you just learned and practiced two really dope moves, which is the CCs and the crossovers, and you were able to bring those together and marry them in a way that just is expanding your understanding of this dance incrementally as you go. So just some kind of like last thoughts and cool out thoughts really about what you're doing is what I'm showing you in this initial tutorial series is building blocks, right? Levels of what you're going to be doing in the future. So this first series is really important that you understand that these are really the most basic versions of these movements that you could do. Now, as you build up, you're going to realize, wow, with these CCs you just did, that we did the type that we don't add like a little shuffle in between before we do the CC, because that's a higher level of the CC. You're going to see that in the future series of the instructionals after you get past this one. So everything you're getting is like the core foundational groundwork for your footwork and for your moves on this next level. So when you're thinking about what you're doing, your form is super important. And I know with the CCs it can be frustrating because it's kind of painful, right? And you might even be asking, how come my leg isn't making that little CC shape, right? How come it's not like kicking out the way it needs to? Well, you can think about, are you flexing that foot? Like, are you making sure that you're flexing your foot? Because if you don't, it's not going to snap. Because getting this to snap this direction, it takes your foot being flexed. Also, you're going to also wonder, like, all right, well, what about my hands? Like, am I really like leaning over and am I lifting up my hips? Because on each side, you really lift up your hip to do one, you lift up your hip to do the other one. It's going to be a style preference how high you lift up your hips, and that's going to be something you can play with and learn it both ways, keeping your hips a little bit lower and doing them faster, keeping your hips even higher for the single leg ones and going higher and making it more of a bouncy move, right? Versus a quick little jab or bouncy. So you as the B-boy and the B-girl who is driving your own dance, life, and what have you, is going to be able to understand that and play with those rhythms. So that's why the CC move is such a great and important move to learn, because you will progress and you will do some little shuffles later on with it that make it really fast, where it's more on the and counts, and you're going to be expanding your library of the CC move, so to speak. So this first one that we're giving you with this lesson is really like the basic understanding of a CC, right? Then moving on into the other move, the crossover that you just learned as well. This move has a lot of different levels you can do it at as well. And you might find that if you are a little bit less flexible, so to speak, we all have different levels of flexibility in different parts of our bodies, which is interesting. Like my back isn't that flexible, but I have flexibility in my ankles and in a lot of different parts of my body, so that certain things come easier for me than they may be for other people, whereas certain things that are easier for other people aren't as easy for me. So we have to sort of understand that and be okay with that. And if these crossovers are hard for you, if it's hard for you to cross this one over this one to kick that one out because you're like, I just can't, I'm only getting here and I'm not getting all the way over, that's going to be where your stretches come into play. And you can watch those stretches again and again to really get that flexibility that you're going to need in your hips, as well as like in your legs as well, to be able to do that. So, and it's also going to be about where you're positioning your body. Like, are you leaning forward? Because if you lean forward, it's a lot easier to cross over than if you don't lean forward at all and you're keeping your body like in that same CC angle. That's going to be a lot more challenging. They both actually look dope and they're both relevant, but if you want to lean forward, it makes it a lot easier. All right, so that's something to think about. Other than that, just thinking about moves again, these two moves are something that you could pair together really well. They'll also go really well with your other footwork steps. They're things that are just like super dope to do within your runs, your sets, whatever you're doing. They're also teachable, so you can put them into choreography and somebody else can do them as well, and they'll look pretty similar to you because they normally look very similar. So they're both great moves to have. I appreciate you going on this journey with me. I'm Asia One. You're watching Hip Hop 101 with no easy props.
Hey now. What's up? Y'all sweating? Well, I hope you like that class. That's, again, one of the classes in a new online class that I'm a part of, along with Zulu Gremlin, called Hip Hop 101. It's available, not quite yet. It'll be available very, very soon on our website, No Easy Props, as part of our nonprofit work that we do. And again, these classes are dope. They're all 60 minutes in length. They're a full spectrum class. You're getting 2 different learning moves per class. So by the end of it, you have by the end of like all my series, my 10 classes, you have 20 basic like understandings of different moves, steps, what have you. And with his, you have 20 as well. So that's a lot. That's a big repertoire. That's a big arsenal for you. So that's going to be soon available to you. And we just wanted to give you a little taste of that today. Hope you enjoyed it. These classes are also, they're not age determined. They're determined by your level of dance and where you're at. So it's cool. They can be for kids and they can be for adults, elders, what have you, every generation. Great. Well, let's move on, man. I can't wait to let you know what we have next for you guys. We're going to go all the way to Brooklyn now via Papo Love. And he's going to get into a discussion about the Rock Warrior dance. We're super excited to bring this, man. Being that the summit is on the West Coast, we always involve, the East Coast and the root of hip hop, right? We have to. It's such an important part, of course, of the story of hip hop that we can never omit and that we never want to omit. So, we really wanted to take a little time to understand rock dance more with you guys who are watching this. It's a style you really don't see very frequently on the West Coast. And we're hoping that we can offer some more tutorials on this dance and more history on it to really enlighten folks out here as well. That being said, we're going to introduce this next segment. Again, it's called The Warrior Dance with Papo Love. And right after that, we're going into a very short dance demo, a workshop taught by Vic's Vapor entitled The Bushwick Perspective. So he's going to show you some steps, a style of rock that he's going to basically break down to you coming out of Bushwick. All right, so get ready, man, and let's introduce Papo Love and Vic's Vapor. Thank you.
Yo, what's up, everybody? I'm over here with the man, the myth, the legend, the monster, um, the icon, Papa Love. What's up, Papa? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you for this invitation. I'm a little speechless, and I just want to say thank you.
Thanks to Asia One for putting this on, and Noisy Props, MZK. So we're gonna get right into this, bro. Who are you, Papa Love, and where are you from?
Well,
Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I was born in Manhattan, New York. Well, my family from Puerto Rico. They're from Rio Piedra in Cataño. I'm second generation American. My mom was born in Manhattan. I was born in Manhattan. My grandparents were born in Puerto Rico. We came down here. moved to the Bronx. That's basically all the Puerto Ricans usually move to the Bronx. It's the new, we call it the new Rico of the Bronx.
My parents are from the Bronx as well.
Yeah.
Both Puerto Rican.
And then we moved to Brooklyn back in 76. We moved to Brooklyn on Coney Island. But how I got involved with this dance, I didn't know I got myself involved in anything. It's just the way it was. People were just dancing and having a good time among themselves.
Yeah.
We lived in, especially when I lived in the Bronx, you had a lot of burnt down buildings. It was really bad. A lot of businesses were closed, a lot of homelessness, a lot of gang wars, a lot of gangs, police out of control, pimps and prostitutes all over. It was really bad. The heroin was really bad. But I was small at that time.
So your parents are they were born here in the States, right?
Yeah, my father was born in Puerto Rico. My mom was born in New York. They met in the Bronx.
Okay.
And then and here I am.
How you say you moved from the Bronx to Brooklyn, right?
Excuse me?
You say you moved from the Bronx to Brooklyn?
Yes.
How old were you when you moved? What year was that? Do you remember?
I moved to Brooklyn in 1976. I lived in the Bronx, up in 111 Coldwell, up in the Bronx. So that's where I lived at. I was really small when I lived in Manhattan. I don't remember, but we lived in the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
And every time we used to go home from shopping or coming home from school, you used to have a lot of gatherings in front of the buildings, and a lot of them were gangs. They were gangs. They were outlaws, street code.
So how old did you say you were?
At that time,
yeah.
At that time in the Bronx, I was really small. I was about 3. When we left Manhattan, I was 3 years old, and we lived in the Bronx. And then I stood in the Bronx, and I lived in Coldwell. I was about 5, 6 years old at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, 6. Yeah, I was about 6, 7 years old.
6,
and there
7.
was a group of guys that used to hang out in front of the building with the radio, and they used to drink and cut up. And I noticed they were doing a dance that looked like they were fighting. I thought it was a fight, but it wasn't. And they were laughing and giggling, and I thought it was pretty cool.
And this was in the Bronx, right?
This is in the Bronx, yes. And then I started visiting my cousins out there up in the Bridge Apartments on 181st up in Manhattan. That's where I lived at, in the Bridge Apartments, before we moved to the Bronx.
Yeah.
So we went to go visit every week. We always go to my cousin's house, and my cousin's Nate, he used to be with Rockwell Association. And he used to do some rock, but basically they did a lot of floor work. And this is back in 74, 73. And they were doing floor work already, doing 6 steps and the baby chair and the fridge back, and it was coming up really nicely, and I started doing it, but I was more into the rock. I liked that fight dance. It was pretty cool.
Well, let me ask you this. What was it like for you growing up in New York City? What was the struggle like, and what was your childhood memories?
I'm a little embarrassed, but it was rough. It was hard. You don't know if you're gonna make it through the day or not, because you gotta be careful what neighborhoods you're encountering, and if you don't have a pass to go through that neighborhood, you're gonna have a real problem. And that's how it was. Everything was all divided. Everything was just crazy. But this dance had everybody unified. without no ambassador. It's unexplainable. I can't explain it. It's just the way it is. And if you show that type of style, or they show that respect to you, and you get accepted because you're part of what they're doing, without me even knowing what they were doing. It's just the way it was. It was a code of the street. We were basically outcasts from a lot of places, especially like uptown Manhattan, midtown Manhattan, all the good rich places we couldn't go because they used to call the police, or we used to get chased out because we didn't meet their criteria. So basically in New York, it was very segregated, and you could see it and feel it, but they don't tell you about it. It's just the vibe. So basically what we did, we congregated among ourselves and we started doing our own thing, doing house parties, hooky sets, park jams, basement jams. We started doing our own jams. And then we started doing war dancing. You know, when you hear a break, next thing you know, we rocking, and then we back to dancing again. And next thing the jams gets intense. It got some hot music, and next thing you know, everybody coming out and rocking, everybody. And I thought it was kind of cool. So I saw it and I fell in love with it. And then in 76, I moved to Brooklyn. They were doing it out there in Coney Island. So I blended in real nice with them. I showed them what I did, and I learned more from what they did. And rocking became something on a regular basis in New York and Brooklyn.
So let me ask you this question. What is the correlation between the environment that you grew up in, the struggles that you faced, and rocking?
Basically, I was really young. My grandmother always used to try to shelter me to make sure I don't get in trouble out on the street or get killed in the streets, because the gangs were really big back then. Like I said, even the schools, even when you went to schools, that you got gangs in there. And in other words, you better know how to fight. You better know how to throw down, literally. Everybody carrying knives, zip guns, baseball bats, crowbars. I mean, or they throw a brick at you, like literally.
Yeah.
It was madness. It was. I didn't see anything different because I was in it. So I didn't look from outside in. I was looking from inside out. And that's how it was. And from coming from that and to have a unity of what we have is something very special that we share among ourselves. Even for those that don't even like us, they even had time to do this dance and to share their experience of their upcoming. And without them knowing it, they were showing love as well. And that's what kept us sane.
So let me ask you this. So you saying like basically it was an environment where there was a lot of tension, there was a lot of conflict, a lot of violence, and the rock was something that you could unite with people.
Yes.
And
it was more like the blues.
Huh?
It's like the blues, like the blues has a lot of common of the rock. They sing the blues. But rather singing the blues, this is a dance of the blues. Things that happen, you portray it in your rocking. You got mugged, you do it in your rocking. You stab somebody, you do it in your rocking. You shoot somebody, you do it in your rocking, because you see it all the time. So you're mimicking everything you see and you put it in your dance. So that's why it looks like a fight dance, because you're mimicking what's happening, what's going on. And everybody in New York City knew that, and they mimicked it, and they showed their experience with finesse and grace. And
so
that's
what did that do? What did that do for you, as far as when you portray those gestures and you like expressing what you're experiencing? What was that like for you? What did that do for you?
It was exhilarating, knowing that I could express myself without the other person being offended because he's trying to offend me, and I'm offending him, so it's an offend battle. Offend you, you know, and it was kind of cool. And at the end of the dance, you know, I said, yo, that was nice. You got me. Oh yeah, you got me. Yeah, you know, and y'all made friends. Basically, it was a brotherhood dance. Basically, it was a badge of honor to learn how to rock. Especially, oh, this boy's nice. This guy could rock. But before I even got nice, I was toy. I was whack, man. I was basura, you know. But I lost a lot of battles. I went home barefoot. I lost colors. I almost lost my life. I had to jump out of a third floor window.
And you wasn't mad, right? You wasn't mad about it?
I was more scared, you know, but I was a vengeful guy. I always, you know, I used to be with a gang, so I used to roll up with my boys and take care of business, you know, and that's how it was. If we can't resolve it with the rocking, you're going to crack your head.
But would you say that rock was a way to aggressively express yourself, but at the same time show love?
Exactly. You're showing the pain that bestowed upon you. It was bestowed. It wasn't learned. It was bestowed. It was the way it was, you know. And I thought that was life. Everybody in New York at that time thought it was life. Thought that was it because it was brought upon us. We never saw caviar and all that good fancy stuff. We saw food stamps and welfare. You know, it was a poor man's stance that we took and we glorified it among ourselves. We have something that you don't, and that was a scream, not a loud noise. It was a scream. We have something and you don't, and you know something. They came down to see what we have, and now you got sponsors like Red Bull try to capitalize on what we're doing, but they don't understand that. So they use these token boys that think they're all that because they got 2 drinks and a Coke. They're a pop star. You know, get out of here. You know, it was about life, and they still will never ever comprehend of what we're doing to this very day because it looks savage.
Let me ask you this, Pablo. You know, I've spoken to a lot of people, a lot of OGs about the rock, and a lot of them kind of tell me something similar as far as, you know, going back to the days of rock and how those times were some of the most joyous times of their life, despite the social environment, you know, all of the struggle and conflict that they were in the middle of. For some reason, they always look back to the rock dance. You know what I mean? Like it was some sort of liberation, some sort of way to be in a happy place around this crazy, you know, environment, and it just made sense to them. You know, especially as a kid. You know, obviously when you get older, things change. But I want to ask you this question: talking about the rock dance from back in the day and the rock dance of today. You know, obviously there were some big differences. What were some of the differences that from back in the days that you don't have nowadays? You know, what were some things back in the days that you don't see now?
Respect. Respect for one another. Back in the days, we had respect. You know, and that was about what it was, respect. You know, and when a brother is doing the rock, he's showing you respect.
Wow.
So you showing respect back. You know, until y'all getting into the groove of things. That's how we related to see if he was a punk or not. And basically, it was we fighting, but we're not fighting. But it could be fighting if you want it to be. You know, that's how it was. That's I'll show you.
Right.
And it was all about these. It was all about this. it was not just the dance.
Right.
It was
Right.
about your badge.
Mm.
You know,
Wow.
we were street outlaw gangs. Street. We ain't had no Harleys because we were kids. We were 13, 14, 15, maybe being guided by a 19-year-old goon guy, you know, and have an old gang of little kids, terrible like me, and we were guided the wrong way. But the only thing that kind of stopped all that, it was through the music and through the art of the streets that we took upon ourselves, like graffiti.
Yeah.
You know, graffiti was an expression of how you feel. I'm gonna tear this shit up today. I'm gonna make it beautiful.
Yeah.
Same
What about-
concept, but with the rock.
Yeah. Yeah. What about? Let me ask you the flip side of that question. What are some things nowadays that you like and that you either saw back then, you know, that you know you see today, or what are the things that made the rock, you know, like last until today?
Well, I'm surprised that I'm talking about this in 2020. I'm surprised I'm talking about this at all because it was a street code. It was a badge of honor to learn how to rock. And when I was coming up, nobody was doing salsa rock because they were rock, and it was all about who's the hardest. And that's what it was, but with respect, finesse, and love of the art.
Right.
And also the respect for the other guy that brought that rock to you and vice versa to him.
Mm-hmm.
And what I see now these days, you got a lot of new rockers. From like I said, there's a lot of different styles of rocking because of the neighborhood that they come from.
Right.
And I notice now in these days, you got a lot of liars. A lot of like, where the hell you got that from?
Right.
And they need to cut that out. They need to tell the truth. If you're not in the picture, don't buy yourself a frame. You're not in the picture, so you don't need a frame. And that's the problem right now. They got all these frames with no pictures in it.
Hmm.
And they need to stop lying to these youth and let them know what it was. This
Right.
dance was either you're going to live or you're going to die. And something that was so hard in the streets became beautiful. And everybody put in. I didn't just put in. I did not invented it. I just chipped in. I chipped in. Everybody chipped in. So if anybody is trying to glorify themselves, that's not a rocker.
So what do you see? What do you see in the scene that you like? What are some things that you saw back in the days that you see today, if any? Or what are the things that made it last all the way up until today?
The love for our brothers, the love for this music, for this rock, the love for what we put together among ourselves without YouTubes or any internet. This is something that just happened. And to see somebody else rock, oh man, you made an instinct friend.
Mm-hmm.
You can go anywhere and you start rocking. It's just the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I'm not alien to you.
Right.
It's the code of the street.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was.
Nice.
You know, sometimes before we're gonna go into a rumble, we have a little get together and we're gonna try to get along with you.
Mm-hmm.
Break out the beers, break out the MCs, put beers in it, drink out of our boots, smoke weed, you know, do our shit, you know. And once we start rocking and we start liking each other's company, we'll scrap the rumble.
Yeah.
Because we're rocking, we're chilling out. Now we're having Now we're bringing out the boom box. The girls are coming out, they're chilling. Some of them are rocking, or the girls doing the salsa, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know,
Mhm.
and the fellas, are, you know, they got their rock off, you know. They all rock. They all became friends. They all chilling. Now we can go in your neighborhood because we showed flavor and we showed respect for one another. Now I seen some stuff that went south, like the Familia and stuff like that, up in Sunset Park, with deals, dirty was. They were hanging out one time. Next thing they know, blah 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 blah. They started shooting. You know, and Assassin, they started shooting. Dirty Riders started shooting. Everybody in them. If you don't get along in a spiritual way, it's because you got a dark spirit. And this rock dance shows who you are. From that dark spirit becomes a light. It becomes you're taking that negative spirit and you're getting rid of it. Because I don't want your bad vibe. And the same thing, I don't want your bad vibe. So we throwing each other's bad vibes away. You throw your bad vibe, I throw my bad vibe. Next thing we threw it all out there. And then when we finished, we had a good time.
Let me ask you this, Purple. Let me ask you this. There's a lot of people maybe watching this, a lot of younger people, you know, kids even. What would you say to kids, you know, as far as the rock dance? And, you know, like in regards to gangs, you know, being that the you know, the rock dance was birthed out of gang culture, right? What you know, what was your response to that, you know, as far as kids and they're maybe in the streets, you know what I mean? Kids maybe not have the best resources, maybe come from harsh environments, right? Oftentimes they look up to the gang members, the pimps, and these people making money in their neighborhoods. You know, you coming from all of that, what would you say to those people?
Honestly, I even hate to talk about that, especially to a person that just learned this dance and he embraced it. It saddens me, but it makes me happy at the same time. It saddens me of the way I grew up and how we were treated as humans. And I'm happy that this dance took place because it showed our originality and our creativity among ourselves and unification that we brought upon ourselves, because we came from a past of destruction and we did not destroy ourselves because of this dance. This dance saved us, saved me. It gave me a way out to express myself rather than going breaking into a car or robbing a pimp or sticking up a store, you know. It saved me from all that, you know. It literally put my mind in something else, and something that is beautiful. And dancing is, everybody loves to dance, but if you're dancing for a reason, it becomes special. And rock is dancing for a reason. It's for yourself, for your other friends to have a way out in this dance, and for the youth and for the new youth that just now got onto this and skipped all the horror that we went through. They're lucky and blessed that they picked up something that we built from sweat, blood, and death. People died with this, you know. Incredible. Like Rubber Band, he got killed. There's numerous of rockers that died to this dance. This is not like that rock fusion and that all that stuff, you know. That's not a battle. That's nice. That's something that you do in a skating ring, which was based on happy. We weren't happy. We're not happy. We didn't even smile. So we came from a different type of rock. Yeah. I even heard comments that, oh, I was in a discotheque and I was rocking and there were these outlaws and they were like doing nasty gestures and nasty stuff and they were disrespecting each other. Oh, man. But that's the way it was. That's how we healed ourselves. That's how we made ourselves better.
All right, Papa. So we're wrapping up now. Just want to say thank you. Thank
I
you for
hope I
sharing.
didn't say anything bad, but that's how it was.
No, you're
And-
good, bro. We appreciate you expressing yourself. You know what I mean? And expressing your experience. And you're transparent about it. You know, you're being honest, and it's beautiful to see that. Um, Last thing, man, I don't know, man. Maybe you could show us, like, can you give us a little teaser, a little like tease?
A little burn? Sure.
Yeah, a little something, just to show where you coming from.
I don't know if you can see me or not, but
Yeah, I can see you. Perfect.
in the rock, when we in the streets, we really like kind of like square off from each other, like, and then you start hearing and we look like we're gonna go off at it. So we like so he start going off, and then we start grabbing, stab you. You grab your head, chop your head off. Boom!
See ya.
Probably drop him with a birdie and hit him with a jerk. Boom!
And
And when they see that, they're like, holy shit, you gonna do that to me? Yeah. And next thing you know, he'll try to come back at you, and we going at it, and he throwing burns. But if you go like this, and the guy come like this behind you, I don't care if you spin on your nose, you got burnt.
All right, Pablo. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. We don't have a lot of time.
All right, man. It was a pleasure.
That was beautiful, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Where can someone get a hold of you if they want to get a hold of you?
Through you. I'm kind of down low.
Yeah.
It's just, honestly, I think back, I was embarrassed of myself, but I stopped feeling embarrassed of myself because I realized that a lot of people love this dance and for what it stood for and how it saved my life and many other people that was like me, it saved theirs. Right. And to save this new generation, I will help them in every way possible for them to learn this beautiful dance that gives you a way out. And I thank you again. I'm Papa Love. And,
thank you, Papa. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Shout outs to Asia One putting this on.
Thank you, Asia.
The whole Bboy Summit 2020. Stay strong out there and stay safe.
Thank you. God bless, and thank you once again. No easy props.
Peace and God bless everybody. Welcome. This is Vix talking about rock dance. The rock dance started out with freestyle rock, which was all city, and it was burning. Through time, towards the end of the 70s, styles kind of merged together, particularly in Brooklyn, rock dance from a Bushwick perspective. So the first one is the freestyle. And the freestyle is basically the dance aspect of it. It's in terms of doing steps and groove and rhythm. Just a brief example of freestyle rock and freestyle steps. The next thing is burning. So the burning is the battle moves is what we call burns. And you know, for example, you grab a guy and then you throw him over there, or you know, take the guy and wrap him around, throw him down, and step him. You know, these are all burns. And so the key to the burns with the Bushwick style is to do it when in the music. So you have to look for the cues in the music. So that was burning. Like as you can see, I maybe grabbed the opponent, threw him in the air, hit him with the baseball bat, or you know, maybe I choke slammed him, threw him on the ground, kicked him while in the dirt. You know, all those battle type disc moves. Those are the burns, and hopefully you can see how I was utilizing the music to you know, deliver my burn. So then the next last of the three elements is the jerk, and the jerk is very essential, and from a Bushwick perspective, it's a rhythm, and it's only to be executed on the break part of the song. You're gonna always have the same rhythms: 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's get right into it. First I'm going to do it without music, and then I'm going to add the music to it. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Other side. 1, 2. If you notice, my chest is coming out, my shoulders are rolling back, and my arms is all the way back. Okay. So the count on that's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so like I said, that was a little bit of the jerk, basic form and rhythm. Now, the most important thing about rock from a Bushwick perspective is that you know how to utilize each element according to the song. So that's what we're going to get into next. So we're gonna attempt to put all these elements together and show that we know how to rock this song, and that is the point of the rock dance. Let's go. Well, guys, I hope this information has been helpful. My name is Vix from the Mighty Zulu Kings, Ready to Rock, and BBDs. Feel free to hit me up on Facebook at Victor Jorge, Jorge. And if you have any questions and comments, concerns, and conversations, God bless to everybody. And shout outs to Asia One for putting this on. Much respect to you. God bless everybody, and I hope that we find wisdom and truth on this path. All right, peace.
Wow, man, that was so dope. Hearing the stories, hearing people's journeys, really unpacking our dance and what it means. Wow, like just maximum respect to Papo Love and everything he just shared with us. You know, we have to remember that when we do these dance forms, we are on the, standing on the shoulders of people that lived through these times, that actually lived the life that they had to live. Like Papo said, he said, we were basically, we were given this pain to deal with. It wasn't pain that we created for ourselves, but it was forced upon us. And the dance really helped them deal with that pain and actually helped them survive it, right? And now look what it's done. It's created an entire community of a dance style and people that still do this style. So, I guess the takeaways from that are really to understand the dance style you do, to understand the history of its roots, the people who did it, the circumstances that created the catalyst for the dance to take root, right? That's so important. And that's the respect. Like he said, the one thing that he sees that's missing from the scene today is respect. And we could do better, y'all. We could do better at respecting our elders. We could do better at involving them more. We could do better at paying homage to them and these dance forms that if it wasn't for them and the lives that they led, we wouldn't even have these dance styles, right? So it's just to, respect the architects, understand your history, all that. That's a big part of where we're coming from today with the summit, right? Because hip hop, as you can tell, this is rooted in social justice and social change. So our times we're living in right now, they're just mirroring what we saw in the past, right? So we hopefully will be able to create new styles and things that we can leave these future generations as well, based on the pain that we're going through, right, as a nation. Well, we're gonna move into this next segment now, and this is hopefully going to be really, really interesting for you guys. Again, part of what we're doing this year is really bringing together an understanding of what hip hop looks like in the education world, in the nonprofit arena, as educators and healers of communities. So we're going to catch up with Martha Diaz from the H2E2, which is the Hip Hop Education Center, as well as Rahman Jamal, who is part of Hip Hop Congress, And those are both national organizations that are working in the field of education to advance hip hop and to basically allow us to be what we are considered as culture workers, right? We are people that have made a life for ourselves, learning these dance styles, learning the history of hip hop, being these culture workers, so to speak, for us to be able to go in possibly in the future and be able to be teachers in schools and classrooms without having to have these specific degrees, right? So that's what they're going to be talking a little bit about that and so much more. So I hope you tune into this next segment. I just want to welcome them both here again to break all this down for you, because knowledge is power, right? A part of what we really need to do and understand is we need to be able to know what's going on. We need the awareness. We need to understand how we fit into this and what we can do in our own communities, right? So let's hear what they have to say. Let's check them out.
There's so much to talk about, but I do want to talk a little bit, just hone in specifically on the Hip Hop Education Center, the initiatives, the work being done, the work that Martha, you're doing, and obviously with other partnerships as well. And that, again, the intersection between what you're doing in Hip Hop Congress and ideally also creating a way for cultural workers. Ramon, I used to love that. You used to be like, yeah, I mean, we're hip hop, we're cultural workers, right? And I love that term. You're actually one of the first person I heard to say that. So I kind of say it now and then I'll be like throwing it in there. But, you know, because I'll say this, as somebody who does run a nonprofit, who has been in the field of education for some time, I can say we're still relatively small. And the nonprofits that are so large, that do get those larger budgets that we've talked about, when I actually look for the work that they're doing, they're just reaching out to organizations like us or having artists like us do this work, right? And so it's so frustrating because you see that nonprofits work very similar to regular corporations in that sense. Who's on your board? What's your gross revenue for the year? You know, that's all based on what you can ask for, right? So it's like, it is really hard to you know, break that glass ceiling and get past these megalopolis arts nonprofits even that are usurping all this money. But I'm like, what are y'all really doing? Like, what kind of change, what effects are we really seeing? I mean, granted, we know the value of arts, and we're not saying only hip hop has that value, but we do realize it does have such an intrinsic value that it should be much more documented on the research angle and much more shown to how effective it is in this day and age, especially, and why we merit getting more funding to do these projects through and for. So can you guys kind of speak to that in terms of like how you conceptualize that with the Hip Hop Education Center and Hip Hop Congress?
Sure. One of the things I wanted to mention before, that although there is an intersection between the entertainment, the artist, educator, and activist, not everyone has the same agenda, right? And so I know for me, the entertainment industry was a disappointment. I felt like, you know, I entered the entertainment industry when I was a teenager. I was 19 years old, and you know, Diddy was also a teenager. He was doing an internship, and we pretty much went in, and a whole bunch of us, not just us two, but a whole lot of us went into the entertainment industry and helped shape the new entertainment industry. What became you know, the hip hop influence entertainment. And then once we gave them everything we had, the corporations were like, okay, thanks, we got it from here. And it was like, what? And at that point, we should have been smart enough to say, okay, we're being used. We need to join forces, come together, and do our own thing. Instead, we started to replicate the same exploitation, right? And I mean, you could look at what Russell Simmons's model with Def Jam, right? It isn't like, oh my God, it's a new label with a new business model. No, it replicated what the other record labels were doing. They were giving the same type of contracts, exploiting the other artists in the same way. Now you look at Master P's label and then you see, oh, that's an independent artist that had kept all his rights and decided to do a partnership with a label. That's a whole nother model. And for me, I started to really look at those things. As a researcher, and as a social entrepreneur, I pride myself in really being different and not trying to, follow anyone, especially if they are taking advantage of our community. And so I decided that with the Hip Hop Education Center, I was going to create this think tank. And I invited the people that were doing the work, and they fell into those three categories: artist, educator, and activist. And the first year, it was like, okay, I'm only going to invite 60 of the seasoned practitioners, because this is a conversation. I want us to be all in the same room all day. And I'm notoriously known for that. Like, I'll invite you to an event. It has to be all day from the morning to the end. You have to commit yourself. And, this is the only way we get things done. Right. And so it was at NYU. It was huge. We had people from Alaska come, as far as Alaska, and it was really the opportunity for us to share best practices, for us to think about what would it look like to have a field of hip hop, hip hop education. What would the standards be? What would the pay be? What kind of what would we need to build this infrastructure? And so the second year of the think tank, and I wouldn't have it initially I was going to have it every year. And I think for the first 2 years I had it every year, but then it was like, okay, every other year, because it's just too much to organize. And I wasn't getting money from corporations. I refused to get money from the Red Bulls and from the other corporations that throw money at you, right? Because they want your market, your people. And so the second one happened at Columbia University. Ernest Morel hosted that one. The third one was at the Schomburg, and I think that was the largest one. We had 300 educators come. And that was really the moment where I was like, okay, we are making progress. We had our manifesto, we had our standards we created. And then a couple of years went by and we had a fourth one at Stanford University. And that's when things to me felt like it's not cool. We can't have these meetings, these convenings in academia anymore. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like I'm with my community. We have to act a certain age, right? We have to act a certain way, right? And we didn't even have music playing, which was so weird to us. It was like, what is going on? Why are we doing this here? And from that point I said, okay, we're gonna just move it. And I want to have the next think tank at the first hip hop high school in the country, which is in St. Paul, Minnesota, at the High School for Recording Arts. We were going to have it in June, but then the COVID-19 changed everything. And with that, I decided that instead of the teachers' voices, that we would elevate the youth voices, because they were the ones leading the way for this revolution. And so I decided to work with a group of youth leaders from around the country. And so now we have an upcoming event, the one that I told you about, Z Renaissance, a new era. And they've identified 20 leaders that they want to give a platform to so that they could talk about different issues. But it has always been my organizing style to just do the work. Just do the work. I don't care. I don't think about budget first or how to raise money. I blatantly just go and ask people, can you do this? I know you get paid thousands of dollars to speak, I know you're a hip hop scholar at Columbia. I know you are Beverly Bond, but I need your help. And they just drop everything, and they come and help. And so I've been blessed in that way, that people see my consistency. They see that what I'm all about. And so when I need to ask for favors, people do it. And so that's been the way that I have tried to show how we need to take things to the next level. And of course, about ownership. This is ultimately about ownership, and really just blocking those people who are appropriating our culture, who are using it to sell products. And it's our own people. I've had fights with, and I'm not going to mention his name because, you know, this is a big platform, and I don't want him to get mad at me, but he's a friend of mine that I've known for 30 years. And I'm always asking him, like, why are you selling us out to these corporations? And he's like, hey, I'm making money. The more money I make, the more I can give back to the community. But I don't see it. Just like you, Aisha, I see these organizations getting all this money. It's like the aid that goes to Africa. It goes to pay the same workers, the same white workers that come from the US, to pay them, not to pay the workers in Africa. And so it's just, enough is enough. This is a new era. And so I decided to leave NYU, the Hip Hop Education Center, and team up with the Universal Hip Hop Museum. Because that is the first national museum that we will have, I decided that it would be best to help them develop an education department. And I had the research, I had the resources, I have the artifacts, and we just teamed up in January. So now the Education Center is there, and we're developing curriculum based on exhibitions, and I'm training young people to curate, and just, it's so interesting. Everything that I've worked for is all culminating in this project. And of course, the Hip Hop University has been accelerated because of the COVID-19. And so I went from 1 school to 6 schools in 3 months. And so that's just a wonderful opportunity for us to learn how to create our courses, which everybody's been using Zoom, but that's not a class, you know, that is not a school. I am building a school where you can find, you know, like a Blackboard, there's a learning management system like a college would have, or even what teachers use in schools and high schools. And so I'm trying to take the work once again, to a whole nother level where there's research tools, analytical tools embedded, so that we can prove that we are making a difference with hip hop education.
Wow. Thank you for putting all that together in that way. That's so much. With the Hip Hop University, so is that where, is that for schools to reach out and say, we would like this course at our school, or is it actually, it's a whole school itself where it's just about students can enroll in this school, go into this type of school versus a traditional school?
Great question. So this is the deal. So we know that coming, you know, starting out, I am not going to be given the credentials to be, you know, to give diplomas, high school diplomas. So I have to work my way up. I can't even get an EDU URL until I have enough schools that work with me so that I could apply for an EDU account.
Wow.
Yes. And so I decided that the best thing to do is to pair teaching artists with teachers in schools. So teachers could request to be part of the Hip Hop University and hire a teaching artist. Schools can request membership to the Hip Hop University and have access to free or the resources that are embedded in the university. And teaching artists could also create their own courses and sell master classes. Some teachers, teaching artists have funding from nonprofits or let's say corporate sponsors that they have to, you know, teach a certain amount of students for free. So all they need is a platform. They want the analytical tools. They want to share their work, their students' work, so they also could, you know, join the platform. So there's 3 different entry points, and my goal is to have the hip hop scholars in academia open their classrooms by allowing me to put a 3D camera so that students could have an immersive experience being in a hip hop classroom in college or a university. And so that is ultimately we're going to be able to offer dual enrollment so that a high school student can also take a college course and get credit for it. That's the whole point. By pairing up with teachers, students will receive credit. And that's the point. Now, after I get my 25 schools under my belt, I can apply for credentials, accreditation, where I'm allowed to give an alternative high school diploma in the same way as homeschooling or a private school. This is a for-profit venture. This is not going to be a nonprofit. I've done my nonprofit work. I'm done with that. It's time for us to make money like everybody else, and we will give back. We will certainly give back. We will give back in the form of scholarships, in the form of grants, because we believe that, you know, we have a robust community of organizations that just need a little bit more money so that they could scale up and they could expand. And I remember when I did a 3-city case study, Rhode Island, San Antonio, and Baltimore. And the folks in San Antonio were working out of bars and garages, and they were spending their own money. And they were like, we want to connect to organizations. If we had $500, instead of teaching 10 kids, we can teach 25 kids. And so I will never forget that, because I know that we don't have a foundation that is dedicated to the hip hop education movement. But if I could create that as a next step in my career, I'm going to do it. And it's going to be from this money from this hip hop university, the profits.
That's awesome. Well, I get it. Go ahead, Rob.
If I can jump in here. So like the beautiful thing about all of this is that we're also what's being created, both organically, but also as you're hearing it, is really an ecosystem and a pipeline that allows young people who are coming into their own creatively, perhaps through some engaging classes and because that's what did it for me when the information was presented. It was like, oh, the solution presents itself, but having a support system all the way through so that young people are being put into are in positions of power that are relevant to where they're at. So, that high school age, stepping into your own power for the first time, going into college, like having a network of people that are growing up in your generation, but then also are supported by people who have been doing this work generations ahead of that know what it's like to be that. Like, it's funny, as you were saying, Martha, your whole thing of going into entertainment and seeing it at 19. I was 20 years old too. Same sort of thing. You go in there with the greatest idealism, and then it just all comes crashing down. You're like, wait, this isn't what I thought it was, and it isn't what it should be. So what's being created, it's like is really that. So having so the beautiful thing is too that for artists to know that your lane, you can broaden your lane beyond just being a performer, being an entertainer. If you have the experience from being those things in the culture, now you're a cultural worker. Now you can get a certification to teach and pass this information on in a classroom, in a certified way that that is missing, that is needed in schools and in curriculum. You know, you can only teach people book facts for so long before it's like, okay, what are you going to do with this? And so looking at the trends in education, even of like more project-based learning and arts integrated learning, like these are all things that are coming out of the highest circles of the education industry, independent of hip hop. But it's only a matter of time before they realize, wow, here's this culture that came from the bottom that is hitting all of these marks and opening up what education can mean beyond what education has ever meant before. And it's like it always goes back to that quote that I always quote, and I'm hearing other people quote it, but the Grandmaster Caz quote: hip hop didn't invent anything, it reinvented everything. Because it is a paradigm shift, and there's no way that the world can go back to old ways after a movement like this has emerged, and as more and more people start to see its relevance and what it brings to the table. And I'll tell you, like, I'm not speaking at all of this stuff like I know all the answers and whatnot, which can often happen, right, when you're dealing with people who know profound things as far as society is concerned. But even within the culture, there is so much information that has been, you know, you spoke to it a little bit, Asia, that's been misrepresented a lot of times because of the profit motive and the industry wanting to get the answer quick and put it out there so folks can profit, and then be done with it, on to the next. But there have been steps in our own history as Americans that were completely jumped over, and has caused a lot of, like that lack of representation that you spoke to, Asia. And so we're really at the brink of connecting all of these dots, finding these people who have stayed true to themselves and might not be the people that have all those resources, but they never sacrifice their truth. They never sacrifice their integrity to preserve this information for us. So to see all of this stuff coming around full circle, it is so powerful. And so anybody that's tuning into this, know that I'll use myself as an example, because I wanted to test this with myself as an artist. Would it be possible for me to make a decent living serving my culture, not selling out my culture? And having that lane of being an educator or passing on and getting, being an entrepreneur enough to be able to get paid for passing my information on and developing that, it's the perfect marriage for being an artist. Is like, why wouldn't you also get paid for passing on what you know and being an example of integrity for young people to say, hey, you can do this too. And it's amazing to see that it is a replicable process, because I've had people that I taught 15 years ago that are now, like, because of that. And it's the same thing that happened to me, because I had a transformational experience in education. I want to give that same transformational experience to others, and then they in turn want to do that to the next generation. So it's this each one teach one thing that if we can just, if we can get organized enough, which is what we're all doing, there's nothing that can stop us, right? No matter how hard you are.
Well, there has been some pushback, right, from the pioneers, where they have said that hip hop is not supposed to be structured. There's a spontaneity that comes from the artistic element, where you can't really, there's no formula. It's the spirit talking, right? And so I understand that, and I know that not everyone is going to fit in this teaching artist pathway, because it has to come from your soul and your heart, right? And so I know that whenever I do an event, I always include the pioneers, and that's the other thing that many people don't do in this hip hop education field. Not many, but for example, the scan, we asked how many people use the fifth element in their teaching, and only 87% said yes, they used it. So what does that say? Well, 13% did not include the history of hip hop while they were teaching. And unfortunately, they were mostly dancers, because these were dancers that had studios that may have taught a hip hop class, and they weren't even from our culture. And so that was something that was eye-opening to me, because I now have to include a foundation, a hip hop 101 foundation with the work that I do, so that everybody knows the history, that you can't teach this without giving props to the pioneers and inviting them, because they're still alive. We need, that's the intergenerational connection that must happen in order for this to move forward. I love what Emery, I always butcher his name, Petachauer, Emery Petachauer. He wrote a book about the college student that's hip hop, the hip hop college student going into academia and changing it. I think he cited Hip Hop Congress as Ron and the other guy. What's the other guy's name?
Jordan?
Yeah, the from USC.
Yeah, Jordan.
Jordan and Ron, how they went in, and because of their student club, hip hop club, they demanded a space in the school. Like, it wasn't negotiable. Like, they wanted this space, and they had other students that were joining forces with them. And you know, you see this over and over: schools demanding, students demanding hip hop courses, students demanding funding for their events. We, the young people, have control. They have the power to change. And it's not replicate our work. Take it to the next level. What is missing? See, these institutions, they all need to be revamped, all need to be recreated.
Yeah. You know, I will touch on what you mentioned about the dance element in hip hop. Part of what we're working with on the side is we've started a vanguard. It's called the United Hip Hop Vanguard. And it was born out of those same frustrations as, first of all, this word community being tossed around, just this kind of catch-all thing that, you know, that everybody can use now. And it kind of defining that, okay, what community space are you talking about when you're talking about hip hop dance, when you're talking about, you know, first off, I will legitimately say that the B-boy style of dance, being the traditional element of, and you know, beginning style of hip hop dance, has been the dance that has really allowed for and engaged a lot of these other dances to kind of come upon this hip hop scene and start just basically building up their own audience, right? Because we've been so interconnected, and also because the root of b-boying being so close to the beginnings of hip hop culture, right? And you know, what we've seen is that at some point in time, it went from the traditional method of kind of how we learn this at community centers or just parks or through cousins and relatives doing it, to it being offered in dance studios. And some of the dance studios were, you know, like just like Hunts Point, you know, the community centers, just local community centers. And others were like, you know, Debbie Reynolds or Broadway studios, you know, different other kind of community rooted dance studios. And then others were just straight out like, you know, Hollywood style dance studios. So you had this kind of co-option of these dance forms. And then again, most of it, again, they weren't taught by people that were really what we would consider people that could share the cultural history, could break down the understanding of the style and even the methodology of it and anything really. And that just went in its own lane. And that's been super problematic. So we've kind of created this vanguard based on, we wanted to reacculturate these events. And because not only did that studio pipeline, it also created this other type of events that were just competitive events that didn't have any of the parameters that you touched on that really allow for people to understand the greater depth of this culture and the way we communicate through it, right? And the way we build relationships. I mean, Ramon, when you're talking about yesterday at the park, the people who met up for Harry's passing and the memorial, you know, you're getting a really good glimpse of the way normal events function in terms of people meeting up. Of course, you know, dancing and doing whatever they're doing, but it's the communication, it's the connection, it's like hanging out, you know, checking in, remembering little stories, passing on those stories, talking about moves and how they developed, and all this stuff is whoever's around that group is hearing it, getting it, receiving it, and able to take that and kind of spring forth whatever they're going to spring forth. But this kind of new paradigm of events is just come in, enter the competition, bounce once you lose, and that's it, right? Pay your $25 at the door, and it's kind of like a machine. So we're saying, let's, you know, bring back balance to these events. So Martha, just kind of on that token, you know, we really are working within that framework because we find that like a travesty again, you know, and that's why so much of our work with No Easy Props has been to really try to amplify the voice and also bring into focus the lens of the people in these communities, from these communities where these dance forms took root, because they're all still there and they're amazing at it. I mean, like when you were talking yesterday about Scorpio, I mean, I can't imagine that you wouldn't have somebody that is that good at what they do, and as well as that knowledgeable on the stories that can bring all of that to light, why you wouldn't have them a part of your platform to share, because it's only going to make it's going to validate what you're trying to do, right? So that definitely all is part of like what we're seeing right now. And I think that the beauty of hip hop is that, you know, corporations can try to co-opt it, other organizations can try and co-opt it, but we somehow as a culture keep being able to come back together and be like, no, it's not going down like that. No, it's actually not happening like that. Even if it takes some of us to be like, okay, you want to stick with the Red Bull thing, go ahead, but we're definitely moving this direction because we have to. We love you. We still will mess with you. You guys are our people. We're still all the same people, but we've got to build up the sustainable side. We can't keep being under this structure that's not helping us. It's not helping us break through the glass ceilings. It's not helping us be social entrepreneurs, like you're saying, because we should be able to. We're not trying to be broke and do everything nonprofit. We're actually trying to be able to, the nonprofit part, in my opinion, is so we don't have to charge these students that really can't afford and need access to this. That's who we're trying to serve. But as far as these schools, as far as these other systems that have money within them or what have you, I mean, yeah, it's about paying these cultural workers, like, you know, to be able to do this work, because we are educators, we are teachers. But that gets me down to probably kind of the last touch point is what are we looking at to become, you know, accredited to teach in what you're speaking of, Martha, within the hip hop community or within the broader school system?
Well, we need to partner up with people like Allison, and Raman just mentioned her, and maybe you should start it since you
Well, yeah,
Allison.
sure. So, I mean, we definitely need people who understand what the purpose, what the mission is, that are in positions to make those decisions and put them in front of people who have that you know, that power to get it in front of the necessary eyes. So we have that right now. So in the sense of you know, this, and it's building so organically, which is the other thing too, that I feel like we always have to check in with ourselves as like, you know, where's this motivation coming from? You know, what's our end goal? But, you know, we have a small team that is working on this H2E2 initiative, consisting of initially it was Martha, Allison, myself, and then a teacher who teaches at View Park High School on Crenshaw, just a block away from the Marathon store. His name is Sebastian Elkaby, and he's had a hip hop curriculum for over 10 years that's certified in the CTE certification, and it's hip hop based. It's kind of like your hip hop 101, you know, foundational curriculum that's established, and And so having all of those elements.
I think we should because this is a lot of acronyms, and people may not know what CTE, but Career Technical Education is what CTE means, and H2E2 is Hip Hop Education and Equity Initiative.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Education is full of acronyms. I sound like an educator saying all these things. That's what happens. But yeah, and basically what that means is, it's career-based teaching. So you don't need a college degree in education to teach what you do for a living, which is the key point. Your hours, I think you need something like 3,000 hours of experience. So if that's your lifestyle, well, then you have that, and everything that you learned is fair game for what you teach, what you put together. So from that initial cohort, we had a couple meetings, one in Southern California, one at the California Department of Education up in Sacramento. And so it's just organically getting out, and we have a research team, we have a teaching artist team. These are folks who not just teaching artists themselves, but that work with organizations that work with teaching artists or help develop those things. People. What else is there, Martha? What are our other committees? We have our CTE.
Well, each of the chair, because we're like the chair of this initiative, have a role to play. So Sebastian he has developed an initial course that would serve as a foundation for the career technical education track. I actually tried to do something similar in New York with the Hip Hop Education Center, but in New York, you at least need a college degree. Here, you just need a high school diploma. And I don't even think we need a high school diploma. I think it's just your life career. And so experience. And so Allison and Sebastian are working on that curriculum for the new teachers, for the new recruits. I'm working with the Hip Hop Community side, where I'm trying to bring everybody on this platform so that they could get training, so that they can get the resources. I just completed a 8-week online internship program for students. It was a huge success. The conference is part of the product that they created. And so I'm trying to figure out how can we best set up these teachers to serve the students. And Rahman is taking the students to a whole nother level, where he's giving them the platform so that they can, express themselves, to showcase their work that they did in schools, and to learn organizing. And you want to add something else?
Yeah. I mean, just getting that life experience of how to organize an event at your school. If you're an artist, creating your own platform, so that entrepreneur side of it. Just really kind of preparing. I mean, I think what worked for a lot of us when we were part of chapters while we were in school, after we graduated, that chapter network kept us in touch with that initial network. So we were able to continue, it wasn't like we graduated and now we got to hit the real world. We were already doing the work that the real world needs. And so when we graduated, we just continued growing within that. And so it's really kind of it's a pipeline to go from student to professional in any direction that you want to take it. There's a support network that can help you achieve the things that you feel you deserve to see in your lifetime happen. And that's the timeline that we're all a part of and experiencing together. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really, yes, workforce development. And we feel that with our 3 networks, well, the Hip Hop Congress, Hip Hop Education Center / Communiversity, and the California Department's arts, media, and entertainment sector, we feel that we can develop a pipeline of new teachers and students that could become teachers.
That's awesome. That's amazing. And I'm sure that you're going to have a lot of people that are interested in, you know, how to get involved with that, you know, that are educators. I know a lot of people are watching this and they're just like, wow, that would maybe take my teaching to another level. Maybe that would take my artistry to another level. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of people and students that will just, you know, be ready to be part of this. That's so exciting. Well, I don't want to keep you guys any longer. I know we've been on for a while. There's been such a great amount of information. We're definitely going to follow up this Zoom with a slide, just a little bit more of if you are interested on a further level, how to get more information and how to support the work that both of you guys are doing. But I just want to thank you both. This has been beautiful, just inspiring too. I always take notes, so, you know, I can just relook and relearn, and just, I really appreciate the work you guys are both doing. And it's inspiring to hear people that, again, come from the entertainment aspect as well, and just kind of realize more what their life's work is more better suited towards. And I think that's really inspiring, you know. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate you guys both.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you. It's wonderful catching up, and we will continue the work, because we didn't even talk about the whole Women in Hip Hop initiative.
Oh, right.
We've done work to support, you know, other unsung heroes and voiceless people within the culture.
Yes.
And that's a whole nother Skype call,
Zoom call. It's all the same, gang, all the same. But well, that's going to be, we'll follow up with more, and we just want to, like I said, get the information out to people. They're ready to receive. I think so many people are inspired right now during this time to really take action, and this is part of it. So I appreciate both of you guys. Thank you guys.
Peace.
There you have it. Right straight from Hip Hop Congress and Hip Hop Education Center. Thank you, Rahman Jamal. Thank you, Martha Diaz, for, you know, just being here and really pushing forth these initiatives. So a lot of us that are involved in education within hip hop, that we know more about what's going on a national level, and with hopefully being able to, again, get that accreditation to be able to teach in schools and do all that great work that we're all striving to do, right? So next up, man, we are taking it back to the streets of LA, you know, where the summit is, where the summit lives. And I got Zulu Gremlin right here hanging. We just enjoying the day with you guys, passing this beautiful, beautiful summer day, enjoying the heat. Hopefully you guys are too. And what can we expect in this next piece, Grems? There's a lot of action here. We did a lot of work in LA during this COVID season. What do we do?
Well, I guess a good explanation to start off with is we had several different things in mind, and LA is such a big city and so many things going on, and it ended up becoming separate plans. So the LA Graphic Excursion, which is going to be something incredible. Then we have the LA Rally, which was another thing. And so when you add those to the other pieces we have, like the LA Boppers, NEP show,
yeah,
and then we have some really cool interviews and talk-ins with some legends, and I'm not going to give it all away.
That's right. You got to stay tuned, man. I mean, that's what it is. But we really, you know, we were just working with a very small staff of just family members, really, and a few other folks that are part of our squad, No Easy Props, and to make all this happen. So you're seeing a lot of value out of just limited resources, right? Hopefully that inspires you to realize, you know, it's not all about the production as far as the high end quality. It's really about like what the subject matter is, like telling the story. And we're hoping that the story is being told about what's happening in this season, what people are doing, what they're talking about, what's on our hearts and minds, right? And the rally was really cool because we just wanted to do something where we felt that we could be safe, but still get together and in a live atmosphere, right directly in Grant Park.
and right at the stage area, and have a platform where we could invite speakers to really tell the crowd like what's going on currently in LA, like what are we currently dealing with here as far as struggles, as far as racism, as far as someone like our district attorney, people like that, these roles in these political positions, and what's going on with these people and the work they're doing. Are they actually being just? Are they representing the people? Or are they not? So you're going to hear a little bit of that probably in some of these pieces. I think hopefully you've come to your own understanding about community engagement, civic engagement, being part of your local community, why it's so important to vote, take action, understand again what the mayor's responsibilities are, understanding your city budgets and where money's allocated, because that really, it's empowering when you can really kind of know things like this, so you can feel a part of the process and know the candidates' platforms and all that. So you'll hear a little bit in this rally too about the LA People's Budget and what that's about, and current reform measures that we're really all calling for, of course, for the police and the city in general. So that's part of it. That's why we got together, man. It's not just about breaking. It's not just about graffiti art. It's even more. It's more about like when we come together and do those things, we hope to be able to stimulate dialogue around a lot of these issues. We talk a lot about these things when we're just hanging out. So we wanted it to be on a larger platform for the community to come and learn and express and listen and contribute too. So that was what the rally was really about as well. So let's just dive right into it, man. Let's see what this LA rally was about. Let's see what the wall, how that works out, and everything else that we shot during this time, man. Check it out, y'all.
Big up to all of you that got busy and contributed to this.
You know who you
really
are.
Incredible clips you're about to see.
No cursing, keep it cool. You can definitely get on the mic as well. That being said, just understand people at different comfort levels right now, so give people their distance. Try not to do too many pounds, elbow pounds, keep it cool. We want to hug each other in this culture. We're like that, but we just got to keep things chill right now. If anybody needs a mask, we got extra masks up here too. So we're just gonna get into it, man. We're gonna make a cipher right here, y'all. We're gonna try to keep this part open so y'all can sit or whatever, but just so people can see as well. And I want to start out just by expressing something too. Part of the reason that we're here too is to talk about stuff, and I'm just gonna start things off. What I wanted to do, I don't know who has a really good voice and he doesn't mind messing up people's names if you can't say them right. Point blank, we're in an area right here where people have been protesting for the last 3 months, right? And this is a protest. This is a rally. This isn't an organized event. We're not permitted to be here. We're just here exercising our First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. And what I wanted to really just bring to you guys' attention is, there's been over 900 people killed by the police here in the last, since 2000. So I literally printed out all the names, right? And I was gonna have somebody say the names while we were dancing, but it was so many names that I thought instead what we could do is we could break them into 2 years. It deals with activism, it deals with empowerment, it deals with transformational healing, and it deals with speaking out and having a collective voice, right? So that's why we're here. We're here to dance and we're here to express our voices on the mic.
But what I do as a LA County employee, I do a lot of outreach and engagement, and I'm able to bring stuff that we're doing here at Grand Park to the community. Do resource tables, art, outreach, things and issues on homelessness, social justice, graffiti artists, hip hop MCs, and pop locking and break dancing.
Everybody now. Okay, come on, why you over here? Come on. Come on. You're all getting up here. Come on, Brandon. Don't be shy. Come on, Nico. Ricky, come on, easy. Come on, y'all. Join us. This is for everybody to get down. You guys do Gremlin? Man, Breaking Assassins? B-Boy, B-Girl, pull up in this, please. Come on, Queen. Rest in peace, Don Campbell-Lock, man. Big rest in peace, man. Come on. Come on, Brandon. Cool pockets, y'all. Bug them out, cool. Woo. Keep it funky. Let's go, come on. Keep the cypher moving, man. Let's go. Woo! Feels good on the concrete, y'all. No concrete first. Come on, Graham. Come on, man. Come on, Zulu Gremlin. LA's finest, y'all, right here. That's it. Yes. The triple threat right here, man. He's just helping him showcase right now. He's like, let me add to what you're doing. He's like, let me do something too.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Oh damn. Go ahead, Nico. Bug him out. Bug him out.
Can we rap? Can we rap? Don't give me no. Dig it, I go to school, I go to work, do the best I can. Set me free, sister, set me free in this land. Come on.
And I'm ready to spread.
Come on. I am Sergio, Bboy Summit, and I will never dance. Prepare to meet your in-star time for a tale
minds, and just we get to talk about what's going on right now. So I want to just bring up and introduce Lorenzo Daniel Murphy, and he's with Citizens for Civil Rights Reform. He's going to talk a little bit about some initiatives, and we'd really like you guys to listen and just see what we can be doing to help one another right now.
I had opportunity. How many people know about proclamations? Proclamations. Anybody tell me what a proclamation is? Yes, a proclamation. I am representing Citizens for Civil Rights Reform. We're about reform. This is the 21st century Civil Rights Proclamation. And what that is, it brings communities, organizations from all different aspects together, and to give you opportunity to really come together and make a change. We have a website. This is free for the community. You can make a pledge to this. You can pledge to this document, this proclamation. This is really serious. There's 5 pillars that I'm gonna read to you. That's what's gonna make the difference. Justice and law and policy reform, policing reform. It's like reforming the police department. We actually have a founder that's on our board. He gives a lot of information to help bring this part to the table. We also have economics, empowerment, and business reform. We also have education and community transformation, media responsibilities and reform, individual empowerment, education, and transformation. This is so important because yes, we have people that march and we have people that's hollering, but sometimes it is so hard to be smart. It's hard to be smart, but it's easy to be mad, upset, blaming someone, putting step on somebody. But this is an opportunity for you to be part of change. I'm not saying this is the answer, but it's a part of something because somebody sat back and thought and was thinking and thought together from different nationalities. To me, it's all lives matter, period, because black is all colors. You understand what I'm saying? So just hear me out. I'm not saying this is the answer, but just take a look at it. The website is called civilrightsreform.org. And really read through it. Really take your time, because there's something here. So I don't want to sit here any more longer, but just go to civilrightsreform.org. And believe me, you will not regret opening up this webpage and to make a pledge. I'm trying to get at least 100 different police departments to join this, to pledge to this. I'm trying to get 100 different cities to pledge to this. Because what it is, it's kind of like, you know how you have breast cancer month, lupus month? Well, imagine the 21st century Civil Rights Proclamation month, to where everybody across the nation came together and owned up that killing a person is wrong no matter what color he is. Killing somebody is just wrong, period. No matter if it was the police, if it was anybody, it's wrong to kill. And what I'm saying is about reform is, I have a petition out. This is reform I feel I need to be a part of. I need to create, and you have to, like I said, we have to be more thinkers, y'all, instead of being mad. I have a petition out. You know how, sorry to say this, you know how a rapist have to go register? You know how a pedophile have to go register? But what about a racist that got to go register? Okay, and I don't mean just one color, I mean everybody. Anybody that commit a crime, I did something wrong to somebody, I say something wrong that just so derogatory that it made them go into a mental state of mind, they have to be responsible to register. Because I want to know who's racist in my community. I want to know, because it's so important. It's going to be able to help the movement change. So thank you for listening. I'm Compton Politics Talk Radio. You can hear me on Monday nights on TFICL.com, Galaxy Talk. But look up Compton Politics Talk Radio. My name is Lorenzo Darnell Murphy. CivilRightsReform.org. Remember that. Thank you so much. Stay blessed.
Really, if we could get back to supporting one another's underground clothing brands, if people of color could start making sneaker and footwear brands, I'd be willing to not rock Nike or Adidas ever again. Cause straight up, like I feel like if by me buying their products, I'm supporting their larger structure, and I think we gotta start being aware of that, man. I mean, you know, when you talk about racism, there's many levels. There's a level of police killings that we're all dealing with, right? And that's bringing awareness to the larger problem. But it's economics, y'all. And economics is all about who you decide to support with your money when you go shopping. It's about who you hire to come, like, do services for you when you go to the doctor or when you go to the dentist, and, you know, just basic everyday things. So really start being more conscious of how you spend your money, and you can make a big difference. I really want, it's something on my mind, and it's no judgment on anybody. I mean, I wear Nike and Adidas. I got all those same kicks, but I want to start making a change in myself. So I'm just putting it out there for you to think about. It's something to think about. I might have not told everybody this, but like, we will not be working anymore with Red Bull, with Monster, with none of those companies. We just, I mean, we don't want to. And again, I have friends sponsored by them. I'm not trying to, you know, judge anybody. I get it. Economic times are hard, you know. People don't always, it's all about what you're comfortable with. I'm just not comfortable with promoting products that are inferior to my people. And I'm not comfortable supporting companies that I believe are tied to white power. Right. So at the end of the day, we all got to just make our choices, and we all have that ability. So I did want to put that out there. And then lastly, I wanted to see if Tamara, would you mind to come up just real brief? She's been holding some really great forums in the city of LA for artists, you know, and promoters and organizers to start maybe just getting ideas how we can work together to support anti-racist activities here in LA, to support different movements. And she's got some good information. I actually printed it out too, so I could even hand it to you, T. But I wanted her I wanted her because she really is someone who is actively doing stuff, volunteering, sending emails, signing petitions, and she's just going to tell you a little bit about what you could do, because we're all different. There's not everybody has to protest, not everybody has to sign petitions, not everybody has to do each thing, but we can all do something. So she was just going to kind of hip us to that. And I got a printout too. That's it.
You already know, but I got this printed out too.
Thank you. All right, y'all. Blessings to everybody. Can everybody hear me with this mask on?
Maybe take that top one down.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right, blessings. So, everything Asia said is absolutely true. A lot of these companies are, you know, structured in systematic racism. So I don't want to take up too much time because I really wasn't on the bill to speak. So real quickly, a few things that we can do as the LA Sheriff's Department here in LA. A lot of folks know George Floyd's name, know Breonna Taylor's name, and these are really important to know these names. Okay? Because this is a systemic problem. Police, I'm going to say this right here, so it might upset a few folks, but I'm for abolition. I don't believe in police reform, because the police were founded in slave catching. That was their original function, okay? So the police absolutely need to be abolished. They hold up white supremacy, and they're part of that systemic racism. What we need to do is reimagine what public safety looks like. Yes. Ashe? So a couple things, what I'm going to say is how we can support. So 609 people have been killed by LAPD, LA Sheriff's Department, in the last 7 years right here in LA. And DA Jackie Lacey, our district attorney, if you don't know who that is, she sits right over there. We're there every Wednesday at 3 p.m., sometimes 4 p.m., protesting her for 3 years to get her ass out of office because she refuses to prosecute pigs who kill black and brown folks as young as 14 years old. Andres Guardado, 18 years old, was murdered by the Sheriff's Department 2 weeks ago. They shot him 5 times in the back while he was working. He was trying to get another job, right? While he was on his second job. They murdered that young man. That's right. So we need to hold this DA accountable. One thing you can do, show up every Wednesday, 3 p.m. in front at the Hall of Injustice is what we call it. 3 p.m. there's action every Wednesday. We've been doing it for 3 years. Another thing you can do, when voting time comes in November, vote her ass out. Do not vote for her. Vote for anybody but her. I think there's only one person running against her, and that's George Gascon. And I'm not saying I advocate for him either, because we're going to hold his ass accountable just as well to prosecute killer cops. So show up to action on Wednesday, vote Jackie Lacey's ass out, and we need folks, we want to defund the police, right? We want, and it's not just about taking money from the police, it's about taking that money and redistributing it into the communities that are underserved and marginalized. So that money, we got 60,000 homeless out here. What is city council doing? They're sitting on money. They have money, right? But they refuse to distribute the money where it needs to go. Healthcare, education, housing, youth programs, right? So what defunding the police actually means is redistributing that money back into our communities, Ashe? And what you can do is go to the peoplesbudgetla.com. That's the peoplesbudgetla.com and support the People's Budget, and it'll give you a whole breakdown where that money, if you take it out of law enforcement, they're getting like $3 billion. Why do they need $3 billion? To further oppress us, make this a police state, and murder our folks. That can't work. We want that money, and we want to redistribute it in our community. So, People's Budget LA, please look that up. Let me see if I'm missing anything. Think 1 minute. So, defund the police, People's Budget. Wednesdays, DA Jackie Lacey must go. Vote her ass out, and support the families. We need, so just showing up to support these families that have been impacted by this violence is important. And I'm trying to think, did I miss anything?
Talk a little bit about how artists can support these different movements, like as far as showing up, maybe dancers show up with a cipher,
Right. So what people can do, and there's a couple other things. So there's a police commission meeting every Tuesday. People can call in, offer public comment. There's a civilian oversight meeting as well. And these are the people that are supposedly a civilian council that is an independent investigations over the police. So that takes place once a month, every third Thursday, I think. You can look it up. LA City Council too, call in, express your concerns, what's going on in our city. These are just some actions you can take from your own home. You can join city council meetings from your Zoom online. You can call the police commission from home, make public comment, right? Civilian board of supervisors meeting. These are meetings that impact us all. When we're at work, City Hall, Police Commission, all these people are actually voting on things that impact us every day. And if we're not there, like calling in, they're gonna pass things that, trust me, you don't want passed. So we might either oppose something or we might be for something, but it's important we come involved in that way. And so as far as artists, show up at actions, offer your services. But one thing I'm going to say about that is take instruction from people that are actually doing the work in the communities, and find out, like how when you want to offer your services, talk to the organizations actually doing the work, and just say, you might have a dance performance to offer, you might have an art piece to offer, you might have a DJ set to offer, but of course keep it conscious. So that's like one thing you can do, is show up and offer. Sometimes they need sound, sometimes they need dancers, sometimes they need performers, sometimes they need DJs. So along those lines, you can offer your services. Am I missing anything?
You can hit it. You hit a lot of it.
And I don't want to talk too much because I feel like I'm losing people right now. You didn't come here maybe to hear all this, but it's really important because people are actually dying out here. I was going to say this real quick. So unfortunately, on my way to the action, I drove by and a homeless man died on my way to the action on Wednesday, and it was real upsetting. You saw the corner tent set up, you got police out there. So people are dying in these streets every day. Either it's in South LA or it's down here, wherever the homeless is. So it's really important we become active, support our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll say.
Hi, my name's Lady. I'm down with SD and Heartbreakers crew. From originally Miami, Florida, but live here in Los Angeles. So we're here on Jesse and Imperial Street. today in downtown LA. This is the heart of the Arts District. I've had this legal building, this wall space for about 6 years. So I'm really good friends with the owner and the landlord, and they give me like a lot of walls in LA. So thank you to them. And yeah, this is why we're here today, celebrating Bboy Summit and life. So today I'm painting my name, but I'm actually painting an alias name. So I'm painting Dama, which is lady in Spanish. So, you know, I just wanted to switch it up, do something new, and that's about it. Well, being in America, my parents are from El Salvador and Spain and Italy, so I have Hispanic and European background. So yeah, I grew up in hip-hop with the Hispanic roots. Like me and my crew, I mean, we've been out painting trains and, you know, just like getting the word out, you know, like about just the racism that's happening right now and the everything, even with COVID-19. Like we did a COVID train, we've done a protest train about peace, you know, and making sure people get what they deserve. So yeah, there's a lot of that going on right now. I have some bigger things in the works, hopefully to come, like some murals to come, targeting anti-racism and just unity of the human race and stuff. So those are the things that I'm working on now.
Give it to them real quick. Who you are, what crew you represent, what's your DNA?
No doubt. Mr. Trickster. Trickster for short. Born and raised in LA, West Coast artist, WCA, Rapid Fire, UTI crew, FSC from the Bay. Kind of just a California dude, you know, grew up in LA but spent time in the Bay, and that's it. Yeah, West Coast. Started in like 90, 91, but I didn't really start getting serious till a little bit later, 92, 93. I remember, actually you mentioned Skill, like the first production I did was at Motor Yard 93. With Skill, Coffee, all these guys, man, it was just like, that shit blew my mind, you know, to really like get down with some legends at like 15 or 14, whatever, you know. So I definitely was lucky to like come from like a good lineage, you know, or have mentors, and you know, that shit is lost now. People are like, kids especially, they're online looking at the gram. It's like there's nobody like schooling them, you know. I've done quite a bit of commercial stuff, like just over the years. Not like I focused on it, but they would come up and I would, you know, do something for Snoop or do something for this or that person, you know, like it was cool. I did make a living off the art and kind of transitioned into doing other shit, graphic design, a lot, you know, clothing, a lot of things that writers naturally get into. You know, we either end up doing tattoos, we're doing design, we're designing shit, whatever, architecture, you know, you never know. But yeah, when the Bboy Summit actually came to LA, she would hit me up and I would get writers together to come show up and paint for these battles, you know. So it was cool. Like I always had fun doing that, you know. But I never really, I don't know, when it comes to graffiti events, I don't like frequent the, you know what I mean? I kind of try to stay low. But Bboy Summit is different. It's like, it's not just about graph. It's about dancing. It's about MCing. It's about, you know, breaking the whole culture encompassed, you know. So that's why I kind of like, I dig the whole movement, you know, with the summit. I'm kind of a purist. Like maybe from my skill set, more like I love letters, but in characters, you know, simple, cartoony, kind of funky characters, that's the shit I grew up on, that's the shit I like, you know. But I'm not mad at the lines blurring, you know. It's kind of cool to see some different stuff, you know. To change and growth is good. So it's like trying to adapt to that is interesting. As somebody who's like, you know, a writer who's like still doing trains, you know, or shit, like, you know, it's funny. But yeah, man, I'm open arms to it. I never, you know, back in the day, people were like, oh, you try to sell out or this or that. It's like, nah, man, I'm just trying to like eat, you know, like, and do my thing and have fun and get paid for it. Like, I can't knock that, you know. Especially that hustle. I think whatever, if you can get paid and be creative, more power to you, man. That's dope, man, you know. And that's what we do as artists, as dancers, as this, as that, you know, MCs. We do our craft. That's what we do, and that's our life. And we, you know, we true to it. We literally paid our dues, like, in so many different ways. On the streets, what have you. You know, all these guys that we're painting with here, everyone's like a legend in their own, you know. I'm humbled, man. It's cool. I never thought, like, what I do is like, it's kind of foundation, but it's nothing different. Like, I didn't invent the wheel, I'm just putting my spin on it, you know? It's kind of cool, man. Like, look at this shit right here. Like, I wish you could just paint, like, bam, man, we burning this spot up. Create, Teal, Lady, Asia, it's a lineup right here. Downtown LA, 2020. Should be wearing a mask out here, G. For real.
That's peace.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? This is the one and only, it's the brand incredible Mr. King Create, Los Angeles, California. We here representing the Bboy Summit, live and direct in the flesh at my best. You know, I got my piece in the background representing the writing style culture. And man, I've been down with the Bboy Summit since 1997 as far as my involvement and participation. The first time I was involved with the summit, I was actually one of the panelists with a lot of legendary writers from all around the world. And man, it was a pleasure and it was an honor for me to be able to sit on that panel amongst the greats. One thing that I would say about the summit was that even though we saw the dance form being displayed, man, the whole culture, but the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding was important. So when they had panels talking about all aspects of the culture, to me that was a big treat, because you get to hear what it was like from the beginning stages to some of the present stages and where we thought it was going or where we felt it was going. And I think that's very important. You know, there's nothing wrong with us standing in ciphers and building and stuff like that, because that's what we have to do. It's mandatory. But I also felt like by sitting in those rooms where we was just sitting there watching and listening to people on the panels, that was very amazing for me at that point in time. And that was one of the things that stood out to me. Another thing that stood out to me about the Bboy Summit was that, you know, they never disregarded the rest of the elements. You have a lot of different events that just focus on one thing, and sometimes that's okay. But the Bboy Summit focused on all the components of the culture of hip-hop, and I feel like that was very necessary. I mean, you know, it was just mandatory that that happened that way, because it's the natural thing to do. And because it went down that way, man, this event has always been a success. You know, it's always been a success because of the foundation is natural, it's authentic, and it's real. And so that was one of the things that always stood out to me. Another thing that stood out to me about the Bboy Summit was meeting people from around the world globally. You know, at this event, you know, you got a chance to meet people from overseas in Asia, in Europe, from Africa, man, even here in the United States, man, and you got a chance to see that we all had one thing in common, and that was the hip-hop culture. And because we all had that in common, the next thing that it was based upon was skills. How was your skills? You know, can you get down on the floor? Can you do your moves real fresh? Can you execute properly? You know what I'm saying? They had the DJ turntable show, when you see all the DJs like the Executioners and Invisible Scratch Pickles and stuff like that. That was amazing, because you saw turntablism at its best. You know what I'm saying? Because they used the turntables as their instruments, and I felt like that was necessary, because then we had a chance to pause, observe, and still get busy on the dance floor. You know what I'm saying? Amongst, you had amateurs on the floor busting, you had people that were starting to make a name for themselves, and then you had the people who already had a reputation, which made the other people on the floor, you know what I'm saying, like really go hard, because they didn't want to be like they were whack. So you had to, you know what I'm saying, you had to show and prove, you know. And man, this movement, this event has grown. It's sad that in these days and time in 2020, we got to do this stuff virtually online. We don't get a chance to meet and greet people face to face, shake hands, and we don't get a chance to be in the cypher sweating with each other, man, and laughing and getting, you know, the tension of the ciphers, everybody getting close and they telling people to back up, and people still coming in close, you know what I'm saying? So like, man, just that alone, that experience was great.
I go by Teal 1 or Teal Steel, down with the crews from Miami Street Masters crew. That's a B-Boy crew, and I'm down with FC Fame City, which is basically worldwide, but we came out of Manhattan, New York City. I've been breaking since 1994, and I've been writing graffiti since 1992. Just a diehard to this culture, man. Like, I love graffiti, I love breaking, I love hip hop. It's a lot of energy, a lot of movement, a lot of music, and I just grew up. I'm all about that. That's just my whole life's been around since I was 12 years old. Just been down with it. So it's my life.
I met you when you were pretty young, and you're mentioning names of crews like of dudes I've known for years, and it's cool that the lineage is continued, and it's like really dope that to see like some of my older friends and some of my younger friends all working this family together. So that being said, you have this worldwide family of writers. Over the years, I met you back in Miami. So what brought you to the West Coast?
Yeah. Well, what brought me to the West Coast was I met Asia in 1999, Bboy Summit, and I came out here and I just knew like LA was for me. Everything, the weather, the music, the arts, the b-boying, the culture. Like Los Angeles has a culture, it's a vibe. So it's very similar to the Miami vibe, and you know, I came to LA in 1987 when I was a little kid, and it was very different in 87 than it was in 89. So, excuse me, 99. And I just fell in love with LA, man. I felt like home when I was here.
The first time you painted here?
No.
So you painted here a lot of times?
Yeah.
And so is this a spot that you feel like is very comfortable, like for you guys to come, because it's downtown LA, it's a dope spot.
Arts District is around the corner, and just the location, the whole spot, brick wall, big, a lot of space, a lot of traffic here, and like I said, there's galleries like 2 blocks away, so yeah, it's dope. I believe in hip hop is just looked down to at all to bite, and across the board. You know what I mean? It's not just in b-boying or graffiti. It's just like we want to be as original as possible. You know, as you know, how you dress, how you talk, how you present yourself. Most importantly is what you put out. You know, in as your style. If you're a b-boy, then yeah, make up your own moves, right? If you're a graffiti writer, you know, fonts and letters are one thing, but you want to add your own flavor, your own style to your. It's like breaking to me when I look at b-boying and foundation. That's just the way I look at letters. You know, they're doing a dance to them. They're angling a certain way. They're leaning, right? It's like your L could be like, you know what I mean? Little pump, little serif coming out. You know, the A, the E has a mug to it. So it's the same graphic, it's the same dynamic, the same energy. And luckily for me, like I got really introduced really early to, you know, the foundation of hip hop and graffiti and b-boying through like the OGs, through the big homies, you know, like shout out to Dash, Seam, Speedy Legs, Zulu Gremlin. That was my backbone, dude. You know, like when I met Zulu Gremlin in 95, 94, 95, I was just like blown away with this character. You know what I mean? I was like, I wanted to be that character. The Muggsy, the gold, kicks. You were like a walking like character out of like a Subway panel or a black book. You know? So yeah, that was the whole vibe, man. And you know, thank God that I was introduced to people like you that were down and knew how to look fresh and make it look fresh, make it look attractive to a kid. Saved me from a lot of like gang stuff and you know, the streets. I also believe that there's a way to be down. If you're down in a crew, you're automatically given style. It's passed down. As instead of like, I'm gonna take your style and I'm gonna just do whatever I want with it. That's straight up biting. And that was always a no-no where I was from, right? And now I guess it's like pretty common. Everybody could borrow and hang out, and there's no the battling now wasn't like battling back in the day. Like when you used to break and used to battle in Hot Wheels where I came from, it was like it was drama. It was beef. It was like you weren't talking, you weren't even your opponent comes to shake your hand, you weren't even shaking your hand. You know what I mean? Like it almost felt like shit was about to go down. Now it's like exchange. We're gonna exchange I'm gonna exchange with you, bro. It's a lot more peaceful. It's cool, but I just didn't come from that, so I can't really speak on that too much. But man, I just appreciate the whole piece as a whole. You know, everything together. Right now, it's time to like, if it's quarantine, like quarantine yourselves to evolve. It's like out of the darkness comes the light. You know what I mean? Out of like, you know, the Renaissance is a really good. Like this is gonna be a new Renaissance for us. You know, out of like dark times and dark ages, like come powerful movements in culture, right? In art, in music. If you look at it like that, it's time to master your square. You know what I'm saying? Master your square. That means to work on your craft. Try not to bite anymore. Do you until the you perfects itself.
How you doing? I'm Sensei Bop. Bop and Chris, OG Scorpio. And we are the LA Bopping Crew.
Bopping is a combination of styles from like the robot and pantomime and this control hit. It's like a hit hard, but in control of it. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be like it's robotic, but then you can switch it up, you can interchange, you can come in and out of it, you know. But you gotta learn, you gotta been doing it for a while to learn how to come in and out of it.
For years, yeah.
For years and stuff, but
it's like an inner strength. It's like comes from within. It's not out. It's when you're stopping on the dime. You know what I'm saying? It's like your body tense up and it's all chest. It's not no knees snapping, no shoulders. It's just all chest.
I tell my Bopping Crew members who's not here. My buddy Damon, rest in peace. He's one of our original members. My homie Destructive Bob, who's down in Vegas right now, but he's a piece of our crew. And we got Sid and my buddy Earthquake, who's not here with us today, but he will be back with us soon. And we got Sensei, and then we got me, Bopping Chris, we got Scorpio, we got Karma. We had some other guys that was with us, but you know how, but they're still always a Bopping Crew. Yeah. Always a Bopping Crew once you're Bopping.
There's two stories of popping in LA. There's the poppers and the pop lockers. Pop lockers come way up Boogaloo Sam, and the poppers, they come around that way. But then you got the original lockers of LA who would get down, and every locking group had a robot. Somebody that did the robot, and it was mandatory to have one person, the robot, in your group, and they robot would go against they robot. Now, if you take the two styles and combine them, and this is without seeing TV or anything, this is just from watching the lockers and roboters, you slow down the locking, because locking is fluent. You can jump up, you can move around, but the robot is stiff. It's only so many movements you can do. It's kind of, you know, it's a different pace. You can't really jump around. But if you combine the two styles, speed up your robot, slow down your locking, and give it the freedom to move around like a locker, then what you got is the speed for pop locking. Whether you tutting, ticking, whatever you're doing, you in this speed and you can create. When I was growing up, it wasn't about who did the one style the best, it was about who did the most styles the best. And that is a master of all styles. Like me, for instance, I come from Detroit, but when I came to LA, I learned robot, bopping, and I learned other styles, waving, ticking. So I kind of combine all that into bop, because I can go on changes. I can stop on a dime, do Cobra style,
just how I learned.
Twister flex, come out of that, gliding, sticking. It was, you know, we did everything. And then we would let the bop dictate the hit. See, I could do the same set of moves without bopping, but then I'll add that little bop to it. It just changed just what I was doing, just like that. So we became the bop style. Bop and Dre is first generation, we second generation. Bop and Dre created the bop because he had the hardest hit. We took the bop and added it to our style and made a style out of it. So we continuously hit with almost everything we do. And that is one of the hardest things to do, is bop continuously throughout a set.
So, in other words, I got taught by Boo from Oakland. That's what he called it, the Oakland Bop. I met Dre like in the 90s, Bop and Dre in the 90s. But then I ran into a guy when I moved out here in 1981, it's Robot Rob. And he taught me how to robot, just standing there like a mannequin, and then 3D at the same time. So like I said, I mixed that like gumbo, but Boo was the master for me, teaching me on West Boulevard in LA. And then after that, after Boo, it was Damien, rest in peace, the LA Poppers. So those was kind of like my mentors that taught me when I moved out here. But I always had the whack, Detroit whack. I always whacked first. I lift my leg up, do the Chinese splits, my arm behind my back, all that stuff. But I switched it up. I'm just a straight bopper now. LA Bopping Crew, we was like all individuals, and it was, you know, I was like kind of the one that was the glue of the Bopping Crew, because I had, matter of fact, it was like I had two groups. I had Magnificent Few, and I had, well, my other group, we didn't even have a name. We were just some guys from school that we just hung around, go to the beach and stuff together, and we was teaching each other and stuff. And then I had met Bop and Dre, Deuce, Anthony Triplet, Yamo, Robot Prince, Scorpio came along, Tick-a-Lot, oh man, it was just so many, Yamo, all these great dancers from back in the day. Most of them, these guys were gangbangers. And when the rapping thing, hip-hop rapping came out, we used to battle at Venice Beach back in the early 80s. And they were poppers, they were wavers, they were boogaloos, they were freestyle rappers that rapped against each other. And then on the other side, they were pop lockers going against like Animation, oh my God, Milkman, so many I could name, Sheepman, so many people.
Harry Berry used to come down to Venice Beach. I used to be with him almost every single day. We used to pop for money and eat and chill and share moves. I share some touch with him, and he came back years later and said, "Yeah, man, that tut on that video, I got that from you." And then I didn't even remember that was him, but he told me, and I was like, "Oh, that was you." We was practicing touch behind our back, but his hands was longer, so it looked better for him when he did it.
Steptronics came to Venice Beach. With, like I said, Frisco, he was the head, the leader. And I was in the Steptronics for a few months, but they would teach me the fast the moves, and I loved it, but it wasn't my style. So I just was saying, dang, let me just go with Animation and a few other pop lockers that I knew, and I just went for my thing. I seen the development of it, because back in the days we used to all the dancers, we used to always, we would hook up at the Uncle Jam's Armies, at the local parks like the Lara Park with Uncle Jam Army, and we used to all start meet up there, you know. And then over the years, it started having like little, you know, breaking off into little events and stuff. And we used to be at the LA Sports Arena and all of that. So I started seeing the development of it, you know. And then like the hip hop culture came in, and kind of like, cause pop locking and stuff was kind of like fading out, and then and then you had the break dance and stuff, and then when the hip hop culture brought everything together, it kind of like brought the dancing world back again because of the TV shows.
Yeah, I like the.
Do you think you can dance? All the TV shows, and they had all kind of dancers and stuff. Yeah. But the real LA is pop locking, street concrete, bleeding and sweating for whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's how
neighborhood to neighborhood, right?
Yeah,
I understand. Gotcha.
Yeah. I like to talk about the evolution of hip hop on the West Coast. Now on the East Coast, they wore baggy pants because it was cold, so they was wearing 2 and 3 pair of pants. But on the West Coast, we were wearing baggy pants because it made our waves and stuff look more liquid. The radio, the big radio, the worst thing you could have happen is 2 poppers meet up and there's no music for y'all to battle. That was just like a tragedy. So everybody started bringing their radios, so just in case that would happen. And if 2 radios showed up at the same spot, they would have battle of the radios, right? And the loudest radio would be the radio that we perform off of. Then we was getting down at Venice Beach, downtown, what was it, Grand Central Station, and all the little places that we would meet up at, Hollywood and Highland. And the places we was at was hitting up graffiti on the wall. So now you got the graffiti artists. Then we would have little small events like the Radiotron and different places like that. Then you had the DJs, like in the beginning of poppin', when the funk era was out, every song had a breakdown beat that was real funky. And so the DJs started mixing the breakdown beat to make it longer so that we can just continue to get down off of it. So the DJs get into the aspects of hip hop because of us technically. Then the rappers would come and get down and be on the mic battling each other while we having a battle. I can remember being at the Radiotron battling Bugs Bunny 2, and not 1 but 2, and Ice Cube and Jazzy was having a rap contest, and I looked up and Jazzy is my friend, and I was like, and he was winning.
You're so fine. Fine. Baby doll, you're so fine. Fine.
organization called No Easy Props. We put together the Bboy Summit, and we also run a hip hop program called Hip Hop 101 that is for school age youth. We teach the cultural folk arts of hip hop culture, and we do live events, and we also do live performances. That being said, I just want to introduce everybody that's part of No Easy Props. Starting right here with Frankie Flav, right here. That's Frankie. This is B-Boy Guillotine. Zulu Gremlin. That's Yaya. Lily Breeze. And that's Urban Arana right there. So we just thought we would get together for a little bit and talk a little bit about what we do and why it's important. So I just want to open it up to you guys. Like, most of us have been teaching Hip Hop 101 for over 10 years. We were, probably one of the earliest hip hop programs that was available, especially in the elementary school sector. Now we're in the middle school and the high school sectors too. And we teach, we like to pride ourselves in that we're not teaching like a breaking class or a hip hop style writing class. We're teaching like a cultural class. So we really bring in the understanding of hip hop culture. So one thing that's really important to be able to be a part of No Easy Props is to really understand the culture of hip hop and be able to explain it, right? Because that's going to be what really gives these young people like a deeper understanding of these art forms, of why they developed, who developed them, young people like them, right? So all of that is really meaningful for the experience that we like to offer. And I just kind of want to open it up to the group and just talk a little bit about like your experiences teaching the program, the areas that we teach in. Like Frankie, I know that a lot of us cover different regions based on where we live, and Frankie does has done a lot of our South LA schools, and so has Yaya. And they can both speak to like the populations over there. You guys want to talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead.
I think it's important, like Asia was saying, you're able to speak to that demographic because you're familiar with the lifestyle, and the struggles that community encounters. Sometimes it's difficult to take transplants and put them in an area or a community that they're not familiar with. Makes it a little more difficult, to service them. And the way that you communicate with them, it doesn't resonate, I think for people like me and Frankie, because we grew up in those communities, we're very familiar with that demographic, we're able to get on the student's level in a way that someone who is not familiar with that community is not able to do. Like, I know, for instance, Frankie's reward system is really interesting. He kind of waits for a while to dance with the students, and that gives them that incentive. Whereas I think that, method doesn't necessarily work in other places. They want that instant gratification because they're accustomed to it. They're so used to having everything hands-on. They got the beautiful computer lab, all the books and everything at their disposal. When you deal with a community that maybe doesn't have all of those resources, that sort of incentive process works. So all those things are implemented differently. I don't know what Frankie's experience is, but
my experience is working in those neighborhoods and working with the less fortunate kids that don't have what other kids have. It's pretty amazing to me because when I was growing up, I grew up in East Los Angeles on the other side of this bridge. And for me, I could relate to them as far as in their understanding of, they gotta survive. They gotta survive in the hood. They gotta survive what they need and what they gotta do. So what I do is I implement kind of the same kind of thing, but I reward them by it. Like to say, hey, this is about the hip hop culture, started in New York, young kids like you started it. Now look at where it's at now. Look at what has happened to me. I use myself as example. I use other people example-wise to let them know that there's a chance for them, in other ways and avenues. No matter if they're still in the hood or not, they still can get out and they still can do the things they want to do as far as, education and, and hip-hop education.
School, go to college.
Yeah,
there's options for you. Whereas you don't really see a lot of people that are able to, that are success stories. You don't see too many success stories. So that's
real. And that's something too that is really important, is that to be part of our organization and what we do, you really have to be a part of this culture. We all are practitioners and we're educators. And I mean, I guess you could call us culture workers in a way, because that's kind of a term that's being used right now, which I think it's pretty good, because we're not coming in and like appropriating a culture and teaching it to a group of people based on us just being hired to do that. We actually live and breathe and do this. So that, like, when the kids can identify with us based on that, when they can say, wow, you know, like Frankie's been able to travel around the world and be part of one of the most prestigious crews in the world, Style Elements, right? So that, you know, he can share that coming from that area. And we have people on our team like Zulu Gremlin who are, you know, world-renowned leaders as well as artists in this culture movement. And to me, that just speaks about what we're passionate about and what we want to be doing with our time and who we want to be touching, right? As far as like our work and our influence and our impact. So having him involved too, and you know, maybe you can just speak on that, Grams, as far as like just being able to be, he's actually our first educator in our new program that we just launched with the housing projects, because we've been working for a long time to start an inner city dance league in the housing projects, right? To give these young people their like options and cultivate talents and experiences that could just help build and grow them into whatever they want to do with their lives and time. But what's that been like, Grams?
It's, you know, in light of what's been going on, I think the students have been taking it really good in terms of their energy and their, you know, you can see it in their persona. Some of them, you know, right now it's really like a test market phase for the school systems maybe, but not for us. It's always been about reaching people and teaching and trying to make that connection. So as whether it was COVID-19 or anything like that, the mission has never been different for us. We are trying to teach each one at a time, make sure everybody knows their moves. And so it's become a little bit more of a challenge when you think of it as an online presence of how do you connect and communicate. And so that just makes it more of a challenge for us, and that means that we have to think of more ways to communicate, more ways to convey our messages, give lots of examples. As they get more confident and you build their confidence and you work with them and be genuine and transparent, then they want to share with you more, and that's kind of where we're almost at. Now we're at the end of summer, and I think I'm around about 100 Zoom classes in, and at this point, there's so many students that are saying, I got this and I'm gonna do this, check it out. And it's a really great moment in terms of breaking through the barrier of the virtual platform of learning. Right. You see these new personalities starting to develop, and as they're developing, you're seeing these bold attempts to try things that they're seeing us do, and we've been training all these years. So it's really great. One cracking of the door is enough, and just one person learning is enough. And so I feel really great to just know that students are trying no matter what. We're just having to work a little bit harder online. So.
No, that's you know, it's like doing something during this time. This is what we've been spending our time during these COVID months. We've been rehearsing as a group for performances, working on the Bboy Summit event coming up. And again, like just talking about being cultural workers, you know, like just being able to be conscious that we're not appropriating a culture. And that's something that's really like a hot topic right now of making sure hip hop, like that we watch over it, right? Be like a vanguard, so to speak, to make sure that it's being represented and historically documented and all of that. So, and I also want to talk to Lily and Irvin too on, you know, about their experiences and stuff. I mean, you know, everybody brings a unique approach to what they do and how they teach, not just the program, but just sharing like with the young people, like the stories, like that make this dance live, right? That make the graffiti and the street art part live. We're able to just have those moments with them. Do you guys want to talk about any of that, or what you like the impact that you see the program has on the young people that you work with?
I mean, I know for me, coming from San Fernando Valley, I didn't have a program like this. So, and in the San Fernando region, I don't feel like they have that much access to these types of programs. So I know right off the bat, like when we do the show and tell, the kids' eyes are like, whoa, because this is completely new to them, you know? And for me, it's even bigger than preserving the culture. I feel like it's more about like giving them an introduction of like, this is a possibility for you to like grow in something that you connect to. And even me being from the valley, I feel like kids are always like looking for someone to look up to. So for them to know someone that is from their city, I feel like they like grab that and they're like, yo, like she understands me, you know? So seeing that is, for me, it's fulfilling, you know?
Right. What do you think, Herb?
Yeah, no, most definitely. For me, I have a pay it forward kind of approach. Hip hop has done a lot for me. I feel like it introduced me to who I am as a person, but I also very early on understood that I wasn't just hip hop. So there's other things that I do, but hip hop kind of helped me make those things better. And so when I teach the kids, when I see that they're not 100% involved in hip hop, I can still take hip hop elements and play to their strengths and kind of introduce them to ideas that maybe if breaking isn't for you, or maybe graffiti art isn't for you, but maybe there's some kind of design that you're interested in, and that can be a path as well.
It's true.
And aside from the creative point of view, I also feel like at the end of the day, you know, we all just want to be happy, and that confidence that this art can give kids, you know, is like a pathway for that to happen. So I've seen day one, I've seen shy, timid kids that, you know, are not so sure of themselves, and then after 10 weeks, you know, after you work with them for a little bit and you play to their strengths, you see them like live and you see them ready to take on the world, and that's really what motivates me.
Yeah, that development is rewarding for sure. Yeah.
Even the ones that are like troublemakers, you know, that they're like looking for a way to like exude that energy, and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and something that Frankie and Yalda said too, when you come from those inner city, you know, hoods, you understand how to redirect that energy into something positive.
Those students sometimes end up being the ones that really excel.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you just see the kids grow in general. You see them grow as like everything, from basically like their demeanor, how they act, you know, they start getting more developed, like, you know, their mind state changes. Then for me, that builds the trust with them. And once you have the trust with them, like, man, like we've been working for these programs for years, and when that trust happens, like they'll always remember you. I remember I went to one of your sites, Yaya and Yalda, and you just restarted a site I did years ago. So when I went to go sub for you, one of the kids I was subbing was young, and she was still in your class. And when I went in, she actually had the hat that I gave her that she made with me years ago.
And they remember you.
They remember you, and that's
They're like,
touching.
is Mr. Frankie coming?
That's touching. You know, for me, that's amazing.
I mean, we've been in over 200 schools, y'all. Like we've been doing this since 2007. So it's you know, we just keep doing it, you know, and it's hard. It's not easy. We've all had our breaking points. I know, because I've heard y'all. We've had moments where we've all had to step away now and then, which is part of the work, right? But well, you know, Gil's a little bit newer. He's been doing this cultural work though for a long time. He's just newer as a part of what we're doing, and I just wanted to kind of like ask him, like maybe from the event side of things, for maybe attending some of the summits or whatever, like your perspective on the events and things like that we put together.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's tremendous. I love Bboy Summit. Probably the first real breaking VHS tape I saw in high school was Bboy Summit.
That's
you know
tight.
what I mean? Yeah, so
That's
that was like putting me on, because prior to that I had only seen like kids that could do the Bronco kick and the Caterpillar and stuff like that, and then it was like, boom, this is a whole complete culture with all these people from all over the world who converge in one place to enact this culture, and I just was hooked. So it's really major for me to be able to be here, especially with all these people, because these are really special people, like really like legendary type of people. So you know, like even last night we filmed a segment with Yuri from Brazil, and you know, you guys are gonna see it, but even he had a comment. I was driving him home and he goes, yo man, my crew leaders back home in Brazil are gonna be so excited about this. They all learned how to break from Bboy Summit tapes.
That's dope.
And I was like, bro, that's
Yeah,
just like
that's
me,
dope.
bro. I love that, and it's so universal, and it's something that when you see it, it catches your eye, but the more you learn about it, it becomes deeper and deeper, it becomes a part of you. So I love that, like, and it just makes me like really excited and really happy. It's like hip hop brings this like superpower out of you, in my opinion.
Well, we've been doing the summit since 1994, and we're in our 26th year, and we're just really blessed to be here in Grant Park, who is our presenter partner now for the summit. Even during this COVID season, you know what I'm saying, we're still making it happen. So we thank you for being here with you guys and enjoying this ride with us and being part of hip hop culture. All right, peace.
Yo, this is the way we rock. No easy rocks. Let's go.
I'm Easy Rock. I've been dancing since '83. Kind of got more into it in '84. I was really inspired. I grew up in Orange County, so I was really inspired by a lot of Orange County groups like Rockin' Wizards, Major Chain Breakers, who were also known as the Vans Breakers. rocking lockers. I just got immersed in it just like everybody else did. I saw Flashdance, and it just opened a whole new world to me. So I got really intensely just involved in it, and got into the art, started trying to do graffiti, started trying to break. Yeah, it was just, I just got caught up in that whole whirlwind of stuff. And in Orange County, we really had some great places to dance to. We had a lot of skate rinks, so we had Skate Ranch and Skateland, but we had Knott's Berry Farm, and Knott's Berry Farm had it was like Studio K. That's where all the breakers would go and meet and battle, and so I was very lucky to grow up in that time and in that place, and have a lot of great inspirations at that time. I was really into breaking, going to Knott's, and I mean, when you're young and you're in hip hop, time flies so fast, and I'm talking like a couple years went by, and it was like 85, 86, and like breaking was already dead. Like nobody was breaking, like you couldn't find anybody. So like I never really quit, but I went to my alternative, which was BMX. I had been BMX racing before hip hop, and then I just started freestyling. So I got into flatland freestyle and dirt bike riding, or actually dirt jumping, and I was dirt bike riding, like motocross and skateboarding back in the day too, before hip hop. So I kind of went back to those alternatives, but was waiting for that day when breaking would come back. And that's kind of coming up to like around 90, 91. I'd also gotten into like the lowriding scene. So around 90, 91, we start going to the LA super shows, the lowrider shows, and the DJs are playing like old school stuff. So a few of us start breaking. Before we know it, we're meeting people, we're finding locations where people are breaking. We start hunting for places. Around that time, I was also airbrushing at the swap meet, doing like car mural stuff, mostly like lowrider type stuff, not so much graffiti. But I meet Dino, partner Dino. He has a little group called Hip Hop Function, and they're like, hey, we'd love for you to get down. And they're all dressed like B-boy style, and I'm like, what is this? Like, where you guys been hiding? Anyway, because of Hip Hop Function, I'm dancing with those guys. I run into Iceman. And Iceman, we see each other, and we're like, hey, I think I kind of recognize that guy. And like, we have a similar style, and he's like, yeah, you're a B-boy from back in the day. So we become good friends. We dance for like a year or so together, and then we hear of a guy named Zulu Gremlin, and we hear of the hip hop shop. So we're like, oh, we gotta go look for this guy. And like Mike's like, what's this Zulu Gremlin? Let's go look for this guy. And we're like, yeah, let's go battle him. And felt like we were like kids again, right? It's like, let's go find this guy's battle. And of course, we went to the hip hop shop, and there he was, and just completely like b-boyed out, and we were just like, oh, this dude's one of us. And so then we all became friends. So like, it's just crazy how these things happen. It was just that kinetic energy, that timing was right for some of us to meet, and the yearning for the culture to come back out, and for us to find it and find each other. And that's what it was just like. It's like a magical time. All right, so now me and Mike are hanging. We met Zulu Gremlin, totally inspired by the hip hop shop. I start getting more into like more like the clothing aspects of hip hop, and Gremlin's showing me a lot of that. How to build a brand. I start actually meet some people, and they want to start up a shop of their own in Santa Ana. So we start, and I manage a place called Funky Revolution, and it was an amazing spot. It only lasted like a couple of years, but we had some fun there. I did all the artwork, I did all the displays, I did all the design work, and brought a lot of incredible people down there to meet, to dance, to DJ. Just basically spread that vibe out there. But this was introducing me to a lot of like how to get involved with the clothing, how to make graffiti into clothing and make money from it. And that's when we started going down to San Diego, and we'd go on car trips with Gremlin, and go down there and meet up with some of the San Diego heads down there, and we'd go to the trade shows, and we would break at the trade shows like in circles. Remember, like we would get together, break, and they would just give us free clothes, and we were like, awesome. Felt like rock stars. I started meeting a lot of cool people. Met Zodak, Severe, top to bottom guys. I eventually moved in with those guys. I eventually moved to San Diego, and this was actually to help organize the chapter down there that Gremlin had started, the San Diego Rocksteady chapter, and to help out with the San Diego Zulu chapter. And I needed to get out of my house. I needed to start my life. So moved down to San Diego, and that's about the time I was becoming better friends with Asia and J-Love, and they were running the Zulu chapter there. And they were doing stuff with disadvantaged youth, you know. And so they asked some of us from Rocksteady crew, hey, would you guys be willing to do these shows, teach these kids some stuff, you know, share with the kids? And we were like, yeah, heck yeah. So that's sort of how we got the ball rolling as far as, you know, just doing stuff. Zulu, Rocksteady, the San Diego Graph Heads, and everybody down there. We just started getting more involved in the community. We started throwing like barbecues and like small events. So I'm down in San Diego now. Me, J-Love, Asia One, the rest of the Zulu chapter, the Rocksteady heads, everybody's down to help out. We're like, we need to make these park jams bigger. What can we do? We need to start teaching. We need to start teaching these kids more. So it happens that Legs is in town for one of the trade shows. We say let's do a bigger function, and I think that's a lot of brainstorming, a lot of late nights brainstorming. Me, Asia, J-Love came up with the concept of like the Bboy Summit, like an educational thing where we could all dance but also teach. And the first summit, the only guest speaker was Legs, and that's because he was already in Rocksteady. He was already coming for the trade show. He bought his own ticket, and it just all worked out. And yeah, that was pretty much the birth of the summit. It was small, and what made it so dope was its simplicity, the rawness. It was not that controlled. It was sort of throw together. It was like just a jam in the park, but I was in control of like making sure that this like lived up to be like what we thought hip hop was supposed to be. So I said no breaks in the music, continuous music. I want graph. I want the graph a block away. I want the graph here. No battles, just ciphers. And if you watch some of the early videos, you'll just see that. You'll see that natural occurrence. You'll see B-Boy circle, and then on the other side over here is like a graph circle, black book session. And then the MCs, Donald D and Whip, just live MCing over people dancing, and then just like calling out people and not even knowing their names, but this guy in a red jersey, and they're just rhyming what he's doing at the time. And actually the unorganized way it was, actually, it kind of sucked at times, but it actually made it legendary because people would talk about, oh my God, it was so packed I couldn't get in. Or, oh my God, did you see what happened? And then this happened. Or, no, they had to move it over here, but it was so much, you know, and to me, it's that raw essence. And if you can find the videos out there, if they're posted already or whatever, to try to find and look and watch what it was like. Because those early summits were magical. They were just like, they were so raw, they were real. They were the real deal. It was just uncontrolled, crazy, pure hip-hop everywhere. And man, I miss those days. All right, Easy Rock here. I got my main man, Iceman here, going through my pile of stuff from the summits, and start off with these. These were the teaser flyers. Now, I kind of did the teaser flyers. Just toss it there. It's something. It was Press One that was our main guy for the flyers back then. It's a blueprint one. I don't even go there. Here's something. Original piece of art for this one, which became the flyer cover or the case cover for one of the videos, Summit 2. Got that. Yeah, going down the line. An early teaser flyer, and also became one of the first Bboy Summit t-shirts. I'm not sure the year of that. It's probably 94. And it was basically kind of Crazy Legs there, doing a little backspin. Yeah, just rolling down the line. A raw sketch. This is the original artwork for a banner that I did. Did you ever see that banner?
I think I did a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened to it. I wish I had that now.
Somebody jacked it.
Someone probably did jack it. I know, right?
On eBay, they're selling it.
Shit. Another, there's some press one artwork right there. Bboy Summit, 97. This became, this is the case. I have some of the video cases here, but don't know where the others are. They're somewhere. I don't throw anything away, so there you go. Card of me. This was cool. Okay, so Eternal 2 later became Eternal 2 Creations after we kind of ditched Zulu. Not because we wanted to, just because we had to, and it became Eternal 2 Creations. This was our catalog, so there were some of the Bboy Summit t-shirts were available. I hand designed this whole catalog, which I'm quite proud of, actually. Kinko's. And you got all your merchandise. There's the videos telling you what's coming next. Little write-ups about stuff. This is the great part. Before the summit, there was the Zulu Youth and Zulu Nation and Rocksteady sort of barbecues out in the park, and this was a flyer I did for that, which was the San Diego Zulu Nation's Park Jam. And you got the Cheech Wizard there and the Lizard, and they're just chilling. He's had enough burgers. So that's kind of how the B-Boy Summit started. We were doing these events out in the park, and it just sort of spinned off into like, let's get more people together. Let's start having this once a month, you know, and then just started wanting to educate people. This is some of the original artwork for the medallions I was making around that time. That's kind of an interesting thing there. More case artwork. Press. Another press. This was, I think, the first, 94, B-Boy Summit. This is important. 432F show. That's how we started. It was like piggybacking off of the 432F clothing trade show. So that's kind of how we got that started. That's a long story for another day. This is a cool one. If you collectors out there have this, you should be very proud. This is the booklet that I actually designed and put together. Took a long time, and it tells basically, in the beginning, tells the story of the B-Boy Summit, and it's really nice in color. And this is a nice collector's piece. So if you've got that one, I think Mike, you do have one. If you don't, there you go. More flyers. Now, getting into merchandise. Oh wait, before I go into that, we're just getting rid of all the paperwork here. I redesigned, this was the original artwork with the glare. This is the original sketch for the original t-shirt, Healing the World Through Hip Hop Culture. And then about, I think three years ago, I redid it. So this is the new version. Kind of got rid of the Adidas just because. And yeah, 95 to 17. So redid it in 17. The original is 1995. That's that. If you had gone to the summit last year, you would have seen the retrospect. This is just the raw flyer for design for what that was going to look like. This is kind of what I showed Asia. Like, this is my concept. This is what I want to do for the retrospect. We're going to have all the different years and t-shirts. And if you were there, you saw what this looked like. If not, you'll find pictures somewhere and you'll see what this really looked like. Came out, it almost looks like just like this, but in color, right?
It was dope, yeah.
Yeah, and full of just all this archive you're seeing here was in the thing, glass cases, you know, so people couldn't steal it, of course. So, before I get to the t-shirts and merchandise, I was doing this is an original, that's my original subway train medallion. More medallion art that I was doing at that time. It's just kind of relevant because a lot of people will be like, oh, I remember that, I had one of those, or I didn't have one, or I've always wanted one, or Easy Rock forgot to send it to me.
My friend has one.
Oh, about last but not least, these are some of the original ink colored flyer designs done by Press One. Now Press One did all of our stuff up until 2000. He did 99, and then I think after that, he and I both just were not in the picture. But this is it. So these are nice. These are going to go in frames. They need to go in frames, right, Mike?
Yeah.
I'm going to give them to Mike, because Mike's really good at archiving.
Thank you.
Going into t-shirts, man. This is long, but we're going to do it. This is the first B-Boy Summit hat. Nothing fancy. The Chinese letters. This one's cool. Got a little microphone. It's got the SD San Diego 95. These are really beat, but another one from the 97, I think. Alright, one of the first Summit shirts, there it is. Bam, nothing fancy, but that's the legs spinning on a shirt. Alright, this one, took me a while to find this one. But this is an original, and that's the B-Boy Summit with the kicks in the crown, with the gigantic Adidas on the back. That's a good collector's one. This is cool. This is what, 96?
One of my favorites.
Yeah, this is one of Mike's favorites. He told me the other day. This one's cool. These are the Summit edition, not the Eternal 2 Creations edition. These are the ones that you got at the Summit. This one actually has splatters. The sticker's still on it from the screen printer with all the sponsors on the back. Which is kind of cool. Let you guys get a shot of that. Damn, the sponsors of that year. Super cool. Here is that original Healing the World Through Hip Hop Culture. That was my idea, my design. We kind of came up with the idea, and then I came up with the visual of it. giant Adidas on the back. Wow. Another shirt that I designed for the Summit. This was 95, so this is probably Summit 2. Yep, there it is, number 2. Look, all inclusive. Got everybody in there. That's cool. This is when it was still Universal Zulu Nation Presents. We would have kept doing that, it's just that they thought we were making money off it, which we weren't. Nope. There's another Bboy Summit 97. Kind of going in a chronological thing. Got all the elements, again, all inclusive. Keep it real.
Fresh.
This is one of my faves right here. This one I took Press One's letters, but I just twisted them a little, and then I added the characters. She's got the boom or the turntables up on the cinder blocks. You know, got all the elements. Everybody's there, ready, prepare for battle. This was 98, so this would have been presented and sold at the 99 Summit. And nope, that one doesn't have sponsors, so that came much later. I'm gonna go. This is a Press One. This was the last year. This was 99. That's pretty cool. I think it's got sponsors on the back. Yeah. This is UCLA Campus Events Presents along with Eternal 2. Bear Witness. That's what I was telling Mike. I got a lot of the subtitles from Gangstar lyrics. I'm a huge Gangstar fan. Real quick, these are the joints. Bam. Super branded San Diego, California, USA. Oh my gosh. TM, like, yeah, right. Like we actually had it trademarked then, but that's like a b-boy hip hop thing. You always put a trademark or a copyright, even though, you know, we don't really do that. Another joint, just blue. You could, some of these you might be able to cut out. Another one, that was fresh. Super heavy duty. I don't know how I think these were just for VIPs. Did you ever get one of these?
I don't know. I've never even seen it before.
Sorry, Mike.
But I got a letter in the mail though.
You got a letter in the mail.
You got invited straight for the letter.
He opened and read it. It said they were suckers. Anyway. Chain stitch. This one's cool. It's got a little damage, but I'll have all this stuff forever probably. There it is. Of course, flyers, Press One design. And that, folks, is that.
My real name is Mike Rivera. I go by Bboy Iceman. Grew up in the city of Wilmington. You know, I started dancing in 1982. I went to med school in 83 to 85. I danced in Guadalajara for like 2 years. Came back. Ended up at the hip hop shop where I met Gremlin and Easy Rock and all these guys. And I collect some of my stuff from the Bboy Summit, and I got this. I don't know if you can see what this is. This is a collectible. They invited me personally to the Bboy Summit. See my name on there. Invited me courtesy to the Bboy Summit. Easy Rock sent it to me in the mail. It has my name on it. It says personally, Iceman, Rocksteady Crew, who's gonna be there, what it's about. You know, I got this and I kept this since 96 or 95, and I still got this. This is my collector. This is what I got. So I'm in there. The most moment I had is when I went and I met a guy named Tiny from Incredible Breakers. And he seen me and I said, "You're Incredible Breakers?" And I said, "Man, I battled your homeboy Deuce." He said, "Deuce?" And he didn't know. And I said, "Yeah, I battled him in Infinity in Long Beach with the time as I danced with Poppers because I was only B-Boy." He said, "You didn't dance with us," because he was doing wrist spins and elbow spins and cussing, doing windmills, cussing. You guys, you know, this guy's crazy. This Ice Man didn't dance with us, so I danced with them. And I told him, "I battled your friend Deuce." He straight got on the phone at Bboy Summit and called his friend Deuce. Said, "Deuce, I got some guy named Mike on the phone. You battled in Long Beach." He goes, "Yeah, I remember him." So we were talking on the phone from Bboy Summit all the way to New York, like straight. That was crazy, bro. And that was one of the moments that, you know, I talked to someone from New York that I met 20 years ago, and I got to meet him at Bboy Summit. That's like, you know, one of the dopest memories I have, you know.
Over the years, like Summit went from San Diego and then ended up in LA, and because it's in LA, a bunch of people come to LA, and while they're in LA, they want to practice and train, and they end up going to Homeland. So,
yeah.
Like, how long has Homeland been?
Homeland's been going since 1999.
1999.
Yeah.
And who works at Homeland?
I work at Homeland. DJ Irvin's our resident DJ at Homeland. You know, our homeboy Steve Moset's the graffiti writer there. You know, we've been there for 20 years. All was going strong. It's closed right now because of COVID, but we've been going there, and every year when the Bboy Summit, because we love it, because we get people from out of town, they all come to Homeland to practice, you know, from France, Germany, and like, we're here for Bboy Summit, coming all the way down, they come home to train, you know, and we see them like, oh, everybody from New York, everybody come over, it's really dope to see people come just for Bboy Summit. Shout out to Bboy Summit all the years, and I'm still going. I was there last year, I'll be there next year, I'll be there the year after, you know. Bboy Summit, it's Iceman. Peace, one love.
Well, we're in the place to be over here, and I had to catch up with my main man, Polo. Polo, as you guys know, everybody know Polo. And he's somebody that I was blessed to become in contact with around 99. And it was just at the right time because we were, moving the summit to LA. And he came to Bboy Summit 99 and we met there. And we were able to work together to make Bboy Summit 2000 happen. He basically helped out in the clutch when we really needed a venue and production. And his company, Grassroots Production, really became our premier partner in terms of helping us produce the summit. They were the production team that really made it live all the way from like 2000, probably to 2004. I think Bboy Summit X, the 10-year anniversary. So, man, it could have even been more. I don't know. I'll have to look at the flyers, Polo. It's like, you know how it is. But what are some of your thoughts about, you know what I'm saying, like how it was then and just what it was like helping produce the summit and really just the vibe, like what do you feel about it?
Well, the summit to me is part of the cloth of what hip hop means to the West Coast, Before I was helping you work with the summit and before I met you, I already had heard about you, and I had heard about what you and Easy Rock started in San Diego in the park. So I already had the history of what the summit was. So when the opportunity came for me to help and work with you, it was an opportunity. But not only was it an opportunity for me, it was like I got to meet you, Asia, and people that know you know that you're very, very educated into hip hop and have made it a career. And it's not easy to do that, especially when you're a B-girl, and there's something that's got to be said with that when you can take your passion of what it is that you are and actually build a career from it, because people know it's hard to throw events. You don't make money like people think you do. People think we make money, and honestly, these B-boy events that I've been doing and helping with and I've been a part of, the reason why I do it is because I feel like B-boys, I always give this example, I always give B-boys and B-girls are like, if you had to think, it's like if we're all just like an endangered species, how many white lions are in the wild? Not that many. How many lions are in the wild? How many tigers are in the wild, right? So if you look at how hip hop as a whole has been exploited, and you look at every element of hip hop, you look at the DJing, it's been exploited. You look at the MC's, been exploited. You look at every single even graph now. You've seen the big graph artists are now in galleries, right? So everything's been exploited. B-boying is still trying to figure out how they can become successful, like what a successful artist is. A successful graph artist, like if you look at someone like a Banksy that came from being a graph artist, look how successful Banksy is, right? As a matter of fact, I have a Banksy on the wall, right? So if you look at every element, there's millionaires that come from every element, that became very successful. MC, you got someone like Jay-Z that built a huge empire. He's a billionaire, But when then you get to the B-boy element of the art, and you're like, that part hasn't been figured out, where someone like a Asia One or someone like a Cross One or someone like a Crazy Legs that have devoted their life to, that's what they are, that's their devotion, where they actually get compensated by that, and they do it for the love, and eventually I feel like no matter what, it keeps evolving, and no matter what, people like you guys that have devoted your life to the art, eventually something will happen, or you guys will just live happily ever after. Why? Because success is not how much money you make. Success is doing what you love and at least getting by, right? So you come in here and you start talking to me about the summit, and you tell me that your Grand Park is your partner. Well, that's you got a political partner, right? That's someone. Rory, just push end to the call. So you got a political partner, right? So you got the city behind you, right? That's awesome. You know, people don't realize how hard it is to bring a multicultural community where you have a bunch of minorities to a public place. That's hard in itself. So the fact that you figured out a way to make the summit free, like it originally was, for us community, B-boy and B-girls that I consider endangered species. Like, I came up from hip hop, you know, in the early '80s. My cousins were OG poppers from the West Coast, and they, you know, they hung out with, like, you know, Heckle and Jekyll and people like that. I'm from Northeast Los Angeles. I've been doing hip hop since hip hop started too. I'm 47 years old. I'm not. So the fact that I've had success due to hip hop, you know, when there's an opportunity to help these type of events, I always do my part because this is where I come from. You know what I'm saying? And I look at like I look at all the freshest b-boys, right? You look at someone like K Bell, or you look at, you know, I look up to a lot of these kids that are dope, right? They might not be like multi-millionaires, but guess what, man? They're fresher than these dudes that, you know, are selling multi-million copies and, you know, are selling records and they have, you know, Bentleys and shit. And, you know, when you go hang out with these b-boys and then you go hang out with these dudes that have money, like, I'm like, shit, I'd rather hang out with the b-boys because they're a lot cooler and they're a lot fresher than these dudes that got money. You know, these dudes that got money, for some reason they get corny. So and that's not everyone, you know, I'm not talking shit, you know, some people are cool, but for me, the b-boy culture is something that I will continue to cultivate. And I feel like no matter what, hip hop gave me my opportunity to be successful, you know, as a music manager, and I'll always be here for whatever Asia needs, for whatever Cross needs. As a matter of fact, you know, the way I met Cross is he lost his venue and someone told him, G Wiz told him, call Polo, he'll help you out. He called me, I got him a venue within like a couple days. Same thing happened with Asia, where she needed something on the production side, and I was there, and I rose to the occasion, and we had some awesome summits, you know, where we did concerts, and, you know, we expanded the event, and we went big, and then we went small, then we went big again, and I'm here to continue to do that with anyone in the b-boy community. It doesn't have to be Cross, it doesn't have to be Asia. If anyone has an idea that they want to bring to life, if it's in my power to help, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to help, you know. And if anyone ever just wants to pick my brain on anything, I'm here for anyone, because at the end of the day, when you die, people don't say how much money you make, how many records you sold. They'll say, yo, that dude taught me this, or that dude gave me my first opportunity, and I want everyone that's around me to grow and be bigger than me.
Man, you're the realest, yo. You changed. This dude used to be mean. I literally hit him up because I needed a bullhorn for the rally, and I called him up like, yo, Pete, can I swing by the office and grab the bullhorn? And you were like, what? I got rid of that. Remember, you made me get rid of it after that one year when I was like being so mean to everybody. He goes, I got a lot nicer, and I realized actually you have. And
well, you know what? Experiences make you either humble up. You know, like what's more humbling than what's happening right now with the coronavirus? Like the music industry, as we know it, for us, 80% of our income comes from live shows. We don't know when live shows are going to come back, so it's humbling. There's a lot of good that comes from being able to push pause and say, okay, you know, everything stopped. So you got to look at the good in everything, and I look at it like with those events, you know, like, you know, I remember Little Caesar was like, yo, that dude just yelled at me in front of everyone on the blowhorn, and you're like, yo, bro, you just like yelled at Little Caesar about staying on the sidewalk with the blowhorn, and you know, that's not cool, you know. So I went, I apologized to him, you know, and we're friends now. Like me and him, we check in with each other, like. But, you know, you have to, in anything in life, you have to be able to, like, live and learn and know that you're not always right, you know? And a lot of times when I was at the events, I was always strict and stuff. And now I'm like, you know what? Let the team run the shows, and I'm just going to be nice to everyone. So now I'm the nice guy, and everybody else is trying to, like, keep order. But, you know, I try my best.
We love you, Polo. Thank you so
too.
much, man. You'll always be part of the summit, brother.
Love you too, baby.
Thank you. Hey. Man, big love, big hugs to Polo. Thank you so much, brother. Man, what a wild, great ride this has been. He was talking a little bit about coming on board the whole summit team, partnering with, you know, the grassroots partnership that existed for many years, probably 5 years, from 2000 to about 2004, I believe. We had some great years those years. So, you see the different epics of the summit, right? You see Bboy Summit 94 to 99, and that was the era with Easy Rock and all that he brought to the summit, and all of his creative inspiration, his artwork, ideas, themes. You saw that resonate through the summit, right? And then you see a different period, right? You see 2000 to like 2004, and that's another era of the summit. And that's a lot of people that I talked to today. That was their era of the summit. That was their heyday of the summit. That's when they started coming. So they weren't even a part of that first era of it. They were part of the second era. So it's all relevant. It's all dope. It's all different, right? And you see the production value that grassroots brought to the table. It was we started doing larger concert style MC DJ showcases as a part of it, and we'd have like really dope venues that had indoor outdoor spaces, and the production value just went way up. And that's important, right? Depending on what you're trying to achieve. So Polo, just talking a little bit about where he's from, what matters to him. I mean, he's a very prestigious agent and not agent, but manager, artist manager. So, he's seen all sides of hip hop. He's seen the underground. He has experience with his relatives in the scene back in the day, right? Talk about popping and things like that. And then he's got his experience with the P's and being involved with a group like that in hip hop. So he's just, for him to come on and talk like he did so honestly and truly really means a lot. We just want to thank him, and just, definitely big shout out and love to Iceman and Easy Rock for sharing their history in general, their history, and as it relates to the summit too. Man, that was beautiful and amazing. Well, I hope you like the performance by the LA Boppin' crew. Man, that's really just blew my mind back. Like, just watching it again. We just filmed that really recently, just a little bit ago, actually, a couple weeks ago. So just rewatching it and seeing it, and just what a talent there is there. And it reminds us that you don't become irrelevant because you get older. You can become irrelevant if you stop dancing, right? Or if you stop your craft. But if you stay in it, you're always relevant, right? And if you keep yourself active and engaged with the community that you do these dances within, then your relevance continues. So all of that is seen. And it's what I love is that the summit is always multi-generational. You see a lot of different ages and eras of people and styles and stories and culture because of it. And that's kind of the bigger picture that you get with the summit. Well, we are continuing on. We are moving on into the next segment. I'm excited about this segment too. We're going to get a little bit more into those funky styles of dance. We're going to get more into that LA funk styles, the different styles of roboting and bopping as well. And we're going to catch up also in this segment also with Shabadoo. We're going to do an artist talking with him. And we're going to have a class by Scorpio, OG Scorpio. So if you've always wanted to learn a little bit more about that animated style, roboting, if you've always wanted to learn a little bit more about the bop style that they were talking about, this is definitely your opportunity to get a nice little chunk of a class here, all right? So that's what's up. I do want to do a quick shout out, a PSA to our merch this year. I'm going to have our model step in on the scene. He's coming down runway 1. Mr. Zulu Gremlin going to come through in the clutch, modeling the latest apparel that we have, 2020, the Public Enemy Edition logo of the summit. Iconic colors. If you like Gucci, you in there, because we got that Gucci green, right? We got the red. We got the black and yellow caution colors, right? So, you can get this really dope shirt. Now, these are high quality because this this design process isn't screen printing. It's actually embedded into the shirt. So it wears very well. It's not like all hard and stiff on you. It washes really well. It stays bright and it's soft. It gives you that nice soft feel, right? It looks a little bit more upscale. And we have it available in tank tops. And they're men's sizes. This one is a small. It's pretty small on me. And this is a men's t-shirt. And again, small, medium, large, double XL, triple XL, whatever your flavor is. Those are $25. That includes shipping. And you can just PayPal paypal.me/no-easy-props, or you can Cash App us at just @no-easy-props. Just make sure to include your name and your shipping address and your size, right, for the shirt. Now the masks, this is a highly, highly coveted item here, these masks. Hold on real quick. I got mine back here. Now we all know we got to wear these masks, right? We're on board with that. So I got the pink one. These are dope too for the ladies or the gents that like the pink. Very comfortable. They say these masks are really good. They say these cotton ones that have a lot of layers, pretty good quality, really comfortable, breathable. He's doing the black and yellow Summit caution theme. I got the pink and the white, and we also have white with black that we're not modeling right now. Now, if you want a mask, you can just send $5 and we'll send you a mask. All this is actually going towards our nonprofit and our programs and the summit as well to produce this type of content for you guys. So again, $5 for the mask, $25 for the shirt, paypal.me/no-easy-props or Cash App @no-easy-props. Include your name, your mailing address, and your size for the shirts. That's it. Let's rock and roll and get right down with it with the Robot Prince segment with OG Scorpio. Peace.
That was actually really exciting. I'm really excited to be able to hear it from you guys. So just real quick, really important. So for the world to understand what we're talking about when we're talking about roboting, we're talking about what? We're talking about movements and isolations. We're talking about all these things that part of mime, part of pantomime. For the people that don't know nothing out there, we're just what are we talking about?
I don't know the background of it. You want me to explain that?
Yes.
Okay. The robot for me is body language. If I was a foreigner, you couldn't understand nothing I'm saying if I was a foreigner to you. So my dance have to be so clear that you can't walk away saying, I didn't understand a word your body was saying. Because we just don't relate. Well, I had to come up with each move, you know exactly what I'm doing so that you don't walk away like that. So I mix pantomime with what I do. So I've never seen anyone else do it. Shields and Yarnell, great robots.
Yeah.
Every now and then I would see them doing a scene where they woke up in the morning eating cereal. I like that because it related to what people do. But how would it look if robots did the same thing that people do? That's where I come in at as the robot prince. I'm the prince of making a marriage from robot and mime come together and then bringing it to the forefront so people can understand this is a lot deeper than just being mechanical.
Hey, my name is OG Scorpio, and I'm going to just do a little exercise, a little stretching before we get into the bop style.
right? So we go here, we go around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only reason I put my hand here so you can feel deep and how deep you can go. That's where the hit goes. Inner, without snapping your legs or using your shoulders for power. Just your chest. So then, after that, extend our arms out. Do the roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stretch. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Switch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shake it out. Then we do the neck. 1, 2, 3, 4. Side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Waist. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right leg up. Put your chest up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Left leg. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got kind of staggered right there. Shake it out. And the exercise is over. Hello, my name is OG Scorpio. I'm explaining how the bopping style is and how it works and how you use your body to it and how you hit from the chest, your diaphragm. This is what you use when you hitting, when you're stepping out. A dime, it's a bop here. You can turn it, bop there, the robot with it, bop there. So bopping is coming from the chest, the inner strength of your body. So you can use any style, waving or anything, but your plant is here. That's the plant. You can tut, do your tutting, have you tut, but you can hit, tut, bop style. So everything is from the chest, right there. Okay, so when you begin bopping, you breathe, hit, breathe out, hit, breathe out, hit, and that's bopping. It takes a minute or it takes time to get it right because a lot of people use, like I said, their shoulders and then snapping of their knees, but it's just here. So that's bop style. From the side, we're gonna go chest out, arms to the side, to the front. Chest out, arms to the side, to the front. Just bam, bam, bam. So now I'm gonna do a move with it, like I just did. Here, bam, 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 bam. So that the count is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So when you move, from the side, I'm from the side. So when I go here, bam, this is where the strength is, boom. But then when your right arm is coming up, bam. Left arm coming up, bam. So that's just when you turn, kind of turn and give it that bop style. So the bop style is kind of different from pop locking. Pop locking, you everywhere, and you're doing so many moves. But bopping is small, little moves. But everything is from here. So when you go, bam, bam, come here, bam, bam, or here, boom, bam, bam, bam. So we're gonna begin with the plant. When you do your moves, when you hit with the bop chest, plant. Try it again. Bop, hit, plant. It's kind of like the dime stop, but it's not. So when you doing the bop chest, hit, plant. And you come when you want to come back to the you got to plant again. So when you come back, this for your next move, whatever you want to do. Okay, so we're gonna try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try to do it again. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Come back. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so dime stops. Now I'm gonna count that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you dime stop on your toes. It's not flat. You dime stop. So you ready for the next move? Here. Dime stop. Here. Dime stop. Always slide your leg. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dime stop. And any move you do, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, dime stop. Or here. So here, 1, 2. Dime stop for your next move. Dime stop. So the next move is called the creep. This is all bop styles. This is what bopping, and the people that do bopping, this is their styles, the creep, and all the other stuff I showed you. Footwork, because I'm gonna show you. 5, 6, 7, 8. Your hands go here. 1, 2, 3. Back leg. It's like a skip. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Plant. Plant back to where you were. Try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your leg going here. Up, here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Do the motion again. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. So you gotta hit. Your chest is in when you hit. So let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got stuck. So it's small moves. And it's not like this. That's pop locking. But bopping style is small moves. Plant. Okay? So this is called plant. Plant. It looks like a dime stop, but it's a plant. Because only reason I call it this plant because that's the first move you're doing. Plant. Come back. Plant. Plant. Come back. Plant. Every time I go up or come back, my chest goes up and it lands. That's the plant. So if I'm going here, plant. Coming back, plant. No knee snapping, no shoulders. You never see my shoulders move. It's just all here. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you also can go a little wider with your back right leg. This is short, and this is wide for a more exciting kind of movement. Plank. So I'm gonna go wider, come back. So you can do all kind of style with it. You come back. Plant. So dime stop is plant is they kind of the same, but they're not, because dime stop is you moving a little bit with the dime stop. But plant. It's kind of like a robot kind of thing, but it's more the style of the bop. So we do it again one more time. Short. The right leg, not so wide, the legs. Do it again, 5, 6, 7, and chest up. Plant, come back, chest up. When I come back, plant. If I want to go here, plant. If I want to go wider, 1, 2, 3. See how wide my legs are? Do anything, wave, you gotta plant. Okay, so this is the move for dime stop. Actually, I want to do well, this is I'm gonna do 2 skips. I'm gonna count 1, 2, dime stop. So let's do that again. 1, actually it's 3. 1, 2, 3, dime stop. Come back. So now, I'm going to show you a different way how to do the dime stop. 1, 2. Come back, knees down, cross. 1, 2. You can even flap your, after you do the dime stop. Hit. Chest out, hit. Every time you plant, after you come back from the dime stop, plant for your next. Plant. This is the dime stop that we're going to do some fast music to, bop style.
right, show us the creep.
Creep again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, here. Try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take your leg up, and your chest at the same time. Come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's kind of like a hit up chest. It's already, bam, it's already there. Boom. It can be just like, boom. Just a, yeah. Oh, how you guys? Now we're going into the choreography of bopping. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1 and 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Do it again. 5, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Do it again. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. One more time. Faster, a little faster. 5, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. One more time. 5, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Five, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. The count 5, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Five, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Do it again. 5, 6, 7, and 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do it again. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to speed it up. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the next style we're doing creep. The creep bop style. There's so many creep styles, but the bop style is the best. So here we go. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more again. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more time. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more time. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to do a little faster. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more time. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8. 8. Now let's put all these pieces together. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, That wasn't it? Sorry. No, I just wanted to do that. Sorry. Okay, come on. I'm ready. OG Scorpio, we're gonna do it all together. 5, 6, 7, and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. We're gonna flow it this time. 5, 6, 7, and 1 and 2, 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. And that's how it goes.
5, 6, 7, and 3, 5, 6, 7, and
7. Yeah.
So give us some notes of how we can get better, like with your style.
Well, it's energy for one. You got to breathe. You have to breathe in, breathe out. So I say, for instance, if you do like 2 to 3 moves, you have to breathe. You can't hold your breath when you popping, when you pop locking, or you can't hold your breath when you bop, especially bopping, because it reserves a lot of energy. It's like you're water, and like you're splashing against a hard rock, and the water is not penetrated. So it's not, bop style is not penetrated through not breathing. You have to breathe like water. You have to flow like water. So what I'm saying all in a nutshell, that you can't not breathe. You have to breathe on every hit, every move. But don't let nobody see you breathing hard. It comes within the nose. Pow, pow, pow. Just like Kung Fu. Pow. It's like a chain with a boulder attached to it. Whang! But just the bop, the inner bop style. So that's how you conquer the bop. When you breathe, that's number one technique. The other technique is it's within, it's strength within the chest and your whole body. It's like snapping, but it's really not snapping, it's hitting hard. Okay, so everything's from the chest. Every time you start a move, chest bop first. Then you go on to whatever move you do, even if you want to wave, if you want to tick, but always begin with a bop and end with a bop. So it's boom, cat, bam. Then when you hit that bop, chest, boom. Then you want to turn to the side, just stop on a dime, bam. Tick, 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 tick. You know what I'm saying? So that's the region of the bop style. You have to practice like every day for at least about almost a good 2 years, 3 years to really get the basics down. It's not pop locking, it's bopping from the chest.
And for the hand movements, to make official hand movements, are your hands like mannequin, puppetry?
It's like a kind of militant
Stiff and
army,
straight.
but you're not like stiff. The style of your hand. Like if I just go like this, that's a style. I'm not. But when you bop, see, that's why I say it's like water. See how fluent this is? But when you stop, bam, that's when you hit. So it's fluent, bam, fluent, bam, fluent, bam, bam, bam. But you building a wall, you creating a wall. Every move. Bam, bam, turn, bam, look, bam, come back, bam, look, bam, come back, boom, 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 boom.
I'm Harry Berry. Hold on, y'all. I just want to say this. From the beginning of the month, I started in 77. I graduated in 83. I moved out here to LA, California. I came down here dressed in all red. I was green. I just wanted to get this off my chest real quick, y'all, because I owe somebody, you know, a good thanks. And it saved my life, 2 people. I came down here. I didn't know nothing about gangbang. I was in a red feline suit. I came down to Venice Beach. There was airbrushing. That was the first time I had seen graffiti. When I came down here, I did on Venice Beach. I just want to get this off my chest because this made me sound a little illiterate. I didn't know nothing about gangbang. All I knew was when I called fools out, it was get off blood, what's up? That's what we say up north, not knowing about Crips and blood. But I was straight solo with a straight battle. That's all I knew was about battling and stepping. And I just like to thank Jazzy. Congratulations, man. You've been with them family, man, for the longest. Whenever they called you, need you there. You know what I'm saying? See, the rabbit jumped out. There was 50 Crips on me. And he came out and told him, hey, man, this brother from the city, he don't know what he's doing. I was down here like this. Dudes was about to stab him. Him and Jazzy saved my life, but I just want to tell you that I love you, man. And they treat me like family every time I come down here. Me and Papa. I love you. I love you for you out here.
What y'all gave him protected him for the rest of his life. Y'all gave him something, because what we did, that's done. When he came down here, he got refreshed. He came back and he refreshed the whole Bay Area. He was our hero popper.
here. Say it loud. Say it loud. One more time. Say it loud. I worked on jobs with my feet in my hand. You know, all the work I did was for the other man. And now we're the man of the chance to do things for ourselves. We're tired of beating our head against the wall and working for someone else. Say it loud. Say it loud.
Pain is our flavor. Crazy Legs. No, I made this statement because I had a conversation with Crazy Legs. And one thing that I found out about pain can be felt by many different people in many different areas across this country and around the world, and it will still have the same impact on them. You know, pain is a pandemic in a way, and that's brought about by poverty, lack of opportunity, and all the things that I was faced with as a youth growing up in Chicago. And, you know, it was quite impactful to watch television and see, you know, Black people being water hosed and called a nigger on TV and making other disparaging remarks about gays and about women and all kinds of things that were really quite crazy. But through it all, I was able to, by the grace of God and the strength and at the behest of my mother, take those negativities and turn it into something quite beautiful and make it my flavor, as it was discussed with Crazy Legs. So, of course, I'm no different than many underprivileged, if you will, welfare recipient children that saw life through a very narrow peephole and thought, like I thought the whole world was my neighborhood. Just even going 2 or 3 miles away felt like I was in another country. When I used to hear like about London or France, you might as well have said Mars or Europe or Pluto. I mean, those places sound so far away. And I was like, you know, I would think often crazy thoughts like, do they breathe air over there? What are they doing over there? Do they cry or stuff like that? But then again, those feelings, and it was brought up by my mom. My mom always encouraged me to express myself and told me that it was okay to cry as a young boy. She wanted me to stand up for myself. I never wanted to fight anyone. She actually made me fight someone for the first time, my own mother. And I cried and I said, I don't want to fight him. I don't want it. I don't want it. She said, but he's going to beat you up and he takes advantage of you. And I said, I don't care. I mean, think about that for a second. And she just said, but you know, you'll be taking advantage of your whole life. I said, but Mama, please don't make me fight that boy. But she made me do it. And once I got a taste of it, I couldn't stop doing it. Because one thing about anger that it can produce two things: destruction or a resolve to do something better, to change the situation. If you can't change the situation, you get into arguments and you get into war. So you're going to force that person or group of people to agree with you. You're going to bend their arm. You're going to twist their arm to agree with you. And it worked sometime. It worked on the north side of Chicago, growing up in the project homes. But when I moved to the bigger world, that really didn't work. Not long term. But what really does work is to feel the pain. recognize it, regurgitate it, spit it out and into something that is an expression, an artistic expression of how you feel. So I've always danced from that point of view. I never danced from a physical point of view. I'm gonna do 4 of these and 2 of those, and I'll kick my leg here, I'll kick my leg there. I mean, I really don't know what's gonna happen next. It's like I black out. I don't know what's gonna happen. I wake up, other people tell me, you know what you did? I said, no. How many people know what happens during an argument? They know there was an argument, but they don't know what really happened. People don't know that when they're really in love either. You know, how'd you feel? I don't remember. But you do feel this feeling of floating, or you can only talk about it in those terms. I don't know, I just felt like I was floating. I felt like I was in another world. That is where I create from, that space. Never intellectual. I get intellectual when I'm making business propositions, or when I have to manage or supervise a set, or if I have to be a choreographer. There's one part of it, or then you know, I will need to be a supervisor. And by definition, a choreographer is a supervisor, and so that requires leadership. Not just telling people what to do. People think leadership is telling people what to do. No, it's managing talents, managing abilities, and getting the most out of it. That is supervising. That's proper and healthy supervising. So that's kind of like how the nutshell and how I grew up. And I don't want to really talk about, you know, I saw this dance show or that dance show, and I've said it many times in many interviews about the Nicholas brothers and blah blah blah. But this world demands something much more than that now. That's superficial. What was really driving me, what I think drives other artists, are those moments, those impactful moments in our lives that challenges us emotionally, spiritually, mentally, physically. Then we build our body of work on that understanding. So that's my direction, and that's my beginning.
Thank you, Shab.
Sure.
Well, I just wanted to introduce you as well to our viewers. We're sitting and, you know, breaking bread and having a conversation with the amazing luminary that is known as Shabadoo. This, you know, for many of us, he's just someone we look at that probably the highest level street dancer that we can think of for the longest length of time, probably. And that, you know, of course he has his celebrity status and all of that, but to many of us, we just are blown away just by his sheer talent. And, you know, he's one of those rare spirits that is so beautiful to watch move. And I think what I want to ask is, when we talk about these dances coming from the streets, right? When we talk about street culture, I'm trying to understand and make the connection and correlation between what you saw in that period of time when you began dancing, when you were possibly even maybe when you moved to LA. And like, what was the scene like as far as in the streets, in the cities? Like, what were people going through and dealing with that would create a breeding ground for these dances to take root?
Well, you know, when I started, the climate in America, and I think in the world, was pretty much the way it is now. It was in turmoil. It was a emotionally turbulent time. People, America, really didn't know what it really had. And what America really has, what does America have? Is it in its industrial work or abilities? Is it in its consumerism? Is it our belief that we can do better and all of that? No. It's in our diversity. But the diversity is our true wealth. It's the wellspring in which everything grows from. That. The fact that you have a different experience than me is what makes us special. Not that we live in a country. It was wonderful to be able to go to a country and see everybody in the country looks like you. Like when I go to China, I saw like in one day it seems like I saw 20 million people, and 20 million people looked alike. It's like, and not exactly, but they all have the same features.
Yeah.
Here I can go down, I can walk down the street, and I can see an Asian person, I can see a Native American, I can see, you know, a Black American, an African, I can see, you know, Latinos, Hispanics, however you want to characterize them. I can see all these different people, and man, that's inspiring. I mean, to be able to walk in, you know, in any given direction, a mile in any given direction, and smell anywhere from Indian food from India, those Indians, India food, and soul food, and your everyday country dining experience in one moment. It's like, and so America didn't realize that, and that's sad. And we're still struggling and grappling with it. I think it's better, but we're not there yet. It's better, but we're not there yet. We're close, but we're still far. You know, it's still a mile to walk or two. And we're barefoot. So let's put it all in perspective. This is all wonderful. I love all this Black Lives Matter. I love the fact that people are expressing themselves and letting them know that they are not going to accept anybody being less than anyone. That anyone's behavior in this world, that we were given this world by God Almighty Himself to do as we choose, with consequences, mind you, but the consequences are not to be levied by any of us, only by Him. So that 86's judgment, persecution, differences, we're to work together to try to at least eat, have the basics, eat, have clean water and air and food on our table. Do everybody need a Rolls Royce? No. I don't think anyone actually needs a Rolls Royce, to tell you the truth. We need transportation, that's fine. But we have two great pieces of transportation that we're born with, legs. And some of us, because of illnesses or what have you, may not have full capacity of those that most of us are given with in terms of our legs or arms or what have you. But we have a lot of wealth. Our wealth is in the people. This is the value of the world, not the Dow, not the stock exchange, people and experiences and the sharing of the experiences. So I gotta say that is what pushed me forward and continues to push me forward, because I see the true value of life. And I always kind of knew it. Oh. I don't know what happened there. We had some bit of a technical difficulty, but I'm back. I went to Pluto. I'm back now. In any case, it's important that we do see the value in each of us, and that is where true art and true direction comes from. You know, you made an opening statement that I just want to touch on very quickly. Is you said some wonderful complimentary things about me at the beginning of this moment. And I appreciate that, but they're just resumes. I'm just a regular Joe. I'm very fortunate. I'm no more amazing than anyone else. I'm no more special than anyone else either. I'm an ordinary person living an extraordinary life. And it took me 65 years to realize it.
Wow.
So you got a minute, people. You got a minute.
Well, Shab, you know, I know you touched on that people are the wealth, right? People, the diversity that we are is really the wealth. And I guess what I want to try to also connect is that, how do you feel? Because we noticed something really special about hip hop. and we noticed something very special about street dance culture, that it's allowed us to connect with each other, no matter what our background is. And I just want you to touch on that and how you feel like it's sort of this equalizer, right? That allows us to come together through this practice. And I want you to touch on that. And I also want you to touch on how you feel about when it leaves the place that it's from and it's basically like co-opted in a way where the stories that you lived, the stories that many of these iconic legends lived and experienced, like the actual culture that makes it like street dance, right? Is no longer present. How do those dances still be authentic?
You know, there's a lot there that you touched on that needs to be unpacked. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to fully delve into it, so I'll kind of give you an overview. California is a sort of Bermuda Triangle. It's where all of us come to rest, and we come from different places. It's this other place, kind of place. But yeah, it's not protected from all of the ills that all of us have faced in our different cities and states across this country. Certainly they have come to grips with their own poverty here and their own gang violence and all of these things, these distractions in life. But hip hop is an ideal that has not been fully realized, unfortunately. The ideal is, it initially was created and then propagated through the idea, this higher ideal that through music and dance, we can coexist in an environment and in a world that is untouched by the outer world. We could create essentially a bubble, but it failed, and it continues to fail to this day, unfortunately, because our borders have been breached by people that have come into hip hop under the guise of all of that greater ideal, that didn't suffer any of the consequences or things that caused hip hop to become what it became because of oppression and racism and sexism and all the bad isms in the world that has prevented us from being the wonderful, most spectacular creations in all the universe. But we allowed those people to breach and come in and intoxicate us with fame, with money, with all the trappings of success without actually having to work for the success. That's why the earlier ones are stronger, because we weren't trying to make money per se. We were making statements about who we are. But that's changed. And we need to recognize that hip hop has changed. It is no longer what it was. It is a parallel culture has been created by the industry to strip us of our dignity by dragging us through the streets with chains and show us as the monkeys we are. Hey, look at these monkeys. Look at them. They do what we tell them to do. All they want is a little money. They'll do anything. They'll sell themselves short every day. So treating us like animals, pitting us against each other. You know, it's an awful day when these other so-called hip hop conventions, you know, all the ones with the 3 letters, the BDQs, the boo boo boos, and the blah blah blahs. I don't even want to mention I don't even want to dignify them by mentioning their 3 letters. You know the groups of the 3 letters I'm talking about. Yours is a strange one. Yours is a different one. Theirs is just something else. And so they draw larger crowds. None of the creators are really, or if they are, a very small amount of the creators are invited. We no longer invited to the table any longer. What we have to say is not important anymore. And so that is the beginning of a downside of it, was the beginning of the downside of hip hop. It continues to have us sink further and further into the depths of this depravity, this world that was created outside of the culture, that mirrors and looks like the culture, but isn't. It's fool's gold. But we can, don't worry, we can overcome this. We need to actually come back together again, like we did in the beginning, when it was about coming together, about feeling good again. That feeling good was more important than having money. And that supposedly we try to make money so that we can feel good, which is crazy. Right. And so we give up feeling good so we can make money. It's like, wait a minute, I thought we'd make money so we can feel better. Now we make the money and we feel worse. What's going on here? What has happened? So that means that we need to support each other. I'm here, and you know that, and I'll make it clear that you're working on a shoestring budget, right? But that's not my reason. My reason here is not because, hey, you know, you can pay my salary. I'm here primarily because I believe in what you believe in. I'm also a follower. I believe in the gospel. And so that's okay. You came correct and you came like a real professional, and you gotta respect that. You come also with wearing the culture on your chest as a badge of honor, Asian. That attracted me. You know, so why wouldn't I take advantage of this opportunity to speak to your constituency and followers, to let them know that I'm on board with you and I support you and I support the idea of Bboy Summit, because Bboy Summit is about elevating the culture. The fact that we're having a conversation about not, oh, what's your favorite sneaker, or what's your favorite color jacket, then you know we're having a different kind of conversation, one that I must be involved with. And so hip hop can be reclaimed, and it must be reclaimed. And it must be reclaimed, and it must be also recognized, and there must be reparations to all the people, just like it mirrors in the real world with Black Lives Matter. They're asking for reparations with the slaves that built this country.
Agreed.
With the slaves that built this country. And so likewise, where are the reparations for the people that actually had to spill blood to make this work, that actually had to, you know, endure and undergo the pain and suffering so that you can go on, so you think you can dance, so you can be acknowledged, so they can actually have a hip hop section, so they can actually act like the 3 judges that are sitting there that I know, not connected to our culture at all, and are judging the people who are competing and saying, what is street dance and what is not? Now you also ask, well, what is street dance? Street dance is not merely performing on the street. That's a street performer. That's something different. I've never really been a street performer. And I take my hat off to those people that are able to do that, and they're able to, and have been able to cobble together quite a career for themselves, like Flat Top, like Camille, and others of their ilk that have been able. Okay, that's a special talent to do that. I don't know how to do that. I don't do that. When I say street dance, that means I take in information in the street, and I take this information and I kick it out as an interpretation of what I saw and how what I saw affected me viscerally. Now I'm a street dancer. I don't do it because I said, oh, you know, let me see if I can twist my arm into a, you know, a donut shape. if I'm thinking like that, I'm so far removed from the culture. It's ridiculous. And here's the last part. I was in a conversation with a fellow street dancer, and I think it was maybe Fable, as a matter of fact. We're talking a lot to people in New York from Fable, and I like that guy. Anyway, so we were like talking, and it's like, if you're talking about dance from a physical point of view, you already lost me, because the physical point of view is a manifestation of something else. It's not the thing. It's a result of things. It's a physical symptom. But if you play the symptom, but not the actual cause, then it's weak. It looks phony. It feels phony. It feels like those Step Up movies. You know, and you know, it's what it is. That's that's prostitution at its highest level. You know, those guys, you figure they did 5 street dance movies that ripped off Breaking and Beat Street. But they never asked any of us to be in the movie. Not even make a cameo, not even a guest star appearance. They want to remove us like they're ashamed of us. But everybody have these people named Moose and all these other people you never heard of, you know, in these shows. Well, that's because we allowed that to happen. And we have to stop that. And we stop that by supporting each other. That doesn't mean you have to agree with everyone. You can disagree. You can say, you know, I don't appreciate that. But you don't need to go around and, you know, and denigrate them or talk about them and create gossip and do all these things, you know, behind their back. They try to do it to me. If they try to do it to me, then everybody's head is in the chopping block. If they can try to bring me down, you know where you're at, because they'll get you too. They'll try to. They are not able to get me because my career, thank God, I'm really so grateful that the timing in which I came out, I had built such a following that their little quibbles about who they claim I am really falls on deaf ears for the majority. There's a small percentage, and I mean small, if, you know, very small percentage of people that buy into that. So, hip hop. Who's hip hop? Me. Who's hip hop? You. Who's real hip hop? Tell me how you feel. Let's start there. Why do you feel that way? What happened? What'd you do then? Well, my mama hurt my feelings. Your mama hurt your feelings? Yeah. Then what'd you do? I went out the street and I started crying. And then what'd you do? I kicked my leg. And then what'd you do? And then I heard some music and I started kicking my leg to the music. I said, there you go. You are hip hop. Now you street dancing. You see?
Yeah. That's beautiful. You pretty much said it all within all of that. You pretty much, in one tight capsule, you brought into all the pain, the result of the pain, the manifestation, these dances, the culture that is a beautiful culture if we truly come together and recognize that the power lies in us and our diversity, and to know our value and to not let it be infiltrated. And I appreciate all of those points from somebody who's been around, lived it, and is sitting back and watching a lot of it as well. So,
you know, let's end this on a good note.
Yeah.
Everything I've been talking about begins here for me. It should begin here for you. There is so much potential. You are so amazing. You can do whatever you want. Whatever you thought that I have done, you're capable of eclipsing. You're capable of making it so small that it would be insignificant. That's how incredible you are. That's how amazing you are. But I can tell you this all day long. Your friends can tell you this all day long, but it won't matter until you say it to yourself. This pain is not going to win. This pain is going to be everyone's game. This pain is going to blossom into something beautiful. You know, every once in a while, a cactus grows a flower. I love you.
We love you, Shab. Thank you so much. We love you.
My pleasure. Bboy Summit.
Wow. Man, thank you, Shabadu. Thank you for that interview. You know, all of these OGs that you know, really made their mark in LA and left their mark here and are still here that we can access and talk to. It really is our privilege and our pleasure to be able to talk to these people and hear their stories. You know, they live longer than us. They know more than us in many cases. So they know more than us. And it's really good to be able to connect the dots around their experiences and tying it into social justice and social change and LA culture, right? LA street dance history and hip hop, of course. So, wow, we've just been riding so hard for 3 days. You know, we're coming to the final stretch and we got some good gems left. I hope that you will enjoy these next couple segments before we sign off for tonight. These are very important. The first thing is we are going to go into a piece by the United Hip Hop Vanguard. And this is an important new movement taking root to regrow hip hop culture, especially at B-Boy events. And we're talking about how to create a more balanced event, how to create a more cultural event, and less emphasis on just a competition. So we're going to be chatting with some of the members and initiators of the United Hip Hop Vanguard. And then we're going to go into a piece with Artson and Shabastic talking about indigenous work with hip hop. So they go in communities with Native Americans in different parts of the US and really use hip hop as tools to connect and to reach young people and to help heal and help empower young people and lift their voices. So that is very, very powerful. I can't wait for you guys to hear from them and hear about their work. Before we get into that, we want to do one, just plug our shirts one more time. Grams, come on. Oh, he's videotaping, but he's my model, the model de jour today, because he's just so raw, man. Grams is the quintessential B-boy. And so if he's rocking it fresh, you know it's going to look dope. So again, we got the shirts, the Public Enemy edition of the Summit logo this year, and we've got the masks. So the shirts are $25, the masks are $5. That includes shipping. You can send Joel money, PayPal it, Cash App it, and we are No Easy Props. So it's Cash App is the @ No Easy Props, PayPal.me/No Easy Props. Include your t-shirt size and your address to mail it. And if you want a mask, we got the black ones, we got the white ones with the black that we don't have to model, and we got the white ones with the pink that I am modeling for you right now. That's what I'm saying. And we're going to drop that promo slide in now. Derek from Grand Park, our amazing technical producer of this segment, is going to show the slide. Again, this is our 2020 merch. We really appreciate it if you support by getting a shirt. Limited edition, man. These are only being sold during this time. So if you want to get with the program, and again, let me talk about the quality of these right quick. This is that process we've been using a couple years now with our shirts. If you bought a shirt at any of the Summit events, because normally you can only get them at the event, but since you are at the event right now, you know, legit bragging rights, you know, you actually went to the Summit. You're not going to rewatch it 10 hours later because you weren't here, but you can actually cop a shirt. And again, this process is not silk screened. It's embedded into the shirt. So it's soft, it washes well, the colors stay vibrant, and all that good stuff. Same with the mask, man. This is my mask. I've washed it a bunch of times and it still stays good. Because you got to wash your masks, right? Because if not, that's nasty. All right, we're going to get right into the United Hip Hop Vanguard piece. Let's hit it.
5, 4.
Peace, y'all. Welcome to the United Hip Hop Vanguard. My name is Bboy Rockefeller, representing from New York City. And the Vanguard got together after the events of the Black Lives Matter started to take place with the protests and the movements. B-Boy Prevail put together a panel discussion to see what we were willing and ready to do within our community to address the same idea of anti-Blackness and racism. And so the panel discussion charged a lot of us up, and Asia One Quick and myself started to have conversations about the little conversations that are happening behind the scenes for years, for decades, about how our community has allowed for this erasing of our culture. And so with all this that's going on with the Black Lives Matter movement, we decided let's have some phone calls on a national tip and bring together leaders and people who have been doing work with the culture on the underground. And from there, we started to vote and get ideas together, and the name came about, the United Hip Hop Vanguard. And we put together some next steps, some ideas, some recommendations to bring culture back to the central focus in all of our dance gatherings. And so today we're inviting you all into this idea, this awareness that the culture needs to be celebrated and featured. Black and brown voices need to be heard. So with that, I pass the baton.
That was dope. Who's next?
Right. Let's turn on the PowerPoint so we can get into your segment, Tech, just kind of talking about the how and why.
All right. You want to put it up on the screen? Boom.
The name, the United Hip Hop Vanguard, came about and was chosen to represent this. Rock just explained what is the United Hip Hop Vanguard and who initially spurred this on. And Tech, you are about to share pretty much the why and the how.
Peace, everybody. This is Technique from Skill Methods and Fame City Kings. Big shout out to everybody tuning in. So I want to share with everyone how did we come about and why this is needed in our community. The 2020 uprisings in the US around racial inequities and anti-Blackness led to multiple conversations and action around the US among the breaking community. B-Girl Rockefeller, B-Girl Asia One, and B-Boy Quickstep discussed these community conversations and initiated a conversation in the US around creating hip-hop cultural standards and buy-in among the breaking community to initiate a recentering of community-based cultural practices through breaking events, organizing, and teaching and learning. Desire to accountability to community-centered practices be the main driving force in pushing forward a sustainable and rooted future for the breaking community.
So this, what came about of, from all of this is the building up of a 5-count accountability and a call to action plan. So we're going to get right into those now. We're going to talk about what they are. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with call to action and steps and really being active in terms of what these points are and how we plan on rolling these out with the support of course, the community.
And so one of the main things that was discussed, and it's an issue that has plagued our community for a while, is toxic behavior and abusive language one of the first and prime things that we talked about was the use of the N-word within our community. And though we're not able to police and stop people from using it, but it is our intention to encourage people to use language that's more beneficial and more embracing of our Black and brown community. And so whether that's music that's being played or attitudes of anti-Blackness, jokes, there has to be a consciousness of how destructive that type of language and behavior can be, but also to include sexual harassment, you know, any language that makes a woman feel like less than or unequal, that type of behavior and attitude also has to change. And also discussing, you know, who is the top, who is the bottom, you know, when it comes to status, all of this to help raise our awareness about mental health, and in particular, Black and brown members of our community who may not show that it bothers them, but intrinsically and at the core, it hurts. And so we have to consciously make an effort to reduce these type of interactions from happening at our events. And so we have to be able to have dialogue, cross-genre, cross-generational, cross-ethnicity about this issue right here. And so that's just a recommendation and a call to action.
The second point is a large point that we feel also is really important. And this is directly going to organizers, promoters, corporate sponsors, event holders in general, and really looking at how to create a more dynamic unrolling of events where they're not just like one-offs. So it's not just about coming in a certain location and doing one event, but doing something more with that community, having genuine interaction with the community where you're holding your event spaces, more, you know, longer term investment for not only event organizers and promoters, but also sponsors. And that would include education, which could be programming locally, rec centers, youth centers, schools, different cultural spaces, right? Offering programming there and developing a mentorship plans and programs and ways for young people to be naturally mentored through these skills of hip hop and through us as hip hop educators. And really most importantly, going into these spaces that are Black and brown and working with the communities there, not just saying, hey, I'm coming here, I'm doing this event, this is how it's going to be, right? But really an authentic way to really understand what that community needs, how we can help, how we can be a part of something that they want to help build, right? So really creating this platform really by and for Black and brown people. Again, a lot of this is about recentering this culture, regrowing it in these areas that it has been basically appropriated from, right? And these people have not been included in the growth of this culture for at least like the last 20 years. So we're really looking at this really serious implications here. And that is really the primary reason that we feel like we needed to come together and create this.
Greetings, everyone. This is B-Boy A-Tone, aka Brother A-Tone, the hip hop historian. I'm representing Classic Hip Hop Nation and out of Washington, D.C. Point number 3, I just want to read it real quick and expand on it. It reads, dance event organizers must actively uplift the history and roots of breaking by making visible the contributions of Black and brown people. This is very important because if we're going to support a cause that's bigger than ourselves, we got to make sure we understand the history of it and understand how we've been unified in our history from the very beginning. I think at times we focus on the leaves of the tree that we're all a part of, but we forget about the roots. So this point helps to illustrate the foundation that we're all standing on, no matter what color, creed, class, ethnicity. So we want to make sure that foundation is represented well. We want to make sure that everything we do is rooted in that foundation because it makes everything else we do from there that much more impactful and important. So again, I just wanted to state how important this point is and that the history, must be represented properly, so that when we go forward, everything else will fall into place.
And even, you know, suggesting ways to do that, right? Is, you know, this is could be through panels, it could be through education, but really it's involving Black and brown people in your event. You know, we have people, obviously living legends still amongst all of us. You have living legends locally in your own communities you could involve. And so that, you know, Rockefeller even made an example one day. You could even put up a video monitor and just show a short piece explaining like a little bit of the more of the history of hip hop, or here's phase 2, the creative bubble letter style and graffiti, you know, this, that, and the third. So find ways to introduce the culture and the people that created this culture that we're actively taking a part of, right? So that's really kind of all wrapped within that.
All right, number 4, that I'll go ahead and jump on that real quick. Thank you, Asia. Peace, everybody, once again. This is B-Boy Technique, Skill Methods Crew, Fame City Kings. The 4th point in our commitment to better our community through the United Hip Hop Vanguard is, I'm going to read number 4 and then I'll expand on it. Dance event organizers must reach out and involve members of the local economy to create a bridge between dancers and their community. So as we know, when it comes to economics, the best way to really help your community is to spend your buck in your community. And that goes to providing work for people in your community as well too. So we want to encourage organizers to involve local talent to be part of their events, be it the graphic designer for the flyer or for a trophy. Maybe a graffiti artist could do a canvas for the winners, obviously local DJs, anything else that the organizers can think of in connecting the local talent to the event, to, you know, give them the opportunity to do their work and support them, and also to expose them to the people that are going to be part of the event. So, you know, the more we do this, the more we contribute to our local economy, and hence, like any tree with roots that grows out, as A-Tone said, and have leaves, this is how we create that fruitful, you know, field and farm that we want to have. It starts locally. So support your local artists, be creative in what that means. You know, it's not exclusive to the 4 elements. You know, see what people in our community have to offer. There may be restaurateurs or people who may work in finance to offer financial literacy. Like down here in Florida, I have a brother in Miami who offers you know, services to fix people's credit. That's important. Let's get involved and really be creative in involving our local talent, and so we can benefit our community.
Peace, peace, y'all. So my name is Quickstep, Full Circle Soldiers, Fresh Kids, Break to Dawn, Brooklyn, New York. And I'm so happy to be here amongst these people who really want to take care of what hip hop means to all of us. I'm gonna take this next point and let me read it first before I expand. So dance event organizers must value and involve a generational exchange through dialogues with young and elder dancers before and during events. So this is really important. I think when you have dance event organizers, they're very organic. They come out of the community, or at least they should. And because they come out of the community, when they're at dance events and organizing, it should be a staple that they involve everyone generationally, right? Before you do a dance event, you are an organizer. If you run a crew, if you're a DJ, if you're an MC, you're an automatic producer when you're in hip hop, because you have to self-produce, right, in order to get known. And when you are getting known, before you get known, you know about people before you. So by the time you get to organize an event, you are organizing a community, right? And that word community, COMM, right? And unity, that's, without that, you don't have hip hop, because you have to communicate in order to have unity. And it's the organizer's job to organically have that responsibility to include the generations. And that should be before events, meaning being involved in the community, and during the event to make sure that that's being done, right? And also announcing, hey, let's make sure to get to a dinner. It's so-and-so's birthday. Let's say, Kaz is in the building. Say what's up to Kaz, y'all. This is a living legend. Because one day, y'all gonna be legends. And we need to take care of one another. So what we do for each other now, we can do for each other in the future. So it's about the past, present, and future. And when you have all of that wrapped up in an event and it's done organically, this is the stuff that brings community together. So I think it's really important for dance organizers to value and involve a generational exchange.
Is that me? Asia?
Who got next?
Is that me? We wrapping up now?
Next steps, yep.
Okay. So this is Rockefeller again from New York City. And at this point, this Vanguard has been generating slow interest and having meetings to spread this information and to pretty much mobilize everyone to feeling like they can step up and they can be a part of this and they can do most likely what they've already been doing. But if maybe you're coming in just as a dancer, to be aware of what has been missing and what now you can capitalize when you connect with some of the Vanguard members. In order to be a part of this, you can log on to or go to the Instagram page, which is says the United Hip Hop Vanguard, UHHV. And you can go ahead and hit us up with a DM, give us your email, maybe your thoughts. But there is a list of like 20 recommendations to make these 5 points visible and happening when you're having events, so that maybe it's a host you want to train so they know the history, so that maybe you invite a gospel choir or a band to your event. So maybe you're having mental health meetings for older and young dancers to cope with the pressures of breaking. So these are the things that we're trying to put together. We are having meetings, but it's important for you all through the Bboy Summit to know that hip hop is working for social justice, that there are people that hear what you're saying, that are understanding of the culture is deep and are ready. We are ready to implement these 5 calls to action. So we're hoping that you can join us and jump in. I'm completely hopeful and inspired by the group that has been meeting so far, and we're inviting you and encouraging you to step forward and reach out, because we're here.
We just want to thank everybody for taking this time to listen in today, and really, hopefully, you can digest some of this. Think about it. Think about if you see a need for this. Think about some issues that maybe you've felt based on like how you feel about the local scene where you're at or the national scene. We're really trying to build more unity amongst all the different organizers, promoters, and people in the scene, right? So create more balanced events, really create more of a cultural interaction and space for people to be part of, rather than just come in and just watch a battle and leave, or really connect authentically. I mean, all of us on this call, we wouldn't even be able to be talking to you right now if it wasn't for events, cultural events that brought us together, and to go to each other's cities and to hang out with each other and break bread together and get to know one another on another level, right? So it's really important, and we're passionate, and we hope you guys share in this passion. And really, this is a call to ask people to get involved. Be involved in something that's not just going to benefit you and your event. It's not just about supporting other people's events. This is really much larger. This is about regrowing hip hop culture, right? And it's a big job, and it takes everybody to be part of it, right? So that's why we're bringing this to you. We thank you very much. Thank you, Tech. Thank you, Rockefeller, Quickstep, A-Tone. Really appreciate you guys' time and passion towards this. And I hope you guys will jump on the Instagram, the United Hip Hop Vanguard, and look at the points. Look at the other members that are involved so far, because there's quite a few of us. And really hope you guys jump in and be a part of this. That's it. Thank you guys very much. Peace. Well, I just want to say a big hello to both of you guys and welcome you both to our Bboy Summit Hip Hop for Social Change. We are talking to two artists right now. We are talking to Artson and we are talking to Shabastic. And I'm really excited to speak with both of you brothers about the work that you guys are doing in indigenous communities and really let you guys take the platform here. When we're talking about hip hop, when we're talking about social change, opening up what this looks like right now with your artistry, and also touching on too, your music, like the content and the subject matter, what you're choosing to rap about, what you're personally like inspired by, and how that comes out through your own art as well. So let's just first start out with, can we start with you, Artson, and just touch on that? You as an artist, can you just give us a brief overview of your philosophy of you as an artist?
Hello world. First of all, I want to say Cuidaba, Nije, Korigwe, Artson, Nabes, Tarumara, Raramuri, and I'm out here in occupied land, Tongva land, in Los Angeles, California. So hello, my name is Artson. I'm Tarumara Raramuri, and I live out here in Los Angeles currently. I'm originally from El Paso, Texas. As for my art, I've been doing hip hop for the majority of my life, more than I haven't. So I've been involved with doing hip hop art since I was 8 years old, over 35 years of my life. And I originally got into it just because it was fun. It was something that brought joy to me. I grew up with not much in my life, in a place of struggle. But this was the one thing that lifted me, and it brought me a joy. So probably one of the first things I felt such a high joy in my life. My parents were divorced when I was really young, so I was living place to place with aunts and different family members, but this was the one solid thing that brought me a crazy high joy. And through my early age, it also taught me a lot. I learned a lot. It was like a parent that wasn't there. My dad, I grew up with my dad, and he was working hard, so I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him. But this thing, hip hop, was able to teach me. So with that, I gravitated towards the lessons learned, the conscious rap. I gravitated towards learning a craft, building a skill, trying to be better, trying to be even the best amongst my peers. So that's kind of where my art led me to. It led me to want to be great. It led me to want to be stand out amongst my peers. So I was always gravitated towards that consciousness, towards upliftment, towards unity, towards the coming together of people, to bringing awareness to who we are and standing up for that we are somebody. Because even in the early time of my hip hop career, we were like outcasts. We were like the black sheep. We weren't supposed to be here right now. We were supposed to be a fad. It was supposed to be something that disappeared. But I wanted to prove that all wrong. And it was because I felt, no, we're crazy empowered. it's done so much for me in my life and for my friends that we have a crazy gift to share with the world. So that all led me to be where it affected my art. So that's how I express. Most of my music and even my dance is all about upliftment, coming together, and just about the people.
Beautiful. That's powerful. Shabastic, what about you? Tell us a little bit about your artistry and your philosophy.
Geez. For me, what drew me to hip hop was the artistry of it, and the fact that it was people speaking out for the struggle, pointing out things that mainstream media wasn't pointing out. It was the voice for the oppressed, and that's how I connected to it. That's why I felt like, as Native people, we need that. You know, like we're not being heard at all. And not only are we not being heard, but a lot of us, we've been not being heard for so long, we've stopped using our voices. A lot of us don't speak up. I see it all the time. People deal with racist situations and they just suck it up and walk away. Like we just stop even saying anything because we feel like we're never heard, you know, or we just get in trouble for speaking up. And so that's how a lot of our youth are, like with their issues. They have a hard time speaking about things, and that's how I was. But when it comes to poetry, I started writing way before I started rapping. Just the idea of rhyming and putting words together and creating, like being a lyricist, I guess was what I did before I even touched a mic. I just love to write and to get that stuff out, because you could sit there and really express yourself in a way that, you know, you let it out in a proper way, and then you could share it with someone comfortably, you know, and you could let those things out. So it helped me as a youth, big time expressing myself. So then when I just started getting into hip hop, it was rare for me in my community. There was nobody else really listening to rap. There's like me and one other guy when I was in grade 8. There's 2 of us in the whole community. He showed me some songs and I got into it, and I showed him some stuff. And then the internet, we finally got access to the internet around grade 8, grade 9 up there, and I got to access some other kinds of hip hop and realize it's not all like the stuff on TV. And I've always been really drawn to conscious hip hop, but what I've seen is pretty much every rap album, even though the hits, the stuff they pump out is really commercial, almost every rap song has at least one really deep conscious song on it. And that's the songs that don't really get much airplay or anything, but those are the songs that I always were drawn to, like The Chain Remains by Naughty by Nature. That wasn't one of their big hits. It wasn't hip hop parade, all that stuff, but that was a song I had on repeat, just because he explained to me why they wear the chain. Even in the beginning, he's like, I'm about to explain to you guys why we wear this chain around our necks. I was like, ooh, I need to know this. And then the way he shared that teaching in that song, that's what drew me to hip hop. That power, like you can do that. You can share messages. And for me, it's always been about teaching, using my lyrics to teach about our history and to encourage our youth to want to get back to their culture. Like I use hip hop culture to help lead our youth back to our native culture, because I see how many of our youth were listening to the music and getting drawn away from the culture because of the kind of hip hop they were listening to. So I thought, I'm going to try to use the same thing to bring them back to the culture. So that's what it's always been about for me, sharing the beautiful sides of our culture, talking about my hunting trips, but also expressing our ugly history, the things that happened to us. And so I try to teach through my music. I've never thought of myself as an entertainer, but I know that's a big part of what I do. It's a part of why the workshops work. Like as entertainers, that's what makes the kids listen to us. We have this, as entertainers, if you can entertain youth, you have this power where now once you're done entertaining them, they're going to listen to what you have to say because you got their attention, you got their respect, and that's a power that as artists we have to realize we have, and we can't take it for granted, and we can't abuse it. Big time, we can't abuse it.
Wow. Yeah, that's really well stated that hip hop does cultivate in us this performance ability that many of us didn't really have before. And maybe, like we said, we never really thought of ourselves as performers. I've never thought of myself as a performer either, but clearly it's part of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's get into the work you both do and how you guys are interconnected, because I think that is really important and interesting. So can you guys touch on that? Really, I guess, how you guys got connected and the tours and this work.
Okay. You want to start this, Art, or should I? Okay, I'll start it off here. I've been doing the hip hop, healing through hip hop workshops for over 20 years now, a long time. I met Red Cloud, MC Red Cloud, a few years back, and I've been touring with him, and he has this tour called the Green Chili Tour, and that's how I met Artson, was on that tour. And just seeing him live, seeing the way he performs, hearing his music, the way he speaks, his positive energy. You know, that's such a kind of a rare thing in hip hop these days, especially that, you know, that the vibe he has in his music. And I was like, I need to bring this vibe up north. Like, I need the kids up who I work with to. Right away, I just knew that. And then talking to him, and not only just how much that I love and respect his music, but he kind of had that same for me. I felt the respect and love from him as well, and we just kind of clicked. You know, some people just click like that.
Yeah.
Right away, I had him on my mind. Like, I got to work with this guy. And so then, like a year or two later, I'm asked to do a. Oh, sorry, my screen just went black on me. I was asked to go up to my communities, the northern communities in James Bay, Moose Factory, Albany, Cache, Attawapskat, all the communities on the East Coast, to do a tour. And they asked if I wanted to, said I could bring along a couple guys if I wanted. So right away I thought of Arts and called him up, and he was 100% down and so excited right away. And that first tour was magical is the best word. Like the way we all connected and the things that happened with the youth and the energy the whole time. The first night we all got together is in Timmins, Ontario. And we didn't see it. We're all in the hotel room just chilling and working on our song. We wrote and recorded Blanco that first night, one of our songs we just released. So wrote and recorded the whole thing that night. But that night, while we were doing that, I guess a meteor or something broke through the sky and the whole city lit up like daytime.
Wow.
You know, I saw video footage like just lighting up. I was like, that was the night we got together for the first time, started connecting. So to me, I really believe in signs. I follow signs. And that's kind of, I feel like that's been the key to my success, is just following my gut and always following these little signs and doing what's right. Even when my brain is telling me no, my gut, I go with my gut all the time. I feel like my gut is a lot smarter than my brain.
There you go. That's the intuitive part. That's our spiritual side,
Yeah.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Artson? What about so when you guys talk about these tours and these young people, like who is this audience for these tours?
So for the listener, the places that Shabastic mentioned, we're talking about way up north in Canada on the East Coast. So really, we're talking way up north. If I could make you imagine it, it would be like New York to Florida, but flipped around the other way. So imagine from New York going so far north, like if you're going to Florida, but that far up north, up by the Hudson Bay and like way up there. So and, the listeners and the communities that we're going to, they're not necessarily hip hop. It's not a hip hop audience pretty much at all. There might be some kids that like hip rap and what they see on TV, but this is just pretty much just communities that are like not involved with the cultural aspect of hip hop. So we're going into classrooms, we're going into the educational systems, and we're pretty much we're spending time with these communities all day long, from the morning all the way till nighttime. So we'll go to their school in the morning, we'll go into their classrooms, we'll share our stories and talk about hip hop and what it's done for us. And then after school, we'll sometimes play basketball with them, or go fishing, or just spend time with them. And then in the evening, we'll do something where we go to the community centers and we'll show them how to create. We'll do writing skills with them, or Shabastic brings paintings and we'll talk about painting with them. We'll show his art and then also get them to open up by painting and expressing that way. And we're pretty much reaching out to untouched communities as far as hip hop. I was doing this type of work like 20 plus years ago now. And these were in juvenile detention centers and stuff like that out here in the States. And a lot of those times, those kids were already into hip hop. And then throughout that time, I also taught a lot of just hip hop, just regular, going into dance studios, going into doing writing shops at like rec centers and stuff like that. But this was all hip hop. So going to these untouched communities, it's a whole different ballgame, because we're going in trying to share pretty much our story of hip hop to people that aren't necessarily into hip hop. And even the counselors and teachers and stuff that are watching us, they're not necessarily into hip hop, at all. Right. So it's all a trust thing. So they have to trust that what we're doing is right. And so the energy that we bring to these communities, once they see us and they, when we walk into the communities for the first couple of times, right away it's kind of standoffish. And, some of the kids, they're not really open we're coming from, this so-called city, and into these communities. And so they're a little standoffish, but by the time we open up and share, and at the end of the week, it's a whole 360 flip. And, they really see where we're coming from at that point.
Wow, man. What do you guys see issue-wise as far as the need for this type of, like, you could call it programming, or you could just call it literally like just helping? It's really just assisting, helping, sharing this type of work you're doing. Like, what do you see in these communities, versus, let's say, these mega cities in the States or these large cities? Like, what do you see the differences, or what are the issues that these communities that you're talking about are really facing?
Growing up in one of these communities myself, like, I know the biggest issues are the isolation. Myself, I had a father who took me out hunting. I was always out on the land, so to me, I didn't feel so isolated. But the kids who don't have that, there's nothing to do, and just that feeling of not being able to escape. You can't get away. And the biggest thing too is the prices of the food. It's insane. You would not believe what people have to pay for basic food up there. Like $25 for a bag of cheese, like $30 for a thing of berries. Berries, $30 for a thing of blueberries. It's just so disgusting how expensive the healthy food is up there. Like at least five times more than your average city. You're paying for healthy food. At least. Some places it's 10 times. But yet the pop and the chips, somehow all that stuff is somehow still so cheap. And so so you see this really, it's like a catch-22 in the communities. Some people are really unhealthy because of whatever, and some people are super healthy because they stay connected to their culture. They live off the land. They hunt and fish. I'm a diabetic myself, and when I go up north and I just go into one of the communities and I'm able to just eat the wild meat, my sugars drop. It's almost like I feel my body curing itself. I feel like if I could just actually live that way, go back to just eating that, my diabetes would go away. It would go away, because if you live that healthy life the way we live, everything is so good for you. Like the meat we eat from the stores is not the same as the meat you eat from an animal on the land. Not even close. Not the same thing, because we're eating what the animal eats.
Yes.
And cows and stuff are eating corn and all the stuff they're not supposed to eat. And when you eat a moose that's out in the land, it's eating the real food it's supposed to eat, and its meat is just so healthy. You feel it when you eat it. It's like you just feel it. Like I feel like I'm stronger. It's just a crazy thing I can't explain. But just the isolation, how expensive it is to get out, and how expensive it is to eat, those things are enough to just make people go crazy. Like it's a hard thing to deal with. It's hard to deal with, and the lack of resources for mental health and all this stuff. There's like nothing. And our communities up there need it the most, and we're the ones with the least help. So many issues, so many issues. And I talk so much about our history of residential schools, and there's a lot of abuse, certain really disgusting kinds of abuse that is happening in our community still because of residential schools. I've talked to so many, the big thing of my workshops is explaining why we don't hug our kids. Explaining why your mom and dad didn't lie down with you at night and read you stories and snuggle. Why you never got kisses. Because to them, all that stuff is inappropriate. But kids these days, they don't understand that. They just think, oh, Native people aren't compassionate. Native people don't love on their kids and snuggle. So I'm trying to explain to them why. And then I make them promise me when you grow up and you have kids, you're going to kiss them. You're going to snuggle with them. You're going to give them all that stuff that was taken from us. 150 years of no hugs, 150 years of abuse, and just no parents. How are we supposed to know how to be a parent when for 150 years we had no examples? All the examples are just evil. And you hear the tone of our voices. A lot of people the big thing I notice, people when they come to our communities, they feel nervous because they feel like everyone's mad at them because the tone. A lot of people talk with a certain tone. Pass that here, get the chips, blah blah blah. Like this really aggressive kind of tone. But when you're from the community, that's I didn't take that as negative because it's just so normal. But I know now that's from residential schools. That's the way the nuns, the priests talk to our kids for 150 years. That stern kind of voice. So we just learned that's how a lot of our people just talk. And they don't even think anything of it. They don't think they're being mean or rude. But when we come to the cities and we use that tone, people think we're rude. If you go to a grocery store and say, just the tone we use, non-native people don't get it, and they think we're coming off as rude. And then we're sitting there thinking, what the heck's their problem? Why are they reacting like I just said something so awful? Like I just said something. So I have a friend named John Jeeks from True Res Crew who put out a video a while back that had me dying laughing, where he said, if you want to go into a store and avoid racism, just talk in a really high voice like this. Just talk really high. And he's talking in a super high pitched voice, and I'm laughing, but I'm like, it's true. You talk like that, and then people don't seem to have a problem. But use our lower kind of tone, at least we use from residential schools. We come to the city with that, and people get thrown off by it, you know. And then so there's all these issues. There's so many issues.
Well, you know, right there was like a real glimpse, because that's just a communication thing, right? That's just it's an understanding. And that's why we're doing these, to bring awareness, right? So we understand. I mean, you know, the type of people that are taught that type of thing are people that are trained in social services, right? They learn about the affect of people based on their trauma and what they've been through. And but we as regular people, we don't learn enough about that. We don't learn that in schools. We don't learn anything like that. So even just you shedding light on that is super, super crucial for people to be able to communicate and feel not feel discouraged. But like you said, those all of those issues based on this residential schooling and what really happened is, it's such a travesty. Like, it's, you know, again, we've pretty much just out of sight, out of mind. I mean, that's the way I think about it when I think about our understanding of the native plight here, especially in this country, in the US. We think about it like, well, you know, they got the reservations, they're good, they got, you know, what they got, their land, they're good, but it's not like that. And I think that that's the part that I hope through this push of making Black Lives Matter, it's really opening up. Like I said, it's opening up the larger picture of what's happened to indigenous people in this country and in the Americas in general. It's going to open up what happened with the Chinese and the Japanese and the other Asian groups when they came to this country, right? It's going to really open up our current situation with Mexicans and Central Americans here, and how they're viewed, and the atrocities that are going on with ICE and all of that. So it's like, what, you know, that is to me a positive, because again, this is all cracking open because of because of racist cops. Now we're really seeing the larger picture, that it's that, but it's so much more. So I really appreciate you guys shedding light on this community and the issues and awareness. And I guess that really brings us to how do you use hip hop in a way where you're feeling like it's a tool where you can reach these young people? Like, how does that work?
Well, the way I see it, like, the relation of what hip hop does for the youth is they're naturally gravitated towards it. But the real connection for me is that hip hop is ancient. So I feel like it's something I feel like it's more than hip hop. It's a spirit that has been around for a long time. Something that allows us to express our emotions. And it's a tool that we have, and it's a gift that we have that allows us to open and think freely, to find the wisdom within ourselves. So it's more than just the skills of hip hop that kids are attracted to. So like, even with the issues that Shabasik was talking about, like, I didn't grow up out there, but growing up in the hood, there's those same type of similar issues, where there's family separation, where there's poverty, where there's alcoholism and drug abuse and mental abuse. All these things lead to something. It leads to the way we act, the way we treat our people, the way you treat your community, how you treat your peers and your teachers. You know, all those things affect your mind like that, without unconsciously. So we start acting a certain way unconsciously. But with hip hop, being that it brings us together. First of all, hip hop brings people together from all platforms of life, all races. There's no separation. It allows you to be a part of something, and also bring and tell your stories. So tell about your people, tell about your culture. So to me, I feel like it leads us back to our culture. I didn't grow up traditionally. I didn't grow up in indigenous community. I didn't grow up with ceremony. I didn't grow up with stories. But somehow, because I was practicing hip hop, it led me back to finding out why my people danced, why we sung songs and told stories, why we love the drum, why we love painting on the walls. All those things are part of my culture. It's something in my DNA. So when I go to share with different communities, I'm pretty much sharing their lives, sharing their DNA strand, sharing what's deeply inside them that wants to come out. And I just present it in a way that allows them to feel comfortable enough to share that. So there's a certain bridge that it breaks the gap between elders and youth. So the elders don't necessarily understand why we're doing these things, why we're expressing through hip hop. And the youth, they know why, because they love it. It makes them happy. And then you tell them the reason why they both connect is because we've been doing this for a long time. All people, all tribal people, all indigenous people around the globe have been expressing through these ways of dance, poetry, art, and the drum. All those things have brought people together for a long time. So it's universal. So it's a universal thing. And once you start doing that, it allows you to find that happiness, and you start healing yourself just little by little. And that's what we need to do. You're not all of a sudden going to be healed because you're dealing with your trauma and you're open to it. It's going to take time. So, but opening up and expressing is the most important thing, because once you're expressing yourself, it opens up your vulnerability. And that's really important. You have to be vulnerable in order to deal with the issues that you're dealing with. And all people have certain issues. It doesn't matter what it is. Something can be bugging you, or, people have bad days. And that's when you can use this as a healing, art form, or whatever you want to call it. But it's something special that allows us to use as a healing tool.
That's beautiful. When you mentioned that, I couldn't help noticing your shirt was sobriety on it. What's the rest of the shirt say? Can I see the rest? Sobriety is sacred. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's beautiful. And, I was just recently painting a wall and with Teal, and he's been sober now for going on his 5th year. And he just talks about graffiti and writing and the art as being this therapy. I mean, he really leans on it. And he was talking about it when we were painting. He's like, man, I lean on this so hard. Like, it just amazes me to think about, like, that if I didn't have this, I don't know if I could, like, stay sober. It kind of tripped me out. Like, it's a way, that it heals him. It's part of his therapy, like, straight up. So just brought my attention to that when I saw that shirt, and I thought about what you said.
Yeah, I feel like it's important. I've been trying to tell people to teach the youth. If you're teaching a youth, then you can't deny your own truth. Like, it's going to show you yourself, because you want that. If you truly want these kids to grow up and be great and to really be free, then it's going to reflect. It's going to show you the reflection of yourself. You can't teach a kid to be great while you're doing wrong. So it gives you that reflection, So a lot of reasons why I went into sobriety and went into these things is because I want to be the best me when I'm around teaching kids. I want to be the best me at a high vibration. So it just, like, I lean on it too. I lean on it also because it's important. It's something really important.
Shabastic, what about you? What do you, maybe you could touch on this, hopefully people that are watching this, from many, many different communities, all types of communities. And we talk about every community functions a little differently. There's different issues. There's a different way of life and way of how people deal with trauma or how they cover it, and how that results in furthering trauma. How can other artists work in the capacity you guys are working in? Like, what would you what kind of roadmap would you give them for how to do community-based healing work through hip hop?
Oh, wow. Jeez.
I mean, kind of just basically how you're doing it, like how,
Yeah.
you know.
You have to, well, what I did was you have to start with creating music or art that has the attention of healing. You have to build up that first. That's what I did first. And for me, it kind of, I didn't ask to do this. I didn't plan to do this. I just was creating this music and this art, and people started booking me to do shows and saying, can you also speak to the kids and explain your art? And so I'd be like, okay. And it just kept leading to that. And that's what led me to the work at the jail in Thunder Bay. I was doing a suicide awareness conference, and they asked me to come by the jail to speak, and I ended up working there for 3 years. But you just have to have a deep compassion and a deep, because they're going to test you. These like kids who have trauma, they test you, and you're going to deal with a lot of stuff. You're going to have your buttons pushed. But the reward you get from when you pass that test, and all of a sudden they change and they switch up. I think one of the last trips I did, I had this kid who was bugging me, being pretty annoying the whole trip and doing little things to test me, And I kept brushing it off, and I kept just joking back with him. And at the end of the thing, at the end of the week, one of the elders told me that boy, his father just took his life like 2 weeks before that. And all I could think was, man, I was so happy that I didn't like brush him off or let him, So if you're going to go into these communities, you have to be strong. You have to be ready for the work. That's why I picked these guys to work with, because I knew they were good guys for the job. Artson has a huge love for his people. I just see it in him. So basically, if it's meant, it's so hard to do. So you want to encourage everyone to do it. You want more people, the better doing it. But you don't want just anybody doing it at the same time.
Right.
Because of all these other different reasons. But at the same time, I feel weird saying that, because I'm not saying I know for a fact I'm the one for the job. I just feel like I'm falling my feet, and I feel like this is something Gitchi Manitou wants from me. And but it's hard, it's heavy. Like it's tough work, but it's so rewarding. It's the most rewarding thing when you change someone's life for the better. And I think what draws a lot of the youth to these workshops, and mine, even though we don't sell it as music therapy, like we don't say, oh, tonight at the community hall there's going to be music therapy. That's not going to bring out the youth, We sell it like it's going to be this fun hip hop, whatever. And what draws the kids out to this too is because hip hop is a foreign thing to us up there. Someone from down south who does rap I remember me being a kid up there, be like, oh, that's so cool, a rapper from the south. Like that's what draws them out, just to be around these, because it's such a foreign thing for the kids from up there. This hip hop thing, this hip hop culture. So that brings them out to it. And also I think of the microphone makes me think of the talking feather. I'm not sure if you know what a talking feather is, but sometimes people have a hard time communicating, and you sit them down and you say, there's a feather that goes around, and only the person holding the feather can talk. So no one's cutting each other off. Everyone knows they're going to have a chance to get out everything they have to say. It's frustrating sometimes when you have a whole bunch to say, and I'm going to get halfway through, they're going to cut me off. That always happens, so you just don't bother trying. But when you have that feather and I'm not going to get caught up, everyone here is going to respect my words while I'm holding this and listen. That's the microphone. When you're holding that microphone, everyone's going to be quiet and listen. And so I think that might be something why kids are drawn to that. Like I might get a chance to speak, and people might listen to me if I get a chance. And a lot of the kids that come out, the rappers who come out in my workshops, are the ones who a lot of the lyrics they share are dark and sad, and we work through that in the songs. We try to make the song sound positive with the vibe, but a lot of the lyrics that come out are a lot of the time super depressing. But the smiles and the laughter that come after that, like we're listening to this song and the lyrics are depressing, but everyone's, oh, you rapped that, oh, it sound good. And the kid who rapped it is all smiling, all happy, beaming, listening to these really sad lyrics. And there's something so powerful about that. Like how you can't keep this stuff inside. You have to let it out. You have to speak your pain. And some kids just can't do that. And these workshops help them do that, And that's the big healing thing. That's always the most rewarding thing when I see that kid who spoke his heart. He let out his feelings, and he's smiling now, and he's walking away now feeling better. His chances of suicide are disappearing. And that's the other big issue in our communities is the suicide. We have the highest suicide rates in the world. in our northern communities in the world. You know, think about that. Like, think about some places in the world, how bad we know they are, the war and all this stuff. But yet, more native youth in these northern communities are killing themselves than these war-torn countries. What is, you know? So there's some real deep, dark issues we have to address, and an issue I address a lot without saying it is sexual abuse. It's huge. I address it every workshop without saying it. Just I say little things, and every time you see certain kids' faces in the crowd, I've had kids run out of the room. You know, it's such a problem. It's something we have to talk about. It's something that those kids need to know. It happens to a lot more kids than they think, and they need to know why it happens. They need to know that knowledge has to get out there so that these kids stop killing themselves. Because they get to a certain age, 17, 16, they start to realize what was happening to them their whole lives. And they start to feel so ashamed of themselves because they don't understand. They think it's so evil and wrong what they did, and it's a huge thing that nobody's talking about. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's super hard to talk about. But these are the things that we need to go into these communities, and if you're going to bring up these things, you have to. Like, I'm lucky with the work I did working at the jail, and also in Moosonee, I was a teacher's aide for a few years. I worked in a receiving home for a few years where we had a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 14-year-old kid on the home. We were basically their parents. So I've done all this work since I was a kid. All this work I've done in my life that I thought I was just doing because it was available at the time, kind of thing, has led me to where I am. So as far as encouraging other people, what the steps they have to take, I just see there's so many steps. Like, you know, it's not something you can just jump into, but at the same time, if you feel it in your heart, like, I need to do this, I want to do it, like, follow your gut. But if you have a gut saying, I want to do it because, these people are offering some good money and I can do this, but if you have a gut feeling saying, I don't know, I'm not really sure what I should say or how I should do this, follow that gut and prepare yourself more before you put yourself in that situation. Because there's a big demand for this work right now. There's always been, but it's good that there's actually funding for it now. And there's, people are, because like I said, there's a big lack of resources in our communities. So the fact that they're now bringing people in to do this work is huge. But a lot of that money does need to go as well to creating centers and creating places in the communities where they'll have these resources all the time, not just once a month or,
Right. Well, everything you touched on, from the isolation to, lack of things to do, to food justice and health food, scarcity of, healthy food, and the ability to have that based on proximity, as well as the breaking of tradition of how, food was originally sourced. It's, all of these things are crucial to deal with and address. And I really give it up to you for talking about the sexual abuse, talking about suicide, talking like changing the paradigm in these communities to not be ashamed to talk about this stuff. I mean, this is your ordained gift to be working in these communities. I mean, I really give it up to both you brothers. It's like you said, it's not for everybody. But if you do have a heart for it, that means that maybe, you just need that preparation, because we always said with hip hop, we used to always say this: skills aren't enough. You got to have the knowledge too, right? When you have the knowledge and skills, you put them together, you got the real package, right? So that's pretty much what I'm hearing here.
I think if I could just real quick, for this goes just for hip hoppers. If you want to do this type of work, then you have to find out who you are and who your people are, and so I encourage people to, reach out to their own culture outside of, indigenous culture, but where are your people from? What music do they listen to? For instance, producers or DJs, bring in that music that's traditionally to your people, bring in those sounds so there's awareness for it. Start learning about those things, get samples of traditional instruments from your area. Find out who are the original people from your land, or what is the original language that your people spoke. What are the original ceremonies that your people did. All these things will lead you to find out who you are. That way you could start sharing that, and it'll tell you if you are ready to walk with your community like this, You know, I'm sure there's cultural centers for your people. You know, I'm sure there's different gatherings of your people that you can go to and start opening yourself that door up for yourself to learn about your people and learn about the issues that are going on in your communities and with your youth, and you know, tackle those issues for your people. But you have to learn about it from your eyes first.
You're right. And like you said, hip hop, you know, those of us that didn't grow up traditionally within our cultures, hip hop was the bridge to that. The bridge for the desire for that to start. I mean, me included. That's a really important touch point. Well, can we let's bring the spotlight a little bit more to you, Artson, and really, you know, Shabastic, if you could, like, just, you know, you'd be a perfect person, I feel like, because you've known Artson, you've worked with him, you've made music with him. Like you said, you see his heart for his people. I mean, you know, I just want to kind of put the spotlight on him for a minute and really, I mean, tell me what you think about Artson as far as his artistry and his philosophy, and what makes him important and valuable, you know, to our community and to the communities, the indigenous communities as well.
Oh, there's tons. There's so much that, like I say, the vibe he brings, the energy, the love he shows through his music. But it's even more than that. It's even technically, sonically, the sounds, the quality of the music he's putting out.
Yeah.
Is amazing, you know?
Yeah.
His stage performance, his presence, the way he just speaks to the crowd and speaks to people, the way he speaks to the youth, and not just to them when they're there, but about them when it's just the two of us, you know? Like, some people are one thing when they're doing the job, and then they're a different person when they're not, you know, and he's just the same guy all the time. Like, it's art. And he's got such a young energy. Like, I forget he's a little bit older than me, just a bit, but sometimes I forget that he makes me feel young hanging out with him. Right. So it's cool to be a guy who's got some wisdom on me, but yet brings out my youth, you know. To see him dance, to see him break, and for the kids from these communities to see someone his age dancing like that, moving like that, and doing everything is super inspiring. Like,
yes,
because like I said, because of the food and the quality of life up there and the food we're eating, it's rare to see someone that age in such good physical shape, you know, in our communities because of all these issues. You know, of course, we do have plenty. Some guys that are, like I said, some of the most in best shape, most healthy natives we have are in those communities as well. So it's not whatever, but Hearts, and my kids love them. My woman loves them. That's just a big thing, you know.
Yeah,
it's huge. You know, my family and whatever. That says so much. I just wish the best for him. I'm so happy to see and for me to find out about you late, you know, like finding out what the stuff you've accomplished over the years. To me, just finding out, I keep finding out more stuff you've done, you know, and more things that make you go, holy crap, I didn't realize Artson did this and that. And because when I met you, it wasn't based on all that. It wasn't based on, oh, he's done all these things. It was just based on what I saw. That was it. That could have been your first album, your first time performing, whatever. And I still would have asked you. You know, it wasn't because you have this name or you've done all this stuff. It was because of what I knew you were going to bring to the community. So then just finding out all this other stuff is just this big plus, because I know when the kids look you up to check you out, whatever, they're going to find out all this cool stuff. And that was a guy who was at our community, you know, and it's great things, man. Just honored to work with you. So blessed that I met you, and I can't wait for this stuff to be done so we get back on the road, get back to work. I'm missing it like crazy. I needed a break for a bit. We've talked about that. Like this thing happened kind of decent timing for me because I was kind of burning out. And some days I was almost praying for a break. So you got to be careful what you wish for sometimes, I guess, because I didn't want this big of a break. But it's been good, and I've been happy to be here with my family. But I can't wait to get back on the road with this guy. And he's got new music coming out. I'm pretty sure this week he's dropping our song together. I can't wait for the people to hear that one. So I don't know. I could keep going. I can keep going. Oh, this guy too. He doesn't know it, but he's a natural fisherman. He wouldn't admit it. He's do people know that you don't eat meat? Is that okay? Yeah, this guy does not eat meat, but when in Rome, you know, we were ice fishing, and he dropped his hook in the ice, and this guy pulled up the biggest fish out of everybody. Nice big fight. So he's just got good energy. He's got good, that's those kind of things happen to good people.
Right.
You go fishing for the first time and you pull in the biggest fish. That's all these little signs. These things are all little signs. I'm like, okay, this guy's meant to be on the land. I got to keep bringing him up here. That's a blessing. That's right. That's right from the Creator when something like that happens to you, man. That wasn't an accident. That fish didn't happen to bite your hook. You know what I mean?
Wow. Well, Arson, you've been someone we've been watching in our community for years. Just obviously the local hip hop community, the national hip hop community over in the U.S. And I guess I could just say too that your music. A lot of times, when I hear hip hop music that's coming out on a smaller level or an underground level, especially when you've already been a b-boy, right? And you get put in like a box, like, b-boy rapper or something, and we've heard, some b-boys rap, and we've heard b-boys DJ and different things. And sometimes, you're like, well, it's all right. But I have to say, your Brave Star album, I was just floored. Like, as a listener, like, what Shabastic said about the sonic quality of what you're doing and the artists that are on it, I just was like, man, I'm sleeping over here. I need to put my ear more over here. You know what I mean? Like, it was more of an awakening for me. Like, yo, you got to break out of that paradigm. You're thinking about like some underground hip hop, because, it's alive and well. Like the music and the film, the film was what really opened my eyes to. And I just felt like, I think you're on a huge wave right now. And I really hope that you can continue along and just keep being the influencer that you are, because we are hearing and paying attention. And, it's, to have somebody like you, you're a real gift, because you're still a community activist at heart. You still do the work that matters. And when we're so inundated with the whole, Red Bull Monster conversation in our little scene, it's just like, I'm so tired of focusing on things like that and thinking about like what else is happening on these levels. So, we just really blessed to have you. I did want you to touch on, if you could, maybe we'll just sort of wrap this up with this, but I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the indigenous tribes and communities here in LA and in California, just to sort of hip us to the script, kind of bringing this back to LA, the home of the summit, and kind of just maybe just educate the viewers on who are our local indigenous tribes here in these lands that we're in, and just so we could be knowing,
Well, this is Tongva land. That's the original people from here in LA. And but I think for a lot of people in California, they don't realize that there's hundreds of tribes here in California, like all over,
right.
And so there's a lot of reservations here. So and the Mexica movement is also huge here, which is indigenous Mexican,
right.
Original Mexica people. There's a big movement of those people here in LA too. So, there's so much history and knowledge here in California, in LA, in SoCal, all the way up north. There's so much for us to learn. Even myself, I'm learning a lot. I'm not originally from California, but I'm learning. And I'm trying to learn as much as possible. But there's so much here. Just here in LA, there's a lot. There's all kind of protests and all kinds of issues that are being stood up for. Even now, right now, there's a lot going on with the indigenous community, and it ties in also to the people that are in cages, the children in cages, and all that is tied in. All that is tied into, because we're all indigenous people of this land of America. This is the United States is in America. It's just a piece of America. So all of the Americas is all indigenous people, all the way from north to the northern communities that I've been to with Shabastic, all the way to the southern indigenous people in South America, Mexico, and there's so much knowledge and so much history, so much for us to find out about that. Yeah, if you really want to learn, just ask, Google, like that's a start. That's a start. It's like the basic is right there for us, and you'll be led if you want to help out. All these communities need help. There's so many, but just look into what's going on in your local area. I'm sure there's something going on. Every time I travel and I go to a different city, I usually go online and I'll read real quick for a little while. I'm like, okay, where am I going? Who's from here?
Yes.
What are the people doing here? And I learn a little bit, and I try to educate myself of where I'm going and where I'm at, because I feel like if there is an energy that we're being attracted to when we go to a city, it might be because of what has happened in that place before, this. So I try to get in tune with that. But yeah, there's a lot going on here in LA, and we just need to educate ourselves.
Right. That's true. Well, that's a beautiful way to just kind of sum it up and end it. But wow, I thank both of you guys for being here, being the work that you guys are doing, really, just being great cultural curators of hip hop culture, like pushing it forward in a way that maybe it was never even imagined to be pushed forward. Right. So I thank you guys both very much.
Yeah, thank you, Asia. Thank you for giving us this platform to share our voice and opening up that window and that door to allow us to be heard and share with the people out there, what we're doing. Because no one would know. We do this. We do it because we love it and we love our people. But no one would know, if we weren't sharing and we didn't have someone opening up that window.
Well, we will, attached to this conversation will be some other slides. People can learn a few things, as well as possibly take action, like we talked about, if there is any merchandise or things that go to support you guys as artists, or the work that you do. So that'll be additionally coming up after this conversation. Well, I thank you guys both very much. Much peace to you on your road, Shabastic, over there, way up north. I hope I get to be over there at some point. It sounds such beautiful land and beautiful people there, and I just wish you much success. Just in your healing work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's so moving and inspiring, and it just makes me want to work harder. And we're just so blessed to have people like you on this earth. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the platform, because this is huge to artists like myself. Anything like this, and this. So thank you so much.
Yes, you're very welcome. Thank you both. Take care.
All right, take care.
All right, here you go. Thanks for coming in. Peace.
Woke up like I'm sleeping without dreaming. Now I'm dreaming cause I'm living life.
Word? Summit? I'm on my way.
I've been dreaming of this moment ever since I was a shorty on the block and at the parties, getting open with the homies. It was more than just a vision, it became the way we live, and having fun and acting dumb. Get your skills up was the mission. Was hard to listen to the drama when they said to stop. Keep it moving while I'm grooving and I'm reaching for the top. You could catch me when I'm flying if you look up at the sky. Hey kid, walk straight, master your eyes. I let go of the eagle, this was given to the people. Now I'm soaring like an eagle, cause I know that we are equal. Spread these wings and let it be. Didn't know I'd be so free, chasing things I couldn't see. But this I know and I believe it's better when we're together. And I'm not much of a quitter, I still feel like a kid, but I'm not a new beginner. It's just a new beginning, took some time to get it popping. And this one's for my people who will never be forgotten. Let's go get 'em, let's go get 'em, let's go get 'em, let's go get 'em. Everybody get 'em, everybody get 'em, everybody get 'em, everybody get 'em. This is a new beginning. was a young and it was something we were loving, and we wouldn't let it go. We were always into something, this, that, or the other. Practice breaking with my brothers, and I always knew that one day that we would be discovered. So I put it on the wall with a can of ultra flatback, chasing all them honeys who were thick and had a fat back. Excuse me for them words, but it was you that made me better. I wanted to be dope when you were looking with no pressure. Every day I gave my all to the skills that we were rocking, until they gave me chills and I knew that you were jocking. That's right, get it tight and never let it fold. Take flight, break light, and let your spirit grow. This could be forever if we never let it fade. Promise we'd be together ever since the second grade. I know it took a minute, but the beats are steady rocking. Now this one's for my people who will never be forgotten. Let's go get 'em, let's go get 'em, let's go get 'em, let's go get 'em. Everybody get 'em, everybody get 'em, everybody get 'em, everybody get 'em. This is a new beginning, this is a new beginning, this is a new beginning. I'm a brave star.
Yo, how much is this?
Now I'm dreaming, 'cause I'm living life.
Let's go get 'em. Everybody get 'em. It's a new beginning. Wow, that hook is crazy. If you weren't up, if that didn't make you stand up right now, I don't understand. I had to stand up and I was just in with the chorus. I was all in. You had me all in, Artson. And seeing everybody, all of our LA community up in that video, wow, that's such a special moment. Just wanted to tie that in this year to the summit, man. That's really, really beautiful. So beautiful. Well, we're at the home stretch, y'all. This is it. This is it for Bboy Summit 2020. Wow. It's been a labor of love. It's been our privilege. We want to thank Grand Park very, very much for this opportunity. We really appreciate and value our partnership with them and the work that they do in Los Angeles with their venue, which is Grand Park, right? And the music work. So they host so many beautiful events that we all attend every year, whether it's their Sundays events or their 4th of July events or their New Year's Eve events. And the summit being part of their event portfolio series now is like incredible for us. So to be able to kick this journey off with them online has been actually awesome. And it allowed for so many more people to enjoy the summit this year that have ever been able to enjoy it. You know, we've got people watching in Brazil and other countries hitting us up, and it's beautiful. It's amazing because we're all connected by this culture that we love and live so much, hip hop culture. So again, thank you for riding on this journey with us. A couple things I want to say before we dip out. First off, I want to really, really thank Zulu Gremlin, my creative partner in this whole journey. I just, man, working with him has been an amazing experience, and just we've had a lot of fun. It's been really an intense ride, and he's just put all his time and effort in for these last 4 months, and I really, really value him, and I just wanted to let the whole world know because he's an amazing gift and creative genius, truly. So to just have him involved has been amazing. This is a group project, and I also want to shout out my best girl Lolo because she just came through in the clutch all the time to make sure that we had what we need, especially these last few days when it came to production days. For us, it really felt like a real summit. Like it really was like no sleep. Oh my gosh, we have to fix this and that. Oh no, this happened. Okay, we got it. It's figured out. Great. You know, it's still all of those same feelings, the joyful moments and the headaches, right? Which is all part of production and organizing an event like this. But sorry about that. Big old bug just jumped on my foot. Anyway, couple last things. I hope that this experience that you have some takeaways, right? And maybe those takeaways are personal for you, right? Maybe you're thinking about, what am I doing? Like, what do I do right? What am I doing right now? I've been kind of stuck in this COVID mess like everyone else, but maybe you're inspired now. Maybe you're impacted. Maybe you feel like doing something. Maybe you realize, wow, I don't just want to be serving myself. Maybe I want to serve my community more. Maybe I want to get involved. Maybe I want to do better, appreciate people more, show more people love. Maybe I want to show OGs more love. Maybe I want to include OGs in my projects, right? Maybe I want to learn from some of these OGs. Maybe I want to learn more about the history of what I do. Maybe I want to learn more about the history of who I am, who my people are, or who other people are in general. All of those great things and are maybe circulating and bubbling in you. Hopefully they are. Maybe something like, maybe I could do better. Maybe I could be more accountable. That's kind of it. At the end of the day, what can we do to be part of something larger than just ourselves, right? So maybe that's taken root here. Maybe we can really see now, wow, hip hop is so much more than just me breaking or me writing graffiti, right? Because that's just me doing what I love to do. But that's not me being of service in this culture. That's not me doing something to impact another person's life outside of my own experience. So we covered issues that we're all going through in the season, right? We uncovered a lot. We unpacked a lot. We saw how artists are using hip hop to heal communities, to create dialogue, to work for social change, right? And ultimately social justice, which is really what the bigger picture is. Uniting, not dividing. So we just want to thank you guys for being with us today. We want to, of course, thank our number one supporter, our main sponsor in this whole project, who is God, who is our almighty creator, the hands and feet of Jesus Christ that allow us to do this work, allow me to do this work for this community and be of service. So I have to give him the major shout out, because he didn't make the credit roll because he needed to be personally thanked. So thank you, Father. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Lord, for allowing us to do this work, your work, and we do it all through you. Lastly, too, I just want to personally express our deepest loss and condolences and that we're still feeling as a community to Don Campbell Locke, creator of locking here in Los Angeles, our own prodigal son here in Los Angeles, just to give him a strong send up and just give him all the love that we can muster up as we leave here with you guys tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Department of Cultural Affairs for your support too. Much love, y'all. We'll see you again next year. Peace.
Say it loud. things for ourselves. We're tired of beating our head against the wall and working for someone else.